What's up everybody, it's Critical. I've been getting asked a ton over the last 5 or so months, or however long I've been streaming on YouTube, why I don't stream on Twitch. I do stream on Twitch occasionally with my friends, but I get asked why I don't solo stream on Twitch. So I figured I might as well make a video addressing that question. It's because I don't like Twitch. Now I know me saying that may be very disturbing to some of you. It probably elicits the same response as if you tell a child Santa Claus isn't real, nothing but shock and disgust. How can you not like Twitch? It's the best website on the internet with a staff that truly understands its users and looks out for their well-being. It takes us to school and packs our lunch. It really knows us and it wants us to do well in the world. Well, let me explain why I don't like Twitch, and please don't misinterpret this as me standing up for YouTube streaming. I have never, and probably never will, stand up for YouTube because they just don't know who the fuck is using their platform or how to make this website any better. It's like that uncle that buys you shit you don't want for Christmas and you don't know what to do with it except wipe your fucking ass with it. But when it comes to streaming, I think YouTube is the more fair streaming service. I do think Twitch is the superior platform though. It's a lot easier to find new content creators there. It's really easy to navigate the sections on Twitch and find all types of different shit. Whereas on YouTube, it's a very counterintuitive design. It's really hard to find new things. You have to pretty much fucking jack into the FBI mainframe, extrapolate a whole bunch of data, walk it through an ANOVA test and SPSS. All types of stupid fucking hoops you have to jump through to find anything. It's very poorly designed. But YouTube fucks everyone equally. In terms of streaming, in terms of content creation, YouTube just fucks everyone uniformly. Everyone gets the same amount of fuck. They're like a tidal wave of fucking. Nobody is safe if they're in that tidal wave. But on Twitch, it's like a geostorm contraption of fucking. It targets people to fuck that they don't agree with, whereas other people can just get a pass. They don't follow their own rules. YouTube has these rules, albeit very vague, but they adhere to them and they fuck everyone the same based on those rules, whereas Twitch has these rules and it doesn't fuck everyone the same. It favors the female streamers that show a lot of titties, camel toes, and ass. As I said, Twitch's motto, no camel toe, time to go. So if you go on to the mess that is the IRL section, it's predominantly dominated by female streamers pretty much flashing tits and doing squats for subs. Here's a good example. This is a streamer named Pink Sparkles. She even self-admits to being a titty streamer, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. But Twitch's rules prohibit something like this. They explicitly say no overtly sexual behavior. If you're labeling yourself a titty streamer, doesn't that kind of indicate the nature of your content is overtly sexual? And that's all the content there is. She doesn't do anything. This whole stream was her just kind of wiggling around out of her seat, doing squats occasionally, and mainly just eating a fucking sandwich, while her chat room, which consists of very sad, lonely men and underage boys, were on the edge of their seat. Oh, come on, finish that sandwich for me, baby girl. Oh, I'm about to come right out of my nipples. Is that a squat? I see butt cheek. Holy shit, those are ass cheeks. And poopy leaves from the train station that's in the middle of the ass cheeks. This is incredible. To me, it's sad, but I don't really have a problem with the streams themselves. I don't think they're quality content or anything, but people are going to like different things, and that's something everyone has to accept. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the Twitch staff when it comes to this. They have this rule. They should at least be commenting on it. If they truly believe that these aren't overtly sexual, they should explain why they're not. But they don't do that, and instead they'll go and ban male streamers who accidentally maybe slip up and show a picture of a boobie. Whereas these streamers a lot of times will have nip slips, show their whole pussy, and nothing happens to them. Which is odd because the Twitch staff is so ban hungry, they ban people for almost no reason. There was a man that I watched who wore a tank top that accidentally showed his nipple on stream, and he was banned for an overtly sexual stream. Permanently banned for that. I also saw someone get banned because they got punched in the chest on stream. They didn't plan to get punched on the chest, but they got banned for self-harm because they put themselves in the way of that fist. That's like some Bushido samurai type shit for punishment. You didn't block the sword with your hand. Go into the punishment room and take 3 fingers off of your left hand now. Twitch plays favorites. They treat their site like it's fucking camsoda.com. And there's a lot of these streamers that show a lot of cleavage and just do very sexual streams to just get a lot of money out of the sad men watching them that have gone on stream and said they will never get banned because Twitch staff is basically in their pocket. Here's a clip from one of them.
Report stream. Balls. You know those reports go in the trash, right? Twitch staff told me so. Just saying. You're just wasting your time.
Thank you, Gal Gadoosh, for being honest with all of us here. This stream has a dedicated ass cam and vagina cam. I don't know how you could possibly defend this not being overly sexual. Even she seems to realize it is, but knows that there's not going to be any repercussions because Twitch staff likes her and they jerk off to her streams. I've mentioned Hassan before because he's the most famous example of the Twitch staff favoritism. His old following list was nothing but titty streamers for the most part, so I imagine he had like 8 different monitors, each with a different titty stream up, just taking it all in and enjoying his masturbatorium. All of this that I've said, I really wouldn't have a problem with if they would enforce the rules fairly. Just today, for example, a streamer by the name of Trainwrecks got banned for 5 days because he did some really dumb, stupid sounding speech that sounded like something you'd read on the r/incel subreddit. I'm assuming it was a joke, but it was still a really shitty joke. It was like some Braveheart shit. You can take our land, but you can't take our virginities. That we'll hold on to. And he also called out a streamer by the name of ST Peach. And the assumption is he got banned for calling her out because one of Twitch's rules is you can't really insult other streamers. It's against their rules. So he got banned, and I agree, he should have been banned. It was clearly against the rules. But ST Peach did the same thing. She started insulting Trainwreck's girlfriend and his relationship with his girlfriend and everything about Trainwrecks, and she didn't get banned. So clearly there's a discrepancy there where she's just above the rules because she's hot. And that's very clear. There's countless examples I could give, but I'm not going to go into more. I think I've ranted long enough, and I've made it very clear that Twitch staff plays favorites, and that many of the streamers are just above the rules. I don't want to be on a platform like that. I feel like it's a platform run by middle school children who've never seen boobies before. It's just a platform that has no fairness to it. And I'm not saying YouTube is the ideal pinnacle of fairness, because it's absolutely not. But at least YouTube isn't bending the knee to hot girls. Everyone is getting fucked all the same. And there's a certain comfort to that because you know that you are not being singled out because they don't like you. You're getting fucked because they're fucking everybody. And that's why I prefer YouTube. It's at least a little bit more fair than Twitch. The title's not clickbait. There was a new policy on Twitch that was announced today that will legitimately destroy the platform, with the majority of streamers choosing to go elsewhere if it goes into effect. Now, this was announced like 3 or 4 hours ago, but I decided to wait a little bit to see what Twitch would respond with because the backlash has been considerable. Everyone is rightfully furious about this, and I just kind of wanted to let it all simmer, let Twitch kind of marinate in this witch's cauldron here and see how they would respond to all of it. So I went and played basketball, which is why I'm very sweaty right now, and I've just got home, and it turns out they did respond. I expected them to respond with something like, "Our sincerest apologies. Earlier this afternoon, we were coming down with a severe case of big fucking idiot disease. Turns out one of our employees replaced our water with plutonium and stupid juice, so we had radioactive brain rot when we came up with this idea. We're scrapping it. We're sorry." That's what I expected. But they went in a different direction. They went with a very pathetic attempt to save face and backpedal. So we're just going to go over this whole situation from top to bottom here. It was revealed today that Twitch has put sponsored content and branded content in their crosshairs to try and fucking slap. So formats permitted with the new guidelines on branded content on Twitch are logos on stream. So branded overlays are limited to 3% of screen size at most. So any branded overlays can only be 3% of screen size. That means like if you have a G Fuel sponsorship or something, you can only have like G Fuel in the 3% of your screen area. You can no longer have burned in video ads, meaning you can't play like your own ads during it or ads of another brand that's working with you. You also can't have display ads, so like banner ads, which is a big one because a lot of sponsored game streams require banner ads, which completely removes that, which is a huge hit to most streamers. We'll get into the specifics in a moment. And then you can't have audio ads played during streams. Now they clarify what is allowed, which is branded panels on the channel page or showcasing products in the stream background or links to other sites that promote things, discussing, endorsing, or unboxing products, and playing sponsored games. The last one's a little silly considering that when you play sponsored games, part of that package almost always includes at least one of the things that is now forbidden with the new policy changes they're toying around with. Now, all of these are huge changes. A lot of streamers have talked about this. I've talked about this. The vast majority of revenue a streamer generates is through sponsorships, whether it's sponsored game deals for like X amount of hours streaming a game, or just ancillary partnerships with other brands that you will promote during your stream. That's where the majority of streamers' revenue comes from. Like almost all of the top 500 streamers, that is their biggest driver of revenue. Subs and donations are a small part compared to sponsorships. So Twitch targeting that is like the only decision they could make that legitimately would drive all of their top 500 streamers elsewhere if they can no longer pursue partnerships comfortably on the platform. This is a platform destroying moment. This is up there with Tumblr banning porn, or that day that OnlyFans decided they were going to ban porn. It is it's Armageddon for the platform. This would sink Twitch, without exaggeration. Let's talk about some more specific examples. Tournaments, video game tournaments, or even just any general events could no longer function on Twitch because for those tournaments to exist, they have sponsors. And as part of those sponsorship packages, the events, like a Smash event or a Valorant event, are obligated to play those sponsored ads during the event, which has now entered Santa Claus's naughty list here on Twitch. It's illegal. You're going to the fucking slammer, you're going to jail if you play a sponsored ad during your stream from these policy changes. So let's take, for example, Valorant. Valorant has an eBay deal. So during intermission in between games and Valorant broadcasts, they play eBay ads. Not anymore. Not anymore, Buster. You can't do that shit yet, you outlaw. Listen here, Bubba. No more of that shit. Now, there's something very interesting to note here is that YouTube actually has a similar policy that a lot of people are bringing up to compare the two right now. But Twitch's enforcement and the way that they spoke about it seems very different than the enforcement of YouTube. And from everything I've read, YouTube doesn't really enforce this policy even at all to begin with. It's just kind of there as a blanket in case things get exploited or misused. But either way, there is something comparable on YouTube, but not nearly as egregious or as frightening as what Twitch is proposing. Now, when this policy change first got announced, we immediately tried reaching out to as many people as possible for some clarity because the way that it reads seems like it's going to have a massively detrimental impact on our esports org, Moist Esports, thanks to the way we do our watch parties. And from all the information we've gathered, it seems like we're in some fucking hot water there, which is not good. Opera GX sponsors our esports team, and as part of that sponsorship deal, during our watch parties when we're cheering on our teams, we play our own custom Opera GX ads that we made ourselves with green screen, like where I'm a pirate or a fisherman, those kind of really goofy over-the-top ads, we play those. But now that whole concept is more forbidden than human transmutation in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. We can't do that anymore, which is a huge hit to our esports org, since Opera GX pays us under the expectation that we're also going to be doing those ads during our watch parties, which we can't do anymore. We also have a banner ad for Opera GX during the watch parties, which we can't use anymore. So the main two things Opera GX is sponsoring our esports org for has been banished to the fucking Shadow Realm, so what are they paying us for if we're to continue doing watch parties on Twitch? And it's entirely out of our control. It's not like we're choosing not to fulfill our obligations with Opera GX. Twitch just wouldn't allow us to, or else my channel would get banned on Twitch for doing so, I imagine. Now, Opera GX has been an extraordinary partner. I don't think they'd actually drop us for it, but they would have every reason to, because they wouldn't be able to get what they were paying for with our esports org and our watch parties anymore because Twitch isn't allowing it in its current state, at least not as it stands from their first pass of this policy. It's just so fucked up. Now, it's not just, our esports org or, top streamers or anything like that. It's any streamer that would pursue sponsorships, which is a lot of them. Big and small streamers, all of them alike, do rely on sponsorships. And this hits everybody equally. It fucks everyone in the face all the same. It is an extremely greedy and corrupt, degenerate decision from Twitch. It is fucking disgusting. It's definitely worth mentioning that I have seen some arguments being made where Twitch might follow YouTube's example here and won't enforce it strictly. Like they might just reserve this policy for bad actors only. And I guess that is entirely possible, but there's just no way of knowing. We just have to wait and see how it all plays out. But there's very clear ways this could be implemented that hurts every single person who uses the platform. And personally, I feel the reason why they're even making this policy update in the first place isn't necessarily to follow suit with YouTube or something as like a fallback protocol in case there's bad actors misusing branded content somewhere. I feel the reason they're doing it is to try and push all their streamers to do everything through Twitch. Do all of their sponsorships through their sponsorship programs, so that way they can get a cut of everything. That's how I interpret all this. That's how I feel the motivation behind it is misguided, it's mismanaged, it's completely lost, it's geriatric, it's run by octogenarians, it's out of touch, and it is desperate.
It is desperately trying to get its grubby little fingers, just plant these little piggies in each pie that happens on their platform. And that comes right out of the streamer's income. We've already seen them do that with the sub revenue, where they're dropping everyone to 50-50 sub revenue forever, non-negotiable. And now they're doing it for sponsorships, because on Twitch, all streamers, a lot of them are doing sponsorships. And when they do, Twitch sees nothing from it. They don't get any portion of sponsorships done by streamers on their platform, and that makes them furious. They got steam coming out of their ears. So this is their attempt to try and force streamers to comply with Twitch's ad incentive program, or their branded content program, such as like the Twitch Bounty Board. The Twitch Bounty Board works kind of like a sponsorship, where companies have approached Twitch to do like sponsored game deals, and streamers can go into their bounty board, click and see what's there, and then choose to take a deal where they're getting paid X amount of dollars for X amount of hours. And if they do that, Twitch gets a large portion of that income. To me, it just seems like the direction Twitch is going is do everything through us or else. It's only been 2 months since they made this announcement, where they're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands through their sponsored streaming network that they're creating. So it just seems like since Twitch offers this program, it seems like this policy change was supposed to scare streamers away from partnering with brands outside of Twitch's ecosystem here, because Twitch doesn't make any money if you get a brand deal outside of this program, whereas if you use Twitch here for their sponsored streams, Twitch makes money from it. Twitch is really trying to monopolize streamers' income, and this is something Mr. Beast just mentioned on Twitter as well. Twitch just wants to make sure that if any money is generated on their platform, they get a piece of that pie. They want that cake. They're gluttonous, and they're willing to sink as low as humanly possible to get it. It's sickening. This doesn't just affect individual streamers. Like I mentioned, it affects anyone that wants to do events on their platform as well. So let's do another example. Smash tournaments. Smash tournaments rely entirely on sponsorship revenue, like a Papa John's ad or something like that. All of it. All of their money comes from sponsorships, which means banner ads, large screen built-in ads during broadcasts, and even just full commercials during their broadcasts during intermissions. All of those things are no longer allowed if this policy goes through as written. That ruins every single gaming event that happens on Twitch right now, and generally just every single event ever. So like a music festival. Music festival is another great example. Music festivals rely heavily on sponsors too. If you watch a music festival that sometimes get broadcast on Twitch, you'll notice they have their own built-in ads as well that they'll play sometimes, depending on which one you're watching. That's no longer allowed either. So should this policy be pushed through the gates of fucking Mordor here and make it to the platform, every single event organizer is going to leave Twitch, because they legitimately will not be able to run on Twitch anymore if they can't play ads from their sponsors. And sponsors aren't going to give money to people or events if they can't have their brand be showcased, like with a banner ad or a normal commercial. If they can't get anything out of it, why the fuck would any of these brands sponsor anything on the platform? It's not going to happen. So all of the event organizers are probably going to go to places like Kick or YouTube, and I imagine most of the streamers will be going to other platforms as well, at least part-time. They won't fully invest in Twitch anymore because it's not safe or reliable to do so. Again, Twitch themselves have said, like, most streamers are getting most of their money through sponsorships, and now Twitch is hitting sponsorships. Like, they're reducing their ability to make money through sponsorships, like directly impacting them, even after recognizing how important that is to the ecosystem. So most streamers, there will be a mass exodus, I imagine. A lot of streamers have already said that they're going to do that on Twitter in response to this. So streamers are going to go to other platforms, so that way they can continue to have these sponsorship opportunities. Like, Twitch is really on the deathbed here. This policy change is the end of the platform if it goes through. Now, I've said this, I've been very open about it. When my Twitch contract ends, and I am doing my best to try and end it early, when it ends, I will be going to other platforms to stream, just to test them all out. I'll still be streaming on Twitch occasionally, but we can't even do our watch parties there anymore, which is a big thing that I love to do. So I would like to try streaming on YouTube, for example, which is why I turned on memberships on YouTube here, just in case. So it's one of those things where this is something that will destroy the platform. And Twitch must have recognized that, because they did put out a follow-up statement about an hour ago here. And I think it's trash. I think it is a terrible response. Today's branded content policy update was overly broad. This created confusion and frustration, and we apologize for that. We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers earn revenue. We wanted to clarify our existing ads policy that was intended to prohibit third-party and networks from selling burned-in video and display ads on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. We missed the mark with the policy language and will rewrite the guidelines to be clearer. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll notify the community once we've updated the language. What a load of horseradish. This is some sour fucking mustard here. Basically just saying, we're sorry you misunderstood us. Yeah, we must use too many big words for your simpleton minds, and it led to too much confusion, so we're sorry for that. We'll make sure to dumb it down into layman's terms going forward. When that's just not the case. It's not like you put out a broad statement that had a lot of misinterpretation or misconstruing of the information. You laid out pictures. Like, you literally made it as simple and specific as possible, down to exact percentages of how much it could take up on screen. 3%. That's not broad. Like, you specifically laid it all out with fucking pictures. Like, I don't know why they're trying to play this angle that it was just too broad and confusing and people misunderstood it. You made it clear what your intention was. I don't think there was any misunderstanding here. This is just a really sad attempt to try and save face, like, oh, no, we didn't mean what you guys are saying. No, we meant something totally different. Brother, you laid out a picture book of the new policy changes. Like, it doesn't get more clear than that. Now, again, this is just very obvious backpedaling here, but at least just own it. Just be like, hey, guys, look, we fucked up. We're lost. We don't know what we're doing at Twitch, guys. Look, everything's on fire over here. Employees are getting let go left and right. Our CEO's 96 years old. He's a fucking fossil. Like, we just don't know what's going on. You know, we can't steer the ship correctly, so we fucked up with this idea. We're just desperately trying to get a couple more doubloons out of the platform and don't know how. Like, at least that would have been honest. As opposed to going down this path where it's like, sorry, it was confusing and you guys didn't understand us. And then the ultimate cherry on top of the shit cake is they still, in their response, don't explain what they're doing. They're still not explaining what the new policy is doing. They're just saying, okay, we'll rewrite it. Okay, but so what did we get wrong? What did we misunderstand then? The only thing they add even a little bit of clarity to is that it's supposed to target third-party ad networks. Like, I suppose there's some companies that have programs that will pump branded content onto some streams, and it kind of competes with Twitch's own built-in display ads. It's something I've never heard of and had to do some serious digging to find, because it's not exactly a prevalent issue on the platform from everything I'm reading, but there are a couple of companies that will pump their own ads onto streamers' streams, like burn in ads onto their streams, and when those pop up during a stream, that makes money for that third-party company, not Twitch, and sometimes the streamer gets a kickback from that as well, but it's not like a true sponsorship partnership deal. It's like a ad network having their own, basically having their own display ads on Twitch without it being Twitch display ads, if that makes any sense. It's very niche. Like, if that truly was what they were trying to target, this is a very overblown response and exaggerated reaction to it. They went nuclear on it with this whole song and dance they've made out of it. It's very clear Twitch wants to facilitate every sponsorship deal through their platform so they get a cut of it. They've announced like the ad incentive program, as well as they even have their own new branded content program to get sponsorships through them, and they get a portion of all of that. So they want to make sure that streamers are kind of coerced into using those programs so that way Twitch can get more money out of them, as opposed to having their own agents, their own managers, or their own connections to these brands to work directly with them, where Twitch doesn't see any money from those sponsorships. It's very clear why they want to do this. It's just a fucked up thing to do, and it ruins the whole platform by trying to implement this policy, because no one's going to stay there. There's competition. Twitch isn't the only platform for streaming. You can go elsewhere, and many streamers will and are actively. Even with a full walk back here, and they like completely just eat shit publicly and say like, look, we're not going down this path anymore. Everything's going to stay the same. You can still do sponsorships, no problem. Even if they do that, the trust is gone. Most streamers are still going to look elsewhere because Twitch has shown their hand. They've shown their whole ass here. Twitch is more than comfortable not only taking money away from streamers' sub-revenue, but just taking money away from streamers in general across the board, even on things they have no part in, which is sponsorships. Like, if a creator gets their own sponsorship, they should have full reign, full rights to do whatever they want with it, when streaming. Twitch shouldn't be getting a cut of sponsorship deals that you yourself are getting, or your manager or team or whatever is getting. That is outrageous. That is such a fucking overreach, and it's disgusting. The greed has single-handedly destroyed Twitch. I don't know how it bounces back. Like, the reputation is beyond ruined. And like I mentioned, even if a full walk back on everything here takes place, I still see a ton of streamers streaming elsewhere. Maybe not full-time, but they'll dip their toes into plenty of other platforms just to try them out, because it's not safe to commit fully to being on Twitch. There's no reason to be exclusive on Twitch anymore. That's just not something most people will want to do.
Yesterday, a very popular YouTuber named Corey Kinshin posted an absolute bombshell of a video accusing YouTube of some awful things and explained the whole situation that led to the claims, and he does not hold back. The gloves were off and the chef's hat was on because he just started cooking their ass. Now, of course, it's not unusual for a YouTuber to make a video criticizing the platform. It happens every day because YouTube is a company that very, very rarely gets anything right. So it's constantly catching more shit than a Walmart toilet, and rightfully so. But even with hourly uploads of everything wrong with YouTube, the problems that Corey Kinshin highlights are some that I haven't ever really even seen discussed before. The video's titled YouTube Racism and Favoritism, and it was actually the #1 trending video all day yesterday, and right now it's the #2, which means this is the front page of YouTube. This is the #1 video on YouTube, so I bet they're thrilled about that. Corey Kinshin has over 14 million subscribers, so this is a video that carries a lot of weight.
You guys either play favorites, you are racist, or it's a mix of the two. These are the three options, YouTube.
It's a pretty aggressive intro, but he is rightfully upset about unfair treatment he's been experiencing. So after going through what he's gone through, he believes that there's only really 3 possible conclusions to draw from it, where it's either YouTube policy team playing favorites, members of the policy team being racist, or some combination of the two. Now, before getting into the specifics of the situation, I'd like to say I think most people have been aware of favoritism on YouTube for quite a while. You know, it's not exactly like the Krabby Patty secret formula. It's not hush hush. I think everyone has recognized that there is some level of favoritism on the platform. I mean, there's even that viral video from a few years ago where the CEO of YouTube said to Juice WRLD that they need to pump his numbers up, which indicates artificial growth. It means that they have at least some capability of boosting channels, whether that's through the algorithm and pushing it to more people, or just inflating it themselves for channels they deem worthwhile and good for business. And the inverse is likely true, where they can hide channels they think are problematic and bad for business. So favoritism is something that people have been loosely aware of for a long time. And also when it comes to, mainstream media sources, like late night show hosts have much more leeway than an average YouTuber. They can say and do a lot of things that get normal YouTubers demonetized or age restricted or straight up striked. And that doesn't apply to the big boys in the scene. So favoritism is something I think most people know exists on YouTube. That's not like a conspiracy theory. However, the claims that Corey is about to make against the YouTube policy team in regards to racism are pretty interesting.
August 18th, I uploaded The Mortuary Assistant. A lot of you would know it got age restricted. I saw that all these other YouTubers were playing The Mortuary Assistant, and only my video seemed to be age restricted. So I appealed the restriction. Hey guys, I'm not sure why mine got age restricted. Could you look into this? Appeal rejected.
This isn't the whole situation, it's just the beginning. I already want to talk about something in particular though, the appeal system. Corey mentions that after appealing, he was denied, rejected pretty quickly. That's the norm. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've ever even heard about an appeal being overturned. That just never happens. The only time an appeal doesn't lead to rejection is when you make a trending hashtag about it on Twitter. You make a big hoopla on Twitter, and then YouTube will go to your appeal and, make it in your favor. But if you don't do that, if you don't stir up a shitstorm and start throwing sand in YouTube's face on Twitter, they won't bother. I'm very confident that there is no human being in the review process for appeals. In fact, I would wager my anal virginity that there is no human being that looks at appeals. And if I'm wrong, then I fully invite the YouTube policy head to come raw dog me. I am so fucking confident that there is no human being that looks at those appeals, because they always, almost always, end in rejection and standing with the initial decision, even when it's blatantly wrong. The algorithm makes mistakes.
But the appeal is supposed to bring a human being into the equation to look at it, investigate the case, and decide whether or not it was an algorithmic error or a correct enforcement. And there are times where it was just outright incorrect, just outright wrong, and they will still stand with that decision. So I just don't think the appeal system works. That needs a drastic overhaul ASAP.
Only my video got age restricted. My YouTube rep, who isn't on the policy team, he looked at my video and he said, hey, it could possibly be this part at the end about it. So I looked at that part. The first thing I did was try to find other YouTubers who had that part, or at least a part similar. So I go to Markiplier's Mortuary Assistant Part 3, and he had the same situation going on, and his video wasn't age restricted.
Corey explains that after the appeal was rejected, he talked to his YouTube rep who speculated as to why they decided to enforce the age restriction, and he highlighted a potential problem with the ending of the game that was in his video. So Corey then went to other videos to try and find that exact same part, and he found it in one of Markiplier's videos, which wasn't age restricted, yet had the exact same content that Corey's did. So he was left confused. Why is Markiplier's video okay, but his isn't? Now I want to immediately squash the argument I know a few people will make that Cory Kenshin might not be as advertiser friendly as Markiplier, which is why Markiplier is being favored by YouTube here. That just doesn't work, because Markiplier still says bad words. He'll say fuck and shit and damn, you know, he'll squeeze in some naughty words. Cory Kenshin is squeaky clean. He doesn't say any naughty words. He even censors bad words in the games that he plays in the videos. He is the more advertiser-friendly creator. So it's not just YouTube playing favorites for whoever's more advertiser and brand friendly. It's not the case, because if it was, Cory would be the winner there. So it definitely has to be something else at play for why they demonetized Cory and not Mark. Now, if you've been around my channel for a while, you might remember I went through an almost identical situation a couple years ago. I made a video on a fake road rage incident and got an entire strike for it from YouTube, a policy guideline strike from YouTube for it. And I found that exact same clip that I was talking about in one of Markiplier's videos that wasn't age restricted, demonetized, or anything. I was so angry. I was wiggling in rage. I was so upset I couldn't sit still in my chair, so I made this video talking about it, and then I made a big stink on Twitter. And Markiplier actually came to my rescue, like a fucking hero of justice, a symbol, like Batman. He came in and said, fair is fair, where is my strike, YouTube? And YouTube responded, not by getting rid of my strike, but by striking Markiplier's video as well. So now both of us ended up with a strike, and Markiplier made a video talking about that, and eventually YouTube decided to rescind both strikes, saying that it was an overreaction to things and it was a mistake on their part. But obviously you can see the problem here. They're not enforcing their rules equally across the platform, and they're just not enforcing them properly at all. There was no reason that video should have ever resulted in a strike by any stretch of imagination. I can understand the algorithm having a bit of a oopsie, a little boo-boo there, and mistaking a fake comical road rage for a real incident, but the appeal process is supposed to come in there where a human being looks at it and within 3 seconds should be like, oh, this is clearly a joke. But that never happened because I don't believe humans actually review the content. I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, the rules aren't enforced appropriately or equally. So kind of similar situation, but not exactly the same as what Cory's been going through with YouTube here. However, I do find it interesting that Markiplier is present in both of these cases. I feel so bad for Markiplier. He's done nothing wrong. He just keeps getting dragged into these disputes here with YouTube.
So I send the video to my YouTube rep. I say, hey, Markiplier has this situation in his video, but his isn't age restricted. Could you send that to the policy team and see what they say about that? They came back and they removed my age restriction. They took it off. After they already rejected my appeal. I expected them to triple down and give Markiplier an age restriction too. But they looked at Mark's video and they used that to verify my innocence.
After being confronted with evidence, the policy team folds and gets rid of the age restriction on Cory's video, but he decides to press forward by trying to get an explanation for why it was okay for Markiplier and not okay for him. Why isn't it the same ruling, and why is it only now, after being confronted, that they decide to get rid of the age restriction after already denying his appeal?
So I send my YouTube rep a lengthy email detailing my feelings about the entire situation. So my YouTube rep assures me he's going to continue this dialogue with the policy team. So another day, another 2 days go by, and what do you know? They re-age restricted the video. They re-age restricted the video. I say, no way did they do that. I go to Markiplier's video now, and now his video is age restricted.
Yeah, it's pure pandemonium and chaos at the YouTube policy headquarters now. They re-age restricted Corey's video and then slapped Markiplier with an age restriction as well. So they panicked, clearly. After being confronted and after Corey's email as well as the phone call he had with the YouTube rep, they obviously caught wind of what was happening. Corey Kenshin was wondering why he was being unfairly treated by the YouTube policy team. No one else got age restrictions, it was just him. So he pressed further, pressed harder, and the policy team reacted by bringing back the age restriction to him and Markiplier. So it's like, hey, no, look, everything's good now. Now everything's even, right? We enforce this equally across the creators, so we're good here, right? No, obviously. Corey is rightfully upset. He was treated unfairly. And since YouTube is so unbelievably shit at giving clear answers to anything, Corey can only speculate as to what happened here. And he draws the potential conclusion that maybe someone or some members of the YouTube policy team are racist. Maybe they targeted Corey because of the color of his skin. And it's not a far-fetched thing to think either. In fact, Ludwig, when he interviewed Susan, and Ludwig also made a mogul mail talking about this exact video I'm talking about and brought up some great points, the strongest one being is there are human beings on that policy team, and there are sometimes biases with members of those teams. You know, they're human beings, and some of them are going to have biases. And there is the potential that someone there is sexist or racist. And Ludwig brings up good points about that. For example, his girlfriend's podcast gets demonetized way more than his does. And so he brings that up. Susan, the CEO, denies that it's a possibility, but it is a real possibility. And Corey is absolutely right in thinking that it could be a real possibility that someone on that policy team that has the decision-making power might be racist. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? And Corey also brings up another great point, which is every time Corey comes back, Corey takes hiatuses in between his content creation. Sometimes he'll be gone for like 4 or 5 months. And he'll come back and explode. He'll get #1 trending like every single day for 3 weeks straight. And then every time, like clockwork, he's hit with some kind of YouTube controversy. Last time it was getting a strike due to something from like a 4-year-old video, a 3-year-old video or something like that out of nowhere. And it's only when Corey comes back and starts getting popular again do they do something like this with age restriction or a strike or something like that. But in the breaks he takes, like the 5 months, the 9 months that he's not on YouTube, he never has problems. They don't strike anything. They don't, age restrict anything. It's only when he's back being popular that this kind of issue arises. And it's always over nothing. Like I said, Corey is probably one of the most advertiser brand-friendly content creators there is in the gaming space. He doesn't say bad words or anything bad. He even censors that kind of shit in the content of his video, like from the games he plays. So he goes the extra mile to be as brand-friendly and advertiser-friendly and family-friendly as you can be. So it can't be an issue of him just being, too hardcore for YouTube to support. That's just not the case. It has to be something else. Something maybe going wrong with the algorithm or potentially actual racism at the YouTube policy team. It's not impossible. Of course, there's no concrete evidence that there's any racists on the policy team, but since YouTube can't communicate these decisions, all you can do is guess as to the reason why things happen. Why was Corey the only one getting age restricted? We don't know. His YouTube representative doesn't fully know. The only ones that do are the policy team, and they don't communicate. So all you can do. Who is the most influential streamer on Twitch right now? This is an argument that a lot of people like to engage in. It becomes this ferocious debate, and most people usually go to like the top sub channels or the channels with the most viewers. So you'll have people talking about XQC being the face of Twitch, or Kai Cenat, or Jinxie. However, if you ask me, I think the most influential streamer on Twitch right now is Morgpie. She defines the meta on Twitch. She is the primordial soup from which the meta evolves from. It's like that scene in Prometheus where they have the engineer drink that shit and then it basically seeds life on Earth. That is her to the sexual content community on Twitch. And she is so powerful that the Twitch policy team has to constantly be monitoring her at her mercy, basically. She has the Twitch meta wrapped around her finger when it comes to this niche of content. You probably know her name because she was the pioneer that innovated the topless meta, the implied nudity meta, which went hog wild. This was so big that the Twitch policy team actually had to come forward and make a statement and a guidelines update kind of addressing all of these things. She did receive a ban for it, but like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop Morgpie, you can only hope to contain her. She's actually received 6 bans so far, 4 of which came within a month of each other. There's been 2 in December alone. And she's showing no signs of slowing down. It's like Galactus. She's on a rampage right now, looking for new ways to innovate in the sexual content on Twitch. Now, she also, shortly after being unbanned, engaged in a new emerging meta that also blew up called the censored black bar meta, where streamers would be assumed nude and have black bars over their genitals. And this was another meta for which she participated and helped elevate to new heights. And it got so big that Boogie actually went on stream just completely naked, just stripped down to his bare necessities here, his birthday suit. His explanation for this head-scratching display was that his body self-censors itself. Because his gut hangs down so low, you can't see his wiener or his scrotum or anything like that. His nutsack is fully hidden. So if the black bars on nude streamers are permissible on Twitch, then him being completely naked should be permissible because you can't see anything. He did receive a ban for it, and I believe other streamers that were engaging in this censor bar meta also received a ban for it. But Morgpie has been unbanned again, and she immediately hopped back on the saddle with another wacky idea here. She's like the Jimmy Neutron of sexual content on Twitch, just constantly having these brain blasts for new things to try. And I just have to show you this most recent one because it is just downright comical.
Oh my god! No annoying neighbors!
There is just so much going on here, so many layers to this onion to pick apart. This is like a Rube Goldberg machine of sexual content. I don't even know where to begin. So let's just start with the visuals here. There's so much here in this one frame. Let's focus our attention on the very tiny kiddie pool behind her. The smallest pool that Walmart has ever offered. It's a fucking kiddie pool for ants. It's like 1 foot by 1 foot, and she has like the littlest amount of water in there. Like 2 glasses worth of water in there, basically. But the reason that's there is because Twitch has a policy where you can't be in like a bikini or a bathing suit unless there's a pool in proximity. So that's her way around that so she can get in the hot tubs category. She then also has a mirror positioned behind her so you can see her ass jiggling on the earthquake machine that she's balancing on. I don't exactly know what that device is, the Ass Jiggler 5000. She's going to town on a shake weight, and then she also has a small piece of paper with her Twitch link there, her username, twitch.tv/Morgpie. That's there because she knows these clips go viral on Twitter, so it's easy marketing and easy advertisement, so that way you can immediately see where it comes from.
Reading the signs of my body. I want tonight, no, my hips don't lie. Not a lumberjack, thank you for the prime.
Consider yourself lucky. We're bearing witness to a once-in-a-generation savant, a genius in the laboratory, cooking up a brand new meta right before our eyes. So that's kind of the whole gist of it. Stand on top of the whole body vibrator, shaking the shake weight, and then thanking subs by, you know, getting the thangs thangin'. And that's the idea behind it. This is still brand new, so it hasn't caught fire yet. But we'll see. We'll see if this one catches on the same way the topless and censor bar meta did. But at the end of the day, this really is a Twitch itself problem. They don't crack down on any of this in any meaningful way. They give like a day ban, like a 24-hour, 48-hour, 72-hour ban for this. And that's not like a really severe punishment. She is one of the fastest growing channels on Twitch because of doing these things. So she's not going to stop. Why would she? It really is a classic case of don't hate the player, hate the game. And the game is, they're not even playing the game. Twitch is just so hands off on all this. They seem to roll back that artistic nudity policy almost immediately and then called it quits. Like, it doesn't seem like this kind of content they want there, because they do keep issuing short bans, but they don't take any real stance and they don't make any statements on it. So why would Mordpie or any of the other streamers stop doing it? It makes them a ton of money. It grows all of their socials wildly fast. And again, if Twitch isn't saying anything or doing anything to stop it, then obviously they're not going to stop providing this content to the platform, because it makes them so much money. Now, I do think Mordpie is going to catch another short ban, but I speculate, I theorize that she'll be back with another really wild idea, and I am super curious as to what the next meta she tries to bring forth will look like. I'm anticipating the next one has even more bells and whistles. Like, there'll be a 6-camera setup or something, right? And one of them's like an endoscopy cam, so you can actually see her vocal folds when she says thank you to the subs or something. Like, I'm just now very curious as to, like, her think tank that is coming up with these ideas, because this one is so wild to me. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit, because the Twitch meta, when it comes to this kind of content, is really going wild over the last... There's an expression called misery loves company, and today I realized that that's kind of like the philosophy of how I live my life. Whenever I see something that makes me upset, I share it with all of you. If I see something that's embarrassing or gross and yucky, I make sure all of you have to see it and experience it as well. If I have to be traumatized by turbo cringe, so does everybody else. I go full scorched earth, I salt the soil, making sure everyone also has to feel my agony. And I even do that in real life with my friends too. Like, if I eat a piece of food that I'm a little concerned might not be fully cooked, like a little raw, and I get concerned about like a foodborne illness, I'll see if any of my friends will eat it too, so that way we can share in the sickness together, so I'm not alone. It's always met with a resounding no, and go fuck yourself, but I at least still do give the attempt. Point is, today I realized that I do that a lot, and I'm about to do it again. There is a trend of streamers that I've talked about quite a few times over the last few years that always make me infuriated. It is the distracted drivers streamers. I'm sure you've seen a lot of streams that take place in a car where a streamer is literally reading chat while driving. It is unbelievably dangerous, irresponsible, and just an absolute terrible thing to do. And I'm always surprised that there's not more huge accidents that occur as a result of it. It of course not only endangers their life, but the lives of all of the innocent people on the road around them, simply because the streamer can't fight the urge to look at chat to read Omega lol and look at ASCII art of some big tits. It's fucking stupid. Now, it is bannable on Twitch. I'm not saying that they're flying under the radar and Twitch is doing nothing about it. When Twitch is made aware of a streamer that is clearly reading chat while driving, they do take action. Now, that's not to say that all driving streams are prohibited, because they are still allowed as long as a passenger is the one that's reading chat, not the driver, so that way it's a little bit safer. But unfortunately, about once a month, there's some little worms that pop out from the shadow that decide to do a driving stream because they're the main character of life, they're the fucking protagonist, and everyone else on the road is just their props, so they'll hop in their car and just be reading chat the whole time from their phone, putting everyone around them at risk. And that brings us to my least favorite streamer on Twitch. I'm not going to say her name, but 3 days ago, she was streaming while driving, reading chat on her phone, and she ran over someone's dog. And I'm clearly not going to show you the actual running over the dog, because it's very hard to watch and extremely hard to listen to, because the animal is wailing in pain for like 45 seconds before the clip cuts off. It's fucking awful.
Stuka, stukło przed chwilą. Kurwa, nie wiesz jak wtedy... Jezus, ile tu psów! Pewnie jakaś macieczkę.
It's at that moment she runs over somebody's pet because she was too busy reading chat on her phone. She even mentioned that there were a lot of dogs around, and then still made the decision to constantly be reading fucking chat. And it's not like they were saying anything insightful. Like, you can see the chat right there on the screen. There's nothing that is urgent that she needs to be looking down for. It's not like some kind of fucking speed situation where she needs to be reading chat every X amount of seconds or the car's gonna blow up. She could have just not done that, and the person's pet would have probably not been hit. So this fucking clown here that's dressed like Curious George couldn't help but be reading her fucking chat and then ran over a dog. Clearly this made me very upset, so I wanted to share it with all of you so you'd also be upset. Good news is she did get banned for this, but I also think she should be facing criminal charges. Distracted driving, texting while driving, all of that. It's not a joke. Like, at all. And this is a step above texting and driving, I would argue. Because if you go back and watch her clips, she is staring at that phone for like fucking 5-10 seconds at a time. It's not even like she's just like doing one of these. Not that that's any better, but like she was like reading it as if she was like trying to get through a goddamn like Magic Treehouse book on her phone. You know, you would have thought that she was going over important legal documents with the amount of time she spent fucking reading her phone in the car while driving. Obviously, this situation gets me heated. I'm like a microwave with tinfoil in it right now. It is extremely upsetting to see this happen, and this is far from the only case of it. It's just the most recent. There's been plenty of car accidents from streamers reading chat, but usually it just involves them getting into single car accidents like this goofball here who crashed into a parking barrier while reading chat. I also remember seeing one on YouTube where a guy was arguing with someone in chat and then ran a stop sign and got T-boned by a fucking semi-truck. It looked like something out of a Final Destination movie. And to make it worse, he clearly lost the argument because he got hit by a fucking car while arguing. That's an instant L on that entire confrontation, so the chatter even walked away with the dub. It's not uncommon, it's not that rare. Somehow there's always these pathetic little worms, smooth-brained, stupid-head idiots that'll pop on a live stream and then just start reading chat while driving, and it leads to situations like this. And among all of these champions of Darwinism is my least favorite streamer, that lady I just showed you. She was a Polish streamer before she got banned for this, and hopefully she faces criminal charges for it as well. I definitely think that's appropriate, or at the very least, losing her license. I've always been very open and honest about my stance of drunk drivers and how there's absolutely no sympathy I feel for anyone drunk driving. I think the laws should absolutely slap the fuck out of them. Drunk driving has no excuse, and I feel the same about distracted driving when it's as blatant as this. It's been translated what she was saying, and she said, according to this, "Jesus, how many dogs are here?" And then after saying that, goes right back to looking at her phone. So she recognized that there were dogs around the area, and then still decided to read chat because she had got a little notification. That's like actual baby brain shit. It makes me question if she ever developed object permanence. She took notice of dogs around the area, and then assumed they vanished when she looked at her phone or something, like, oh, I can't see them anymore, they must have just fucking phased out of existence, and then she hits one. Like, that is some shit like out of a video game, when you critique, like, bad AI in a game. Like, when a guard sees you, he's like, oh, who is that? I see you over there. But then you like go into a tall bush and he's like, must have been the wind. Like, that's her brain. Like, that must be like how her mind works. The second she can't see something, it ceases to exist. It's clearly very frustrating to me. And I just wanted to vent about this after seeing it today. I just wanted to share it with all of you so you could also be upset about it. And I just wanted to show you who my least... I'm confident all of you know this, but YouTube actually allows some very interesting content under its education policy. So if they deem that the content is intended to serve an educational purpose, you're allowed to get away with almost anything. And heavens to Betsy, I tell ya, sports fans, it does include nudity. Many of you might remember a scandal from a few years back on how a lot of shady content creators were skirting this policy by posting porn, but calling it education. There used to just be porn scenes that were dropped on here under the defense of it being educational for like sex ed. That kind of got, banished to the shadow realm, but that whole idea of education allowing nudity has been exploited for a long time. Another big one was naked yoga. I actually think this one's still around. It's just not as prevalent as it was a few years ago after their crackdown on it. But basically it was, porn, but they'd throw in a couple of yoga poses in the beginning while being nude. But a lot of times the yoga wasn't actual poses, like it's not real yoga. They'd have shit like, behold, this one is the stuffed turkey, and then they start fingering themselves. Or this is a partner yoga pose, so get an assistant here, get into a downward dog position and have them blow a raspberry on your pussy. It'll help you unlock the 7th inner gate of taijutsu like Might Guy from Naruto. It's integral to aligning your chakras. It was basically just, again, exploiting this educational policy on YouTube in order to post porn. So, after this long-winded explanation of the YouTube educational policy and how it can allow nudity on the platform, it's time to talk about what's brought this up. A YouTuber is absolutely blowing up right now thanks to one video they made. A tutorial on how to nair your asshole. and he doesn't pull any punches here. There's no smoke and mirrors, there's no censorship here. It just immediately the video blasts you with an anus jump scare. Within the first 4 seconds, he spreads his cheeks at the camera like he's preparing to show you a magic trick, and then bang, it's the whole chocolate factory on display. And again, there's no censorship or anything like that. And then nares his ass. And it has over 10 million views in the last week. It's been going super viral with people being shocked and stunned that it's allowed on YouTube. Because I guess a lot of people weren't familiar with this educational policy loophole on nudity for YouTube. So a lot of people were just like taken aback by it and now joking around about it. And this success from the video kind of snowballed his entire channel. Now he has quite a few videos with well over 1 million and 2 million views. I tell you, the trickle-down economics from the asshole hair extermination content really did wonders for his whole brand here. And from what I can tell, this seems to be the only video he's made where there's nudity in it, but I didn't do the deepest dive on his content, so I don't know if that's 100% accurate or not, but this is by far his biggest one. It really is a wild situation when you stop and think about it. In the modern landscape of YouTube, people are afraid of naughty swear words, so they'll censor themselves, so that way they can stay monetized. Meanwhile, this guy said, "Fuck that, here's my ass, and here's how you nair it, if any of you need to nair your hairy ass as well." And he's like actually exploding because of it. But anyway, we went over it more on stream, and it led to a really deep and insightful conversation on swamp ass. So I'm just gonna put all those clips here now. There's a YouTuber named Kevin Leonard who used nair on his butthole on camera. People keep saying that. Is this like a really popular video or something? How to douche your butt. A detailed guide. How to safely shave your pubes. Butt plugs. How to finger your butt. Why you need to shart after he comes in your butt. And it just shows like full nudity? I mean, it's educational. I mean, yeah, it is educational, I suppose. Someone's got to teach you how to use nair on your chocolate starfish, I guess. The thumbnails can go crazy. It's just a picture of him smiling and it says, nair on butt. He literally goatsies his ass 3 seconds into the video. I mean, it's only a 3-minute video, so at the very least, he's not putting any filler content for the mid-rolls. He's right into the here's how you nair your butt. That's wild. Yeah, these videos are extremely popular. The nairing your butt has 8.7 million views in 9 days. He's a star. What's a nair? It's that thing that like burns your hair off. It's supposed to be for like, you know, if you want to get rid of your armpit hair, you nair it. That kind of thing. Shave your asshole for a video now? Nah. I shaved my ass a couple times. Like, not with nair or anything like that. I didn't chemically obliterate the hair on my ass. But I tried to do it to get rid of swamp ass because I thought it would help. Because it's always hot in Florida. So I used to get swamp ass pretty bad. It didn't help. It just made it a lot worse. It just made it like much damper. Because at least the hair worked as like some kind of like shag carpet to catch it. So it didn't just make my cheeks all slippery. But once that was gone, they were able to just fucking flood. So it didn't help with the swamp ass, long story short. So I don't bother doing it anymore. Did you ever cure it? Yeah, it actually just kind of went away when I got older. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, my ass just stopped being swampy as I aged. Maybe out of fear. Didn't want to be shaved again, so it stopped. Ass dried up. Yeah. Out of swamp juice. Which is a good thing. I'm happy that it's no longer a real issue. Childhood allergies? Brother, you think I was shaving my ass as a child? What the fuck? No, man, I was like in college. No, it wasn't childhood allergies that caused my swamp ass. No. It had nothing to do with anything. I love that idea, though, that you could have an allergic reaction to something and your ass just gets swampy. Like, oh my god, wait, is there peanuts in this? Oh god, no. You just fucking leaking out your pants. Fuck! I told you no peanuts, damn it! God, blast! You should see a doctor if your ass is leaking. Oh, well, I mean, if your ass is leaking, maybe, yeah, but swamp ass is super normal. Just sweat. It's just sweat, and it gets swampy because it's your fucking brown balloon knot, so it's gonna be swampy. My asshole does not sweat. I don't know why you're coming in here and lying. You're not impressing anyone, big man. Everyone's ass sweats. Like, your whole body is literally designed to sweat. Just different levels of it. Maybe you live a pretty sedentary life and you haven't noticed it. This was very brave of you. My ass sweats a lot sometimes. I'll leave spots on a fabric seat. You're among friends here, pal. Don't worry. This is a no judgment zone. Oh yeah, we've been getting into scientific topics for the last hour. Fucking microplastics, phytoestrogen from soy, now swamp ass. Yeah, we've covered pretty much all of the main anatomy and physiology 101 course topics, honestly. We got the whole goddamn rubric knocked out. These are fucking stupid ass terms, brother. I'm actually fucking fuming right now. You probably can't tell because trying to read my emotions is like trying to read hieroglyphics, but take my word for it. I'm more upset than Dan Bilzerian finding out about taxes. I'm genuinely fucking livid. Let me explain why I'm so mad. Yesterday, I covered the very disturbing topic of the animal abuse community on YouTube, all kind of fostered because of YouTube's reluctance to ban an account called Pollution Entertainment that was notorious for murdering his cats on camera and making videos torturing them posted onto YouTube. I'd like to add he never got a strike for any of those videos. Those videos were never even removed by YouTube. He deleted them himself. And even though authorities were involved and mainstream media picked it up and the entire platform rallied against Pollution, begging YouTube to take action, to this day, 2 years later, his account is still up. And yesterday I talked about that and the consequence of leaving that account up. And it's that he's inspired an entire community of animal abusers to murder their cats on YouTube and post videos of it. It spawned an entire trend. And it's disturbing, it's sad, it's despicable, it's fucking sickening, and YouTube should lose sleep over it, but they won't because they're still just going to have wet dreams about this algorithm that somehow they believe keeps them safe and is benevolent, doing a great job, even though it is beyond flawed and rarely ever gets anything right. As a little update to the video I made yesterday, one of the accounts I showed, Angela Alvarez, has been terminated, so that's some good news. At least one of them's down. It's absolutely fucking deplorable, and I'm only scratching the surface. There's another massive trend with channels that have hundreds of thousands of subs where they pretend they're rescuing animals from, like, truck tires. There's one big one in particular. A channel will put puppies and dogs under truck tires, run over the dogs a little bit. While the dog's screaming, they'll turn on the camera, run over, and rescue it for the sake of their YouTube views. It's fucking disgusting stuff, and it's pretty clear that they put the animals in these positions to rescue them. They'll throw them in snakes and be like, holy shit, get these snakes off, we're trying to save a dog, look how great this is, thumbs up, don't forget. These channels don't even do a good job of making it seem like they're actually rescuing animals. They'll have a video like, holy shit, this German Shepherd puppy tried to hang itself in my basement. They'll have the fucking dog in a noose and be like, holy shit, get down from there, what are you thinking, suicide's not the answer. And then take the dog down, the dog's really in fucking rough shape because of this. And then they'll try and make it be some kind of happy, uplifting video, even though it's clear that these people are evil. YouTube has basically become live leak for animals. There's just so much terrible shit in regards to hurting animals on the platform, and I just don't understand why YouTube keeps turning a blind eye to it, it feels like, because they still haven't even addressed the pollution thing. I really just don't get YouTube's priorities. They are so quick to ban a channel like Leafy is here because he made too many Pokemon videos, but they will take their sweet fucking time in actually addressing real crimes like child abuse. And you remember Daddy05, the family that was abusing their children for views and subscribers on YouTube for a long time? Authorities had to fucking like beg YouTube to do something about it before they actually finally acted on it. They just seem to be so reluctant to actually address real crimes and problems like animal abuse and child abuse. It really feels like they just don't give a fuck. At least not about things that matter.
So a few days ago, almost a week ago now, one of my videos was taken down called Road Rager Learns a Hard Lesson. It's a fake staged video in a Russian dash cam where a man gets out of his car, bangs on a van's window, and then SpongeBob, Mickey Mouse, the squirrel from Ice Age, and some purple ass-beating elephant cartoon character all get out of the van. It's mascots, and then they get into a little fight and then run away, and that's the end of the video. I was just making jokes about it, and YouTube removed it for violent and graphic content. In what is clearly a staged, viral YouTube video that 5 years ago was huge, there are still dozens, if not hundreds of uploads of the exact same video still on YouTube with no issue, and people talking about it with no issue. For some reason, they have decided to target mine. And okay, it's happened in the past, I understand mistakes happen, so I appealed it. Well, within 2 days, it was rejected. Okay, so I take it up the ladder. As I've mentioned before with my company, Human Media Group, we actually work very closely with YouTube and have had nothing but a positive relationship with them. The partnership division is great. My YouTube partner contact has been absolutely wonderful. The sports and entertainment department at YouTube we work very closely with at Human Media Group has been fucking great. But when I took this to them, this is out of their hands. This is not any of their departments. This goes to some fucking rogue syndicate Illuminati shadow splinter cell division that I guess they just lock in cells or trap in dark cages for decades until they lose touch with humanity and they treat them like zoo animals, because this department is so disconnected from the most basic understanding of human concepts. They believed my road rage video was genuine, shocking, disgusting, and overwhelmingly disturbing to the point that it needed to be removed from the platform. Which is fucking weird that they felt that way about a staged road rage video, but don't feel that for videos where their animals are being brutally murdered by baseball bats and blood and guts are flying all over the fucking place, even in the thumbnail. It's weird that they feel that for a fake road rage incident where SpongeBob is throwing a few slaps to a man. It's unbelievable to me. Now, again, I mentioned the great departments we work with at YouTube. In fact, I'd argue the majority of YouTube genuinely does care from behind the scenes. I think a lot of the departments are really on the side of creators and want to make it better. But there is a few groups like this one in particular that just completely ruin it and ruin YouTube's reputation and image as a result of it. Now, all of these departments are really isolated from one another, so everyone I've talked to at YouTube doesn't have like a direct means of communication with this manual review team. They only talk through emails or like pigeon carriers. I really don't even know. They don't have a way of actually having a one-on-one communication conversation or anything except through email. Which right away represents a problem. When everyone's not on the same page or the same team with the same understanding of what is and isn't allowed, that's already a problem. If they're not easily accessible and you can only talk to them through email, that's not good. Everyone I talked to didn't agree with this decision that they've made here. And I'm not even convinced that this manual review team has actual human beings on it. Maybe I've watched too many conspiracy theories, so I got a big old tinfoil condom now. But I really feel like it's some kind of AI, just another algorithm or some kind of fucking neural network looking at these things and making these decisions. Me even go one step further, maybe they're deep faking Keanu Reeves' face on the body of a mannequin at the office to trick people into thinking there's a human being working in this department. I really don't know, because it would take an actual human being only one watch of my video to recognize that the video is fake and it's not intended to be shocking or disgusting. It's just meant for jokes. In the video, none of the punches even connect. All the punches are pulled. All the kicks are pulled. This is actually what it looks like in Drama Club when you're simulating a fight. The video is a staged stunt, and it takes a human being only one watch of the video to recognize that, even if you don't look into it, which you can, and find that it's fake. It's unbelievable to me that they would not only maintain this decision, but say that this is such an extreme case of shocking and disgusting content that it needed to be removed, and I needed to be punished with a strike on my channel for it. The way they make it sound makes it feel like I'd have a better chance of getting in contact with this team if I wrote my problem on a fucking rock and threw it as hard as I could out my window. Maybe then they'd actually see the problem. Every department I've talked to has no direct means of communication with them, and I'm talking heads of these departments have no way of getting in fucking contact with this fucking group here. You know how alarming that is? They actually shared with me the message they sent in regards to the road rage video they took down. It's 2 lines. It is one line that says, "We are maintaining our decision to keep the video down," and the second line is a copy and paste of the rules regarding shocking content that's taken right off the Google help page. That's it. There's no conversation. There's no proof that a human being even wrote that email. It is literally looking like an automated reply. That is what they sent to a fucking head of one of these departments who tried to get in contact and fix this issue. That is a problem. In an act of desperation, I did what any sad Boy Scout would do. I tweeted at YouTube. I gave it a whirl to see what that would do. And they responded saying they look into it and thanks for my patience. And you know what? I don't expect the answer to change. In fact, I'm so confident it won't that I've already made this before they give me their final answer. And I imagine by the time I upload this, they will have already said on Twitter publicly that the video violates their policy and that I should review their terms of service or something similar to that effect. I've never done this shit before, but I really think YouTube needs to answer for what is going on with this manual review team. There is so much bullshit and so much that doesn't make sense. Why won't they ban animal abuse like Pollution Entertainment's channel? Why are they allowing that to persist and allow these videos of animal abuse to get hundreds of thousands of subscribers and views across their platform? What is wrong with their manual review department where they view a clearly staged road rage incident as some kind of shocking, disturbing video, despite the fact that there's hundreds of other videos of the exact same incident that don't have a problem? There are so many things that I think YouTube needs to change. So for the first time in my life, I actually do think a hashtag does need to be trending. Maybe they'll listen to that. I don't know if they ever have in the past because I don't really pay attention to Twitter hashtags, but I was hoping if something like hashtag answer us YouTube could get trending, maybe then they'd pay attention, because it seems like the only way to ever even get contact with YouTube for most people is through Twitter by adding them at Team YouTube. So maybe they do pay attention to Twitter, and I would love if they would at least listen. I think I can speak for most people when I say we want some fucking answers from YouTube. Why won't they ban an account like Pollution Entertainment that would adopt cats just to murder them on his YouTube channel? Why is that still up? Why don't they have a problem with animal abuse, but they'll ban other channels for much more innocent content at the drop of a hat? What is going on with the manual review team? Why is every department so isolated from each other where it seems like nobody at YouTube is on the same fucking page? We want some goddamn answers, so I would love to see if hashtag answer us YouTube could do anything. I doubt it. YouTube has become an absolute virtuoso when it comes to ignoring everyone. So I guarantee even if every fucking world leader came together to ask YouTube a question, they'd put their fingers in their fucking ears and just pretend they didn't hear it. But maybe hashtag answer us YouTube could do something good, maybe. But YouTube loves ads more than P. Diddy loves baby oil. They have made so many decisions that all revolve around feeding people as many ads as possible and in many ways as possible. I'm sure all of you saw a few days ago they announced that they're officially fully rolling out the ads experience while a video is paused. So now when you pardon my phlegm, I had to go take care of business there. So now when you pause a video, you can be served an ad. They call it the pause experience. I love that nomenclature. That is so fucking silly. This is the pause experience, which is why we're serving you a Dunkin' Donuts ad. But I'm not here just to focus on YouTube's abundance of ads. I'm here to talk about its war on ad blockers. This is something that's been going on for a while now. There's been tons of mangled corpses left out in the street from this battle, and now there's been a new casualty. Me. So, I've noticed over the last few days, and I know I'm not alone, that YouTube has done a lot more to beef up its protocol against ad blockers. So, when I've been trying to watch videos on my account that is not a premium subscriber, I've been getting this notice. Video player will be blocked after one video. It looks like you may be using an ad blocker. Video playback will be blocked unless YouTube is allow listed or ad blocker is disabled. Ads allow YouTube to be used by billions worldwide. You can go ad-free with premium, and creators can still get paid from your subscription. YouTube lets you get 3 free samples in there with your ad block still enabled, but they hate ad block. They hate that more than P. Diddy hates security cameras. So they give you these 3, but once you finish your rations, they shut you down. They put the kibosh on that. They give you this. Ad blockers violate YouTube's terms of service, and then it's the same bullet point list there, and then you can't watch any videos going forward unless you disable it or pay for YouTube Premium. Now, this isn't new. I remember this rolled out like a year ago as kind of a soft launch where some users experienced this, but not all users. And uBlock Origin was able to get around this no problem. Now, I wasn't using uBlock Origin. I had this happen briefly a year ago, or maybe it wasn't a year ago. Time moves so differently when you hit 30, it's like entering into a fucking black hole. Everything's all cattywampus when it comes to the perception of time. But whenever it was, months ago, I had this happen occasionally for like a day or so, just using normal ad block, and then it went away.
I'm guessing that it was just an experiment and they decided just to put it back in the fucking shoebox or whatever. But now we're back at the rodeo, and this has been going on for 4 days for me. So I decided, let's see if uBlock Origin works. So I grabbed uBlock Origin, and sure enough, it gets around this no problem. But I can't help but wonder, how long will it last? Because YouTube is constantly trying new ways of feeding you ads and breaking ad blockers. Like, they clearly villainize it. It's very obvious. They're not pulling any punches. They're not trying to hide or anything. They are saying, if you use an ad blocker, it's against our terms of service. It violates it. So the fact that uBlock works is probably something they're not overly thrilled about. And I remember a few months ago, Mudahar made a video about how YouTube is experimenting with server-side ad injections. So, like, they are constantly trying to innovate in ways to blast your ass with ads. And right now, uBlock is able to put, like, a shield on your butt cheeks to stop this from happening, but will it always work with getting around YouTube's ads? I have no clue. I'm way too fucking stupid to have the answer to that question. Why are you even asking me? I struggle to remember how to do long division sometimes. Clearly, I wouldn't have the answer to this one. But I do think YouTube is probably having like an entire dedicated fish tank all focused on brainstorming how to break uBlock Origin and every other ad block to force people into either paying for YouTube Premium or allowing ads on the site. What I do know for sure is that the internet itself is unusable without an ad blocker. Period. Full stop. I'm not being exaggeratory. It is literally not possible to use the internet without an ad block. Go to any mainstream journalist website, try and read an article without an ad blocker. You will find maybe 2 sentences that are broken up by 5 ads, an auto-playing ad, a banner ad, audio ads that play in the background. You can't get any of the content on the internet anymore without an ad block. It doesn't exist. The ads are the content. Like, that is the internet now. It's fucking tragic. And YouTube is bad without an ad block because unskippable ads out the wazoo, ads that play even when you pause a video now, like, it's excessive. I know I already made a video on this topic like 6 months ago about how the internet doesn't function without an ad block anymore, but it needs to be driven home just how bad of an experience that is. It's not even an experience. At that point, the only experience you're getting is like brainwashing. It's like the ads are used as a form of hypnotism against those that traverse the cyberspace without protection. Like, if you don't have the ad block condom on, you're fucked. Like, you're walking away with the worst diseases imaginable. It's awful. It cannot be overstated how awful using the internet without an ad block is. So when it comes to YouTube in particular, it's not as easy as just like oh, okay, I guess I'll go ahead and turn off my ad block. It's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal, because then if you're trying to watch like a 10-minute video, that'll turn into like a 20-minute experience, because it'll be 10 minutes of trying to watch that video with 10 minutes of ads like slapped on top of it. That's exaggeratory. I know it's not to that extreme, but it is a much, much worse experience. And it's not like getting YouTube Premium is free or anything. That's 14 clams a month. That's an expensive subscription, especially when everything in the world is subscription-based now. Fucking subscription-based oxygen access at this point. Like, everything is subscription-based, so it's $14 on top of whatever other things you're subscribed to. It's not a low amount of money by any means at all. And YouTube without an ad block is just kinda dog shit. It really is. Nobody wants to be fed a ton of ads that they can't skip, they have no control over, and you can't escape from them. You can't even pause a video and be safe from the ads. They'll come through and fucking jump scare you, even on the pause screen now. So it's not like a super simple thing to just be like, I'll go ahead and allow it. One tactic I've seen used a lot when it comes to this, the spin that gets put on it occasionally, is if you use an ad block, you're taking money away from the creators. By turning your ad block off, you're supporting them, you're able to help them get more money from the content they create. And the thing is, I think the majority of creators on the platform really don't give a shit about that. I've seen most of them say like, hey, you need to have an ad block. Like, I think most creators are very well aware that a user having a positive experience while watching their content is more important than that user giving them a couple extra doubloons because they got fed 12 ads. If someone's trying to watch your video and it becomes like a headache, they're probably not going to come back. And that's much worse for the creator. So I don't think that it's necessarily the most creator positive thing in the world to turn your ad block, to watch every ad and everything like that. And I don't think there's many creators that push for that either. Now, I'm stupid, but I'm not too stupid to understand the importance of ads. It's what puts money in the pockets of YouTube. It's what allows it to exist, and it is what creators make the bulk of their revenue from. Like, I get how important ads are, but what I would do, instead of focusing on finding new ways of making intrusive ads to ruin the user experience, I would instead focus on just having everything be as user-friendly as possible. I don't think there's a single person in the world that has a problem with skippable ads. You just get a few seconds of an ad, and if it's a good ad, you might stick around and finish it and see what it's actually advertising, but a lot of people aren't interested, so they'll skip it. And having it be unskippable doesn't necessarily help the product. If someone already is tuned out, doesn't care about it, and now they're annoyed because they can't skip it, they're not going to be getting that fucking product. At least, I don't think so, and a lot of them are just going to click out of the video anyway because now it's become a chore to even get to the video. Twitch is the biggest culprit of that phenomenon, where if you're watching a stream and you get fed like 5 30-second ads in the middle of the broadcast, most people leave the stream or get up and go do something while the ads are playing. They're not even watching the ad. So your marketing push has failed. Like, I don't think it's effective to do that. I think the most effective ads are the skippable ones. If you can hook someone... Man, I'm having voice cracks and like fucking congestion here. I'm finally feeling better from COVID a little bit, but man, I still sound like I'm hitting a new puberty. But skippable ads. You can get someone's attention in a short period of time. If you have like a banger ad, or if your product's a banger, like, you can get someone to actually sit through an ad if it's entertaining and advertising something that they might be interested in. But you could always just give them the option to skip it for those that aren't interested. I don't think there's any benefit to someone that's not interested sitting through your whole ad anyway. I don't think so, and skippable ads are just the best for users. Like, it's not close. Pausing a video and getting served an ad, I don't think anyone will ever positively engage with an ad that's served that way. I can't imagine a world where someone pauses a video, gets served a Dunkin' Donuts ad, and they're like, you know what? They're right. I need to order some Dunkin' right now. Like, I imagine a lot of... I imagine a lot of people will get served an ad like that and be like, man, fuck Dunkin' Donuts. Like, it's just... I don't think these are effective ad placements in the first place. Like, I don't think it helps advertisers, and it's an overall detriment to the user experience of the platform. So, yeah, I think ad blocks are crucial to the internet in the modern age, and YouTube waging war against them and doing their best to shut...
Stop everything you're doing right now. I don't care how important it is. I have news that'll blow it out of the water. And trust me, you're going to want to get this sitting down. So if you're in the operating room watching this, it's time to put down the scalpel and pay attention. YouTube has just made a massive change to the platform, and in standard YouTube fashion has done a horrible job at communicating it to the community. So it's up to me, Ace Reporter Charles here, to tackle this topic from the front lines, just riding through like Paul Revere lighting the lanterns, letting you all know that another awful set of changes are coming to YouTube that have already overnight tanked some creators' source of income from their channels, demonetized like half of their videos with no explanation, and more channels are soon to follow as this continues to roll out. And I'll let it be known right away here that yes, my channel has been hit extremely hard by this new shadow policy that they've slid into the equation here. The policy is, if you say any swear word or anything less than proper in the first 8 seconds of a video, you instantly get demonetized for it no matter what. There is no wiggle room. If you say anything that's not squeaky clean Weenie Hut Jr. and you let that rip in the first 8 to 15 seconds of that video, well, you're just getting blasted, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, to a lot of you, hearing that's probably not surprising because the previous policy that all YouTubers were playing ball with was the first 30 seconds you couldn't say fuck. You couldn't say anything super hard like fuck. Because if you did, you'd likely get demonetized. But now, it applies to the first 8 seconds, and all profanity is being treated equally, except for a couple of exceptions like hell and damn, I guess. Maybe even ass. You might be able to squeeze a little ass in there in the beginning, I suppose, if the YouTube Illuminati is feeling generous with their policy enforcement that day. Now, while that's all pretty clear about just not using any profanity whatsoever in the first 8 seconds, it gets a little muddy when it starts talking about a focal usage of profanity throughout the video. It says such as a mention in every sentence, but that's not exactly how they enforce it. for a lot of the videos that have been demonetized, at least on my side, it's not like I'm going around hitting them with like Saints Row dialogue. It's just very confusing what's actually triggering this new demonetization wave that's sweeping through like a plague. For example, RT Game, again, isn't exactly a creator known for like intense swearing and getting out of control and unhinged and saying profanity in every sentence like this policy here. And yet, so many of his videos just got demonetized. And he's also not someone that does a whole lot of cursing and swearing like a sailor in the first like minute of his videos either. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's not as clear as these rules seem to think that it is. Also, this rule applies retroactively to every piece of content ever made, even as far back as like 2007. So like half of my catalog of videos is now demonetized. This happened to a ton of creators, and because it's a new policy, yet every old video ever made now has to play by those rules. So it ended up with so much being demonetized. But it's very vague when it comes to the enforcement here. Let me give you just two quick examples from two new videos I made. Both of these were monetized as of 12 hours ago. So this first one is just called Good News. It is legitimately just going over very wholesome topics. The focal point is not on swearing, it's not a potty mouth kind of video. It's just going over wholesome topics. But in the intro, I said shit pretty early. This week's been pretty doom and gloom with a lot of awful shit coming to light all across the internet. So me saying shit here is clearly what triggered the demonetization flag. Okay, a little upsetting, but they've now made these rules clear and they're retroactive, so I get it. But here's an example of one that makes no sense at all by their new rules. This is me talking about Godslap Issue 2 being out. Don't worry, I'm here now. I know for the last few months you've been cold and afraid, the uncertainty eating away at you, wondering what comes next. Well, I'm here to show you what comes next. It's issue 2 of Godslap, baby. I probably don't need to explain what Godslap is, you already know. It's our comic book series that's become more popular than the Bible. There's no profanity at all, not even low-level profanity. I don't mention ass or butt or anything like that at all. I'm just talking about Godslap and getting excited. It's a comic book series we've worked on for a long time, and I made this video just going over everything and letting you all know that it's available at godslapbook.com. This wasn't supposed to be an ad for it, but it's a great example here because there is no profanity used throughout this video until 5 minutes and 37 seconds into it after giving a plot summary for issue 1. Surrounding Sal, finishing them off with more finger flicks which blow their fucking head off. They share a brief conversation. So then what could have possibly triggered this demonetization? Is it using profanity at all that's going to result in demonetization? Because that'd be very concerning if so. The best guess I can muster is they must have been really upset about the animation because we had an animation made for issue 2 and it's a pretty gory animation. So it comes in at around a minute into the video and there is some animated gore and violence, but that's a minute into it. And again, that's not the focus of it. And I wouldn't think anyone would be like disturbed or shocked by the content. It's not anything that's, egregious or over the top. It's just violence in a comic book and animated format. So would that really now result in demonetization for any channel that has anything that's even close to this level of violence? Because that's really strict. Like what you see there is something you'd find in like any M-rated or even T-rated game sometimes. Like it's not that extreme. Like I don't see why that would warrant being demonetized, but it is a bit scary because this has all happened overnight with no explanation. And it's not just bad words and things like that. This applies to so much other shit that they're now enforcing heavily. But it's not just for getting a little wacky with your language in videos that'll result in demonetization now. If you're getting a little wacky with your game choice, if you're a gaming YouTuber, you can get demonetized for it, even age restricted in some cases. If you're playing a game that's kind of violent, you're very likely to get demonetized for it. And if there's bad language in that game, especially early on in the video you make covering that game, you're likely to be demonetized for it. And in fact, Callisto Protocol is the most recent example. You can get age restricted for it too. Callisto Protocol was deemed too gory. It's too much. This is very unholy stuff we're seeing here. So anyone that made videos on Callisto Protocol got age restricted for it, including me. A couple of them I know slid under the radar, but for the most part, anything that had Callisto Protocol did get age restricted, which is almost poetic because you might remember that Callisto Protocol is inspired by Dead Space, and Dead Space 2 had the worst marketing campaign of all time called Your Mom Hates Dead Space,
and it was all about how offended mothers were getting at Dead Space. It was very silly, but now it's like become reality for YouTube. YouTube is now that Dead Space mom when it comes to violent video games. It's pretty pathetic, but what's the saddest part about this whole situation is YouTube's refusal to be transparent with this and make it clear that these policy changes are coming. I had to find out, as did everyone else, after being hit by it and then doing digging, because anytime there's a policy change, YouTube treats it like a government secret, like the Krabby Patty secret formula. They just refuse to share it. So I had to learn by searching around online, talking to other creators, as well as talking directly to YouTube in order to get answers for what was going on. And even my YouTube contact wasn't aware of this until I brought it up and he did digging on his end. And that is absolutely not any fault of his own. That just goes to show you how split YouTube is internally, where things just aren't communicated effectively even on the inside. So how the fuck can they possibly manage to inform the community, I guess? It is so laughable. This policy is a game changer for a lot of channels. You have to completely alter your content strategy depending on like what you do. Like if you play like a certain game that could now be deemed a little too violent for ads. Like this is something that changes a lot for many creators. And you have to find out by going through fucking Twitter and then talking to people in whispers on Discord in order to figure out what was happening. That is so pathetic. YouTube's repeated inability to communicate even their biggest changes to the platform just makes no sense. It just can't be that hard to put out clear documents letting people know what's around the corner and an estimated arrival date. I don't see what makes that so difficult and why they struggle so greatly with it. There was one article I found about this in early December, but of course there was no like set time frame for when this would actually launch or if it was even really going to launch for sure. Because all of those things are written so vaguely, you never really know what's going to come to the platform and what's not going to. Like, it's just so frustrating to have them constantly make these awful choices without ever consulting creators or users of the platform, obviously, but also just not telling them either. Unfortunately, it's all just another common YouTube L here. I had to unmask the Scooby-Doo villain, and per usual, it was YouTube. So if you're just now figuring this out and wondering why your channel got demonetized over the last 24 hours, I'm sorry I had to be the one to shit out this bad news onto your plate. Would have been a lot more palatable if it came from YouTube's mouth as opposed to my ass, but is what it is. I am very, very convinced they will never actually communicate policy changes ever. At least not in any effective manner. So you'll just always have to wonder when the next big policy change is coming to fuck you in the mouth. So that's a pretty fun thing to think about when making content on YouTube. And yeah.
When was the last time you heard something about Twitch that wasn't overwhelmingly negative? I can't even remember. It's been so long. Trying to remember a time where the Twitch higher-ups seemed in touch with the community is like trying to remember a dream. Like, it's just extremely hard. How long it's been since Twitch was doing things that people generally liked. For years now, it's just been rolling out features that nobody in the world has ever asked for and that contribute nothing to the platform. Anyone remember just a couple months back when they had their version of Super Chats, where they would take a paid message and then put it underneath the stream where nobody in the world could see it. So you were actually just throwing money into the void, just flushing it down your toilet, basically. God rest the soul of elevated chat. I'm sure all 3 people who ever used that feature are still distraught and mourning the loss of such an incredible monetization tool. Like, it is so misguided. Another feature that they've rolled out that I'm sure none of you even knew existed is something called Reacts, where you as a viewer while watching a stream can react to it, and all it does is you can send an emote at that very second you click React to let the streamer know what you thought of that moment, that second. So that way when the streamer goes to their dashboard, they can click on the Reacts and see like, oh, at minute 55 of my stream, I had 3 pogs. That must have been a really good moment. Like, it's fucking worthless features. It is nothing but horrible decisions from this company. They're making more bad choices than a college student who just took his first shot of Fireball. But unlike the college student, Twitch isn't drunk. They're just stupid. I'm getting heated. Of course, not everyone at Twitch is this silly. Like, not everyone's going wacko mode with these ideas. There are real people at Twitch that understand the platform, but they don't have the same power that the higher-ups do that are rolling out these awful decisions. Why am I talking about this? Well, it's because they've just revealed 2 new awful decisions over the last 24 hours.
Now, one of them, admittedly, is not their fault. This comes with the layoffs. I will show you some clips from last night's stream where I really dive in deep on those. But the other one that not a lot of people have realized yet is they also made a statement on their sub-revenue split. You might remember, I also mentioned it recently in another video. Last year, towards the end of the year, Twitch announced that it would be getting rid of the 70-30 sub-revenue deal that they had with streamers. So now it would be 50-50 across the board, 70-30 would no longer exist, which means Twitch now offers the lowest amount of revenue to streamers in the entire industry. They're now at the bottom of the food chain when it comes to sub-splits across the board of every streaming platform, and by a wide margin. YouTube is 70-30. I mean, even Kick is like 90-10, I think, or even 95-5, I don't remember. But they offer the lowest split of subs, and it's not even close. And they really don't have any tools in place to try and make up for that, so instead they double down on ads, which is worse for everyone. Streamers don't like running ads. Viewers don't like watching ads. Thus, you're immediately killing the two people that make streaming work, streamers and viewers. You are rolling out things that neither side want. Their Galaxy Brain solution to the taking 20% away from the streamers is to force them to run more ads if they want to make up for that lost revenue. And streamers don't want to do that because that drives away their viewers. That's bad. I mean, sometimes the viewers will come back, but when you run an ad on Twitch, you lose viewers. It's just how it works because no one wants to sit through fucking 10 unskippable ads, so they'll go somewhere else. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't. And this is extremely detrimental because of pre-roll ads that play when you click on a stream for the first time. This is the nail in the coffin for a lot of smaller streamers where even if they're doing really cool content, a lot of people never find it because when they click on that stream and they get fucking 2 back-to-back 30-second ads, they just instantly leave and they'll never go back. So clearly it was a very controversial decision, one that a lot of people took issue with, and now Twitch is saying that we heard everything everyone was saying. It was a very loud conversation, and we laughed at all of you, and we're spitting in your face. We made the right decision, nerds. It's going to be 50-50 forever. So they're patting each other on the back, slapping their ass, saying, good game out there, team. They are taking their victory lap, letting us all know that 50-50 is here to stay forever, and then try and elaborate on why it's a good thing and how they're going to change their monetization model in order to make Twitch the #1 place to stream when it comes to revenue for streamers. And in the interview, they said, we talk a lot about how we're in this together, and part of that is innovation. We are committed to continuing to improve our monetization products and building new monetization products, and at the end of the day, we're committed to increasing the amount of money a streamer earns. Wow, such noble intentions with absolutely no way of delivering. One of the things Twitch is really going buck wild with is their ad incentive program, and here's what they had to say about that. Surprisingly, they did recognize that the intrusiveness of ads on Twitch is a big issue, one that they're trying to work on. So they said the acceptance and engagement on the ad incentive program far exceeded our expectations, so streamers are clearly seeing the value in running ads now. I like how they're saying that like a mark of pride. Streamers aren't happy about that, by the way. It's just that's their only option. In fact, if you go on Twitter and spend even just a couple of seconds typing in the Twitch ad incentive program, you'll see a lot of people outraged at it because a lot of the asks are huge for the ad incentive program, up to like fucking 7 minutes worth of ads. I've seen them. Like, for example, Caleb, Just Joel, streams often. He's shown me his ad incentive program. Rex Gunderson, he's shown me his. Like, the asks are not small. And the pay they're offering isn't huge for smaller streamers. Even in the rare instance where a couple of larger streamers posted their ad incentives where it was a lot of money for like fucking 6 or 7 minutes of ads per hour, they still, most of them chose not to do it because of how intrusive all of the ads were to the viewers. It just makes the experience of watching their stream awful. Having to be inundated with fucking 7 minutes of ads per hour is a lot when it comes to streaming. So a lot of them still just didn't choose to do it. The only reason there is any level of acceptance with the ad incentive program is because you have forced people to swallow this shit. Since there's now no longer a 70-30 deal or anything like that, the amount of sub revenue you can generate is significantly less. In fact, you'd probably make more money buying and reselling eggs right now than you would trying to rely on sub money on Twitch. Now going forward, Minton acknowledged the state of ads on the platform isn't perfect yet, and the company has taken steps to reduce their intrusiveness through static, in-player ads and disabling pre-roll ads if creators display at least 3 minutes of ads per hour. We're really thinking about ad placement generally and ensuring that, as a viewer, when you're looking for a new community, that we're reducing the impact of ads. So they do recognize how it's very bad for small streamers when pre-rolls are playing. And right now their solution is, we'll just play more ads during your stream and we'll get rid of pre-rolls. Like, it's literally Ouroboros, just constantly fucking feeding on ads and eating its own tail. Everything is all about ads, and it's still intrusive. Like, it is still there. Like, pre-rolls will exist unless you are running ads throughout your stream. So, I still also don't understand why skippable ads aren't on the platform when those are pretty commonplace. Like, I feel like skippable ads would at least help alleviate some of the headache there and make the ad breaks a little more palatable. But still, another thing that they mention is like all of their innovative tools they're working on to help creators monetize their content. They don't really shine a bright light on what all of those new innovations are looking like, though I do imagine one of them they're talking about, because they do briefly mention like sponsorship opportunities through streaming on Twitch, and I think what they're talking about there is like something similar to the bounty board. Bounty board is something that's existed on Twitch for quite a few years now. Basically, companies will pay Twitch to have streamers of X amount of viewers stream their product for however many hours, and Twitch will give a portion of that money that the brand is paid to the streamer. I mean, in theory, like, the concept is actually pretty solid, right? If Twitch is going to facilitate brand deals like that and just put it right on your dashboard, that's a pretty decent idea. But most people have woken up to the fact that the deal is shit. Twitch is taking the lion's share of that brand deal, and the streamer is getting very, very little comparatively to what they would get if they just chased down the same deal themselves or with like an agency or something. Like, if you're going to do a stream deal through Twitch, you're better off just clicking on the bounty board to see who's looking for streamers and then reach out to the company yourself, or have your manager or whatever agency you're with reach out to them for you and let them know you're interested, because you'll get a much better rate that way. Because Twitch has taken almost all of it. Like, I don't know many people that still use the bounty board, because most people have realized this now. It is paying significantly less than had you just gotten the deal through any other means. So it's a decent idea in theory if Twitch wasn't taking so much of the brand deal. So I've been ranting about this for a while, but you can see there's a lot of problems that plague Twitch when it comes to streaming on there and trying to make a living off of it, which is why so many streamers are choosing to stream elsewhere. YouTube or Kick really are the two main competitors at the moment that people are switching to or starting with. And it's because you have a much better chance of making a living on those two platforms at the moment. Discoverability on Twitch used to be one of its strongest benefits, but currently, Twitch doesn't really have an edge in that category anymore either, mainly because of what I mentioned earlier, pre-rolls. If you're towards the bottom and someone's willing to take a chance on your content, they click on it and they get a pre-roll, they left. They're most likely not going to stick around for that. Whereas if you started on YouTube or Kick, you just fire up your stream and your content's immediately accessible to anyone who might find it. So yeah, like, you just stand a better chance of getting found elsewhere outside of Twitch at the moment, I would argue at least. So there's a lot of problems plaguing Twitch right now. They've made it very clear that they're not exactly turning the profit they'd like to be turning, and the decisions they're making to try and be more profitable are only hurting their platform even further. So let's talk about the layoffs now. Twitch laid off 400 employees yesterday, and what's crazy is the employees don't even know who got laid off yet. So the employees are still fucking trembling in fear, wondering if they even have a job anymore. But this isn't a Twitch exclusive problem. I'm sure all of you know, all of the big tech businesses, the tech industry as a whole, experienced a lot of bloat over the last few years because of COVID. They hired a lot of people. Now they're firing a lot of those people because they don't need that many employees and they're not utilizing that many employees. Thus, they're making a lot of cuts. Amazon laid off like 9,000 people yesterday. So, of course, the 400 laid off at Twitch were a part of that. Yeah, we can talk about the Twitch stuff now. I see a lot of people coming after Twitch for the layoff. They laid off 400 staff members. I think it's very interesting that Dan Clancy, the new CEO of Twitch, is the one to make this announcement, as opposed to like a parting gift from Emmett Shear, the previous CEO. That was kind of surprising, because this is not really how you want to start your reign as the Twitch CEO, with 400 jobs taken away. But it's also not their fault. Amazon laid off 9K. So people need to realize that since Twitch is part of Amazon, this is part of the overall Amazon layoffs. I don't think Twitch itself was the one that kind of spearheaded it. Though I will say I think Twitch is a bloated company. I feel like losing 500 staff members isn't necessarily going to change too much about it. but I could be wrong. Maybe these are like really crucial members. But what's kind of fucked up about it is apparently the Twitch staff don't even know who's been fired. It sounds like huge corporate shit. Yeah, that is kind of wild that the employees themselves don't know if they've been laid off or not yet. I feel like they probably should have told them that they're fired before making the announcement. 400 employees fired out of 1,200 is fucking rough. Is that how many Twitch has? Is it 1,200? I don't know why, but I thought it was more. But yeah, I mean, it's not a small number by any means, but I do think Twitch was very bloated. I don't think you needed that many employees to begin with. They're clearly not utilizing them to their full potential. Like, I can count on one hand the amount of features they've rolled out over the last couple years, right? Like, they're clearly not being put to great use over there. But this wasn't like this wasn't explicitly a Twitch decision. This is just the entire tech industry. I don't remember where the source was now, but there's a whole article written up about the collapse of the tech industry jobs right now. I believe they cited that because of COVID, all of these companies panic hired a ton of people because they thought they'd need significantly more employees to like run remote and all of that. So all of these companies really exploded with the amount of people on their payroll over COVID. And now that that's not going on anymore, they just have all of these, like this wild list of employees that they don't use.
What an interesting week for YouTube. A couple days ago, they did something I don't think anyone ever expected. They fought a giant company on behalf of a YouTuber. Something they've never done before. A world first here. Maybe want to pat them on the ass and tell them good game. A great, great move from YouTube, finally. And then the next day, they made an absolutely horrible decision that made me want to cry, come, and puke. It is baffling how they could go from something that everyone loves to something that everyone hates in the matter of 24 hours. It's crazy. It's a real Jekyll and Hyde situation at YouTube. There's a team that makes some good decisions, some good shit that people like to see, and then there's a team that's more active than that team, the fucking boogeyman unit, that makes the worst possible decisions imaginable for the platform. So let's go over both. I want to start with the positive side first to cushion the yuckiness of the negative side. So this is actually a situation we followed since December with a YouTuber named Totally Not Mark. Mark is an anime and manga YouTuber who set a world record for fastest dead channel thanks to 150 videos being taken down in a single day by Toei Animations. They Thanos snapped the majority of his content away because they claimed his content infringed on their copyright and fair use. They don't believe in it. It's like Santa Claus to Toei. So he lost all 150 videos. That was a big part of his channel. I think at the time he was only left with like 60 or 70 videos on his channel after that. So it was a massive blow to him. And it's obviously extremely hard for an individual to fight against a company of Toei's size with as much money as they have. They can just toss their legal meat around as much as they want and not feel it. It's not the same for someone like Mark. So they were using their big fucking nuts and their big wallet to bully Mark and keep the videos down. So he had a very difficult time until 2 days ago, we got an update to the situation where Mark basically won for the most part against Toei because YouTube stood up for him and fought for him against Toei. And it actually revealed how petty Toei was. I'll give you like a brief overview of the situation, but I highly encourage you to check out Mark's video on it because he obviously goes into more detail. But he revealed that Toei actually violated YouTube's policy because initially Toei wanted to strike Mark's channel 150 times for each instance they believed that he infringed on their copyright. Now, for those that don't know, a strike is the worst thing that can happen to you on YouTube. It's like getting hit over the head with a sledgehammer. It's 3 strikes and your channel gets deleted. 150 strikes is what Toei wanted thrown against Mark. That wouldn't have only deleted his channel, that would have sent Mark straight to prison, banished him straight to the fucking Shadow Realm, sent him to hell. That is an absurd amount of strikes that they tried to throw at Mark all at once. They loaded up the cannon and fucking tried to blast him. But YouTube didn't let it happen. They said, no, we're not going to do that because we believe his content is most likely fair use. Like an argument could be made for it, so they initially didn't let Toei do that.
So what Toei did is they went behind YouTube's back and used a different set of tools to manually go through and take down 150 videos, copyright block them. So he didn't get strikes, but Toei still got the videos taken down. And this was a complete violation of the YouTube policy. So when Mark finally did get a team at YouTube that wanted to help him and assembled the Avengers at the YouTube HQ, they noticed what Toei did and realized this is not okay, this is a violation. So then YouTube just wiped their ass with Toei's face. Like they full-blown just put their ass in Toei's asshole. They washed the blocks and came to the compromise where YouTube was going to block those 150 videos in Japan only, which, because Toei was arguing that it's not fair use by Japan law, YouTube said, okay, bet, blocked in Japan, they're fine everywhere else. So now for the most part, Mark has all those videos back online everywhere except Japan, which he's not super upset about. And that concludes the Totally Not Mark vs. Toei anime arc. Now, I think it is worth mentioning that Toei can still fight this, and I think there's a great chance they probably will, considering how petty and out of touch they are. They could try and make a legal argument that the 150 videos are a complete violation of copyright law and they are not fair use, but they would have to argue that outside of Japanese law. They would have to prove that on like a global scale, that Mark is some kind of evil super villain mastermind pirate sailing the seven seas. He's crossed the grand line and is delivering illegal anime review and manga analysis. They could still try, I think they might, but for now, it's overall a victory for Mark, and I was happy to see this, and really happy to see YouTube for the first time actually standing up for a creator in the face of a massive corporation putting pressure on them. So, now that I've fed you the good shit, let me go ahead and give you your vegetables now. I'm going to give you a little coffee enema here, some gross shit. YouTube recently hinted that NFTs are coming to the platform. We don't know in what capacity, but it seems like YouTube really wants NFTs to be an integral part of the YouTube ecosystem. This came right after Twitter introduced the profile pic NFT system they have, where you can turn your fucking goofy profile pic into an NFT, and it's just like this hexagon. The NFT craze, it is an endless drain of misery. So yeah, YouTube is looking to bring NFTs to the platform and ignoring all problems. Like, instead of fixing things on YouTube, they're just introducing more fucking problems and things that people don't want. People still want dislikes back. No one's given up on that crusade. Everyone still wants dislikes back, and the only thing YouTube's done on it is double down saying they made the right call. And then after doubling down on the removal of dislikes, they then announced NFTs. Luckily, these two things are going to coincide greatly, because when they do bring the NFTs to the platform, it's going to have nothing but likes on it. You know, you won't be able to see if anyone disliked it. It's going to be 100% approval rate, baby, because dislikes are fucking gone. I still can't get over that, and after reading the article, it made me even more upset just how out of touch they are. And I don't think they're genuinely out of touch. I think they know exactly what they're doing. By hiding dislikes, it only helps corporations, and they know that. They keep bringing up this dog shit argument of the reason they removed it was because of targeted harassment campaigns where people mass disliked videos, which hurt creators' feelings. But that's such a small, awful example to use, and their solution doesn't even work, because the creator still sees when videos are mass disliked. They still see the dislikes. So who does it help? It doesn't do anything. The creator is still seeing that, hey, these people fucking hate me. But no one else can see that. So it's still just hurting the creator's feelings. Like, it doesn't do anything to solve the problem that they keep saying it was aiming to solve. All it does is help it look better. Help YouTube look better to advertisers and corporations. It's fucking gross, it's fucking silly, it's stupid, and it is still the worst change YouTube has probably ever made. It just blows my mind how they can have one team that does something super great, like what they did with the Totally Not Mark situation, and then a team like this that removes dislikes and introduces NFTs. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if YouTube in the next 5 or 6 years removes the ability to even upload videos yourself. You'd have to mint them as NFTs on the blockchain or something. Like, YouTube just becomes an NFT video sharing platform, and that's it. Like, imagine nothing but Bored Apes, but animated, and that's YouTube. Just sad, silly, stupid, upsetting shit. No one wants non-fungible tokens on YouTube. They can go funge themselves. No one is asking for this, and yet YouTube's bringing it anyway. Because right now NFT is that fat hotness. Everyone wants to get in on NFTs. Jimmy Fallon's popping off on Bored Apes. Gwyneth Paltrow's even got her own goop line of Bored Apes. You know, everyone
in the corporate space loves it, and so YouTube is following suit. So yeah, just wanted to talk about.
Wow. Zoinks. Goodness gracious. Jinkies. We may be in the midst of one of the wackiest moments in internet content creation history. If these reports are accurate, and I can't speak to the authenticity myself, I haven't had my team of analysts really dive into the weeds of it and get down into the meat here, but there are reports that XQC just signed a 2-year, $100 million streaming deal with Kick, and it's not even exclusive to Kick. If that number is accurate, that would make it the 12th largest sports contract ever signed. Now, of course, you'd have to be huffing some very serious glue to try and conflate streaming with professional athletes, but it just goes to show you the value of the contract here and just how many doubloons we're talking. I came into this world as a little baby kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers, and now I'm kicking, screaming, shitting my diapers all over again because I can't believe what we're seeing here. I have been tapped into the mainframe of internet wackiness for over a decade now. I'm like Charles Xavier in this throne here, in Cerebro, just looking at all of the goofiness happening across the web. And I've been doing that for so long, and I could have never foreseen something like this happening. A 9-figure deal for a streamer to stream on a different platform. And not even exclusively, mind you. This is a non-exclusive contract for 2 years, meaning XQC gets to have his cake, eat it too, and fuck the baker. So he can stream on Kick and then still stream on Twitch all the same. He did make a Twitch stream earlier today, kind of to go over the announcement as well as the plan going forward. He's saying he's going to be streaming on Kick quite a bit, obviously, but he can still have the freedom to stream on Twitch when he wants to. I'm going to go ahead and rip the band-aid off and throw a little cold water in the face of all the juicers here that are under the impression he'll probably still be active on Twitch. I don't think he will. He legitimately has no incentive to stream on Twitch. Twitch is a platform that has banned XQC like 5 times. It is also a platform that has no real contracts for top streamers anymore, as well as the lowest sub-revenue split among any streaming platform available. Whereas Kick has the highest sub-revenue split, a 95.5. And I would swear on a stack of Bibles with a high level of confidence that XQC not only has that $100 million for 2 years, but also gets to keep 100% of the sub-revenue he earns, which is 95.5 split. So why the fuck would he stream on Twitch often at all? He'll probably use it as just a booster, a signal booster to get the juicers on Twitch over to Kick, letting them know like, hey, this was a fun stream on Twitch for the last 20 minutes. I'm going to finish the rest on Kick. I'll see you there. Just to, filter viewers over to Kick. That's my guess. But again, I'm just a dumb little fucking caveman here speculating from the armchair. Now, if you ask me, this is bad news for Twitch. This just drove a wooden stake right through the vampire's heart and then shoved garlic in its face. This is a big poach here. Now, I've mentioned this a few times in the past, but Twitch is a very top-heavy site where the top 1% of streamers on the platform account for a very large chunk of the overall watch time on the platform. So when you take the biggest streamer off of the site, you do make an impact on Twitch as a whole, really. And over the last year or so, Twitch has been continuously hurting itself in confusion. It has been making horrible decision after horrible decision over and over and over again, and it's been hemorrhaging users. A lot of streamers have been going elsewhere, whether it's YouTube or Kick or even Rumble some streamers have been going to. It is taking streamers from Twitch and going elsewhere. The 50-50 sub split on Twitch isn't enough to be competitive anymore. The over-reliance on intrusive ads isn't enough to keep small streamers on there because it's ruining the experience for their communities, which makes it hard for them to continue to thrive on the platform, so they go elsewhere like YouTube. Plus, the exclusivity on Twitch makes it hard for streamers to want to stay when they could stream on other platforms not exclusive. So they could do a stream on YouTube and then a stream on Kick or, this and that. Twitch has just been a platform that has been struggling to maintain its, dominance on the streaming space because it's been constantly losing its footing through bad decisions. Now, yesterday, Twitch did announce that it's taking the tiniest little baby step in the right direction. They announced that they're offering the Partner Plus program where if you reach a certain threshold, which is like 350 reoccurring subs, so not gift subs or anything, that's tier 1s, 2s, and 3s. If you reach that threshold, you unlock 70-30 sub split for a year. And that's like the tiniest little step in the right direction them walking back their hardline stance on only 50-50 forever, no more 70-30. They must be starting to panic and realizing that streamers have other options. But this covers up to 100K, then goes back to 50-50, and it only lasts for a year if you don't maintain, I believe. So it's also very strict. 350 reoccurring paid subs, no gift subs or anything like that, is not an easy number to hit. That is a lot. That is a ton. So this isn't exactly super helpful for smaller streamers. And even a lot of medium streamers don't have that level of sub engagement. That's still a ton. So it really is, once again, just like the smallest boost for the bigger streamers on the platform, only up to a certain level. It's not amazing. Like, this is like the weakest possible implementation of a decent idea you could do. Like, it is, like I said, a very, very small baby step in the right direction of a good change. Twitch is a victim of its own hubris here. It got complacent at the top and it got greedy. So it is crumbling its own empire from its greed. That's why all of these other streaming platforms are growing so quickly, and why so many people are abandoning the sinking ship of Twitch. That's just the reality of it. They are out of touch. They lost direction on what to do with the platform, so they just keep rolling out bad choices. And even when they do have a good idea, they're too afraid to actually just commit to a good idea. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Now, I've seen the obvious comparison being drawn with Mixer, because you might remember Mixer actually was able to steal away Ninja from Twitch back when Mixer still existed. And I'm sure all of you have forgotten that name. That's like an ancient relic on the internet, even though it hasn't been that long in the grand scheme of things. But it died so quickly and with such like a sad wet fart of a swan song that most people have forgotten it ever even existed. Mixer stole Ninja. They paid a ton of money. They shelled out many clams to get Ninja, as well as Shroud and King Athalion, but Ninja was the #1 streamer on Twitch, and Mixer got him. And it didn't work for them. The site still inevitably crumbled, and it never got popular. It always remained kind of this pitiful little joke of a service. However, I don't really think Kick is following that same blueprint. I don't think its fate is set in stone the same way Mixer's was. I made a video about this on my second channel talking about the streaming wars. Kick is accomplishing something that Mixer never did. It's having people organically sign up and choose to stream there as a first option. I read a report the other day, take it with a grain of salt, I don't know how accurate these numbers are, but only a week ago, Kick had an influx of 1.2 million users sign up to the platform. Mixer probably never even saw 1.2 million people go to their site across the entire time it was alive. That was 1.2 million users signing up to the platform, according to the reports. So Kick is actually just getting users to go there, which is something Mixer never had happen. That was a pipe dream for that platform. Now, Kick blew up because it kind of got the reputation of like the detention class, right? Like all of the banned streamers went to Kick. Like Aiden Ross, which immediately blasted the platform off, and a lot of other like controversial streamers went to Kick after they were banned on Twitch and shit like that. And then a lot of controversial things happened, like the whole streaming of the Super Bowl and all that shit. So it really had a very bad reputation, and still does for many reasons. But it started to shake that a little bit because a lot of streamers that aren't banned on Twitch have decided to move over to Kick even without a contract, just because the sub split is so much better than the 50-50 you get on Twitch. You don't need as many viewers on Kick to make a living because you don't need as many subs to make a living. So a 95-5 split is very appealing to a lot of streamers. So there's recently been a lot of new creators there trying out the Kick space, which has led to a lot of new users on the site. So even when the big players on Kick aren't online, it's not a barren, empty wasteland. There's still quite a few users through quite a few different categories. So that, I do think, sets it apart from Mixer. I don't know if that necessarily means it's going to succeed or anything. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. I can't predict the future. But I will say that it does seem to be doing a lot better than Mixer did, even before the XQC signing. Now, I do want to... yucky. I do want to talk about something that a lot of people talk about, and I do think is a very important talking point. Kick is backed by Stake, which is a crypto gambling casino. It's why their pocketbook is so big. And obviously, a lot of people aren't too thrilled about gambling being so prominent on Kick. As of right now, So the slots and casinos category on Kick is their biggest, and it's really not even close. So that leaves a pretty bad taste in most people's mouths, mine included. I've been very outspoken about sponsored gambling not being great. You're just selling your audience on an addiction. You're trying to get them to sign up for crypto casinos and shit like that. And a lot of times they're not even using their own money, they're using house money. That is something I very much think is a load of dog shit. I think that is awful. Now, when it comes to Kick, I did extensive research on this out of curiosity because I kept hearing that Kick was mainly a front to get people addicted to stake gambling because Stake owns it. Through everything I've read, and from every stream that I've watched on Kick, there hasn't been a single stake advertisement or any gambling advertisement that I've seen, unless I've somehow missed them. And I haven't read reports from other users or any other publications that are reporting on gambling ads being run across any of the Kick categories outside of slots and casinos. The only place where gambling sponsors or Stake itself appear is in the slots category for Stake sponsors and shit like that. So I guess kind of like what Twitch used to be before the gambling ban last year, where all of the gambling ads and sponsors existed in that one category. That appears to be how it operates on Kick as of this moment. I haven't seen anything that pushes to Stake or any gambling site outside of Stake sponsored streamers in the slots and casinos category. Now, again, maybe I've missed it, maybe there just hasn't been enough information about it in articles, but as of right now, that's the impression that I've been getting. And also from what I've been reading, it seems that Stake wants to separate itself from Kick. It wants to be two very separate entities that don't really feed off of each other. They want it to be completely separate. And I guess that's what they're going for here. I don't know how successful it is as of right now. Again, no matter how you spin it, pumping gambling is just bad. Now, I do think it's always worth mentioning that Twitch isn't squeaky clean either. It's backed by Amazon. Amazon is no saint of a corporation either. Amazon isn't a company of angels and high morals. That is also a pretty evil corporation that backs Twitch. So, both of the big players in streaming, and YouTube as well, being backed by Google, Google's done so much shady shit as well. None of these corporations are exactly benevolent overlords worthy of celebration. They're all bad and evil in their own right. It's just a matter of which platform you as a user or you as a streamer feel most comfortable on, I think, at the end of the day. So I just wanted to talk about that briefly because that is something that is inevitably always going to be discussed when Kick is in the conversation. And of course, it's completely understandable why. So this whole thing has been really wild to watch unfold. I actually would have never envisioned a world where Twitch would be in the position it's in today. For the last year, the writing's been on the wall. If you go back 8 months, I made a video called Twitch is Dying, and that was kind of right on the money. Twitch has been continuously going downhill, and now all of the competitors are being elevated substantially because of it. And it's all Twitch's fault. It is entirely Twitch's fault. So it's wild to watch a business sink itself when it had a complete stranglehold on the market. Twitch was the streaming platform. Now it's becoming the joke. So, just wanted to talk about this because obviously this is the biggest content creator deal I've ever seen. I think it's probably the biggest content creator deal ever. I know I'm looking more disheveled than usual today, very raggedy. I look like I just crawled out of Jumanji and I'm wondering what year it is. But before I take a shower, I think it's important that I address something because yesterday, my Twitter mentions were set ablaze. I was nonstop flooded with demands to speak on a new potential Twitch meta that was beginning to blossom. Feast your eyes on the glory of gaming. And when this was floating around Twitter, I was like the Powerpuff Girls and Twitter was the mayor. They wouldn't stop ringing my hotline trying to alert me to this like it was some kind of emergency that I needed to speak on. So 5 days ago I made a video called Twitch is Evolving. Fun fact, you actually can't find that video just by searching for it because it was too risque for YouTube, I suppose, so it no longer shows up in any search algorithms. You can only find it by going directly to my channel. And the video was just me talking and goofing about a stream that I was made aware of while I was live, that a streamer was basically just showing their whole brown balloon knot with a little bit of Valorant gameplay, and I was in disbelief, so I went to check it out to confirm this, and turns out that myth was not busted. It was just a bunch of fucking nuts in there that were. It was a very sexual stream by design, and I made a video just kind of talking about it because it was super silly. And also, it turns out that the streamer I was focusing on in that video, her name is Strawberry Tabby, may not have actually been the creator of this. I got this tweet the following day from a streamer named Asian Bunny, who said that she was actually the one that created not only this meta that I was talking about with like the butthole camera and all of that, but also the previous topless meta. So it seems Asian Bunny may actually be the innovator, nay, the Imagineer behind some of these like very sexual Twitch metas. But anyway, I think it's important context before getting into like the recent thing we're going to talk about to explain why I'm being alerted to all of this now. So that video, Twitch is Evolving, to summarize what it was without showing you, because apparently that's frowned upon on YouTube to showcase that, even though it was fine for Twitch. She had a dual cam setup, one where it was her in like the smallest bikini mankind has ever dreamed up. It makes hentai and anime games look weak in comparison to the reality here. She had like the smallest bikini ever for her top, and she had that cam on the left, basically like Honker's Jumbotron on the left, and on the right, she came up with something the world has never seen before. It was basically a colonoscopy cam. So she had her ass pushed in front of an iPhone, which I didn't even know was an iPhone at the time. I legitimately thought it was like a Blackmagic 8K camera. Like that shit was ready for IMAX. And again, with like the tightest string bikini ever that was wedging her ass crack. That fabric was fighting for its life down there, straddling the hole. And it wasn't really covering it, so you could still see like her entire anus in the stream. And I was just joking about that because this has been a huge thing on Twitch for a long time, to constantly be pushing the envelope of what kind of sexual content they'll allow. And it seemed like that had the green light because she'd been streaming for like 5-something hours, one of the biggest streamers at the time. She had like Valorant gameplay in the tiniest box ever. Like if you were trying to watch the Valorant gameplay, you would have needed binoculars in order to see it from her stream. And I was just laughing and goofing about that whole situation because again, it doesn't seem like Twitch really gives a fuck all that much when it comes to these policies. Though she did eventually catch a ban for it. I take no responsibility. That is not my fault. That must have been some shadow government at play working behind the scenes. I was just there, it's just having a giggle at what I was seeing. But anyway, since I posted that video, I've kind of become like the butt patrol of Twitch now. So anytime there's a streamer doing something sexual, people like to tell me about it. I don't know why. I'm not the ass police. I was just laughing at that one stream in particular. That's really about it. Though it seems that I have been pigeonholed into this role now, so I'll go ahead and talk about this because I'm still inundated with requests to do so. So let's go over the new Twitch meta here that's risen from the ashes of Butthole Cam. This time, it's a streamer whom we've talked about before, Mordp, who is putting gameplay on her cheeks.
I'm Rusty. And with the little Rusties. Yo, playing Fortnite. Yes, indeed. And the same amount of luck, you two can look like me. Ka-chow. What? There was an invisible force field. What is this? I already have that. I'm just up in this biz. There are people fighting outside. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I need to potion up. Sheesh. Ka-chow. I am in no position to be.
In a fascinating twist of fate, this happens to be like the least nude sexual meta I've seen develop on Twitch. Like, she's fully covered. Her tuchus is just a green screen for gameplay, so you can't even really see her rump or anything. And she's also wearing like an actual top, too. So this is like the least sexual I've seen one of these metas get. Of course, watching Fortnite gameplay in keister shape isn't conducive to the best viewing experience. Like, it's definitely not optimal for high-quality gameplay presentation. But there is gameplay there and significantly less nudity, it seems. Though, I will say, like, one of those donation goals at the top there was Creamy Treat. I don't exactly know what that would look like here. I haven't seen a clip of it, so I don't really know what it's referring to. Since the focal point of this stream is on her ass gameplay, is she gonna, like, shit herself or something? Like, you donate for the creamy treat and she poops, and then like the green screen pants like inflate a little bit. I don't know. I can't really figure out what that means. It's probably some kind of like bait and switch type thing. Creamy treat, you donate, and then she like, eats a piece of food suggestively, perhaps. I have no idea. The other one's jumping jacks. That one's pretty self-explanatory, I imagine. Though it's going to be like really disorienting watching Fortnite gameplay on a moving, jiggling pair of butt cheeks. But that one, at least, I understand what that would look like. The creamy treat, though, I'm at a loss. I have no clue. So, yeah. I don't have a lot of strong thoughts on this new Twitch meta here. It definitely is the most clothed I've seen in a while for one of these metas. So that's going in a good direction, I would think, right? I actually imagine she probably won't get banned for this one. I don't know how many times she's been banned. It's a lot, but this might actually be one that's safe by the Twitch policy. Though you have to wonder, how do the hog squeezers feel about it? Because this is more closed than they're used to for a sexual meta that's developed. And I can't see the chat replay when I went back to watch it. I don't know if it's just Twitch mobile not really functioning properly like usual or what, but I can't see their response. When we covered the last one with Strawberry Tabby and the butthole cam, which sounds like the title to a Harry Potter book, we were able to see the chat and them celebrate each and every gyration she made every time she adjusted her seating position. There were people in the chat going crazy. Yeah! Whoa, come on, Fudge! Whoa! So it was like the Super Bowl of butt for them. This one, you don't really get any of that. You're getting Fortnite, where there was once ass. So maybe they're disappointed in it and it won't take off as like the next successful sexual Twitch meta or anything, but who really knows? I'm not an expert.
A couple days ago, a YouTuber, and more importantly, a dear friend of mine, experienced every content creator's worst nightmare: a private picture leaking. When I heard the news that Ludwig's nutsack had leaked onto Twitter, I panicked. I damn near did damage control for him and started formulating excuses like, no, it's just the angle the picture was taken that makes his nuts look small. It's an optical illusion. He had just taken a cold shower, so his balls shrunk a little bit. And you don't know that actually what this is. It's not even a scrotum. It's swamp gases being reflected off of a weather balloon. Like I was ready to go to bat for him, but I didn't need to. He didn't need excuses. His balls spoke for themselves. Now, it wasn't by his own choosing. This wasn't his plan. It wasn't like some kind of mogul male move here to get content out of it. He was on the Cold Ones podcast, and during the Patreon cut, he playfully pulled his sack out, and it's on full display. It's very bold, very proud. And Chad had asked if he wanted them censored in the Patreon cut, to which Ludwig replied, yeah. But Chad apparently misunderstood what he was saying here, so then told the editor not to bother censoring it. So then on the Patreon cut, his nuts were just fully there, to Ludwig and all of Twitter's surprise. I'm sure a lot of you are curious how his nuts ended up on camera in the first place. Like, was it a freak accident? Like they were just talking, then his balls flew out of his pants or something? Well, I'll explain quickly. On the Cold Ones podcast, there's a lot of alcohol consumption, and Ludwig was many shots deep, and he willingly brought out his sack and expected it to be censored, but it wasn't. It's just that simple. The whole episode's pretty wild. There's a point where Ludwig pukes, and Max then dips his food into the puke and says, thanks for the dip, and then eats it. Shit goes real hard. So, his nuts being out was probably like the least shocking thing from the episode, but unfortunately, it wasn't censored, so it ended up getting onto Twitter. Now, this is what I really wanted to focus on here. Not even so much the testicle flesh parachute itself, more so how he's handled the situation. So Chad has profusely apologized for it. I'm sure he feels pretty terrible for it. But Ludwig has taken it like an absolute king. He's just addressing it fully, making a joke out of it, and he seems to just be in great spirits about it. And when you have balls that are that aesthetic, like they were almost made to be photographed, I could see why it probably wouldn't bother you that much. But it got me thinking about how I'd handle this kind of situation, because I feel like I have tiny nuts. If I whipped them out and dangled them in front of this camera right now, you'd have no idea that I'm dangling my testicles. You'd probably think that I'm holding 2 almonds up to the camera lens. So I got to thinking, would I be able to handle something like this as graciously as Ludwig? And my answer is maybe.
I feel like it would really depend on the conditions of my dick pic or testicle leak. Whether like I'm in prime competing condition, like if I'm fully erect, half chub, or fully flaccid. Fully flaccid, I'd get extremely insecure, and I'd probably be like almost threatened. Like I'd feel challenged. Like, oh, everyone thinks this is what my dick looks like at its peak. No, 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 no. So then I'd have to take another dick pic after I've got myself chubbed a bit. Such is the curse of being a grower instead of a shower. Fun statistical fact to make some of you feel better: 79% of all men are growers, not showers. Being a shower is like being a shiny Pokemon. It's a statistical anomaly. Now, of course, this is talking about the penis itself. What Ludwig had leak was his sack, and I still feel like my sack would need some flattering angles in order for me to feel like super comfortable with it being out there. But my cock in particular, I know I would need it to be at least semi-erect. As a grower, when I'm performing, it's about 6.5 inches, but flaccid, we're talking like 3.5-ish. That's not amazing. That's not super photogenic. That's not gonna be like a great picture. So it really just depends, but overall, I don't think I'd be able to have as much class with something like this as Ludwig does, but I do think over time I'd become more numb to it. Like, it'd be extremely on brand if my scrotum leaked. Like, that's just one of those things like you're kind of expecting. I'm honestly shocked Ludwig's sack is out there before mine. I never take dick pics or anything. In fact, I don't like to be photographed naked. I'm like more elusive with naked photographs than Bigfoot. But even still, if something like this was to happen, I would have expected me to be first as opposed to Ludwig. But yeah, overall, I just don't think I'd be able to be as calm about this situation as Ludwig has been, and I think he's doing it the right way. Overall, I just find the way Ludwig's gone about this to be admirable. I was talking about it on stream the other day, so I'll go ahead and play a couple clips from there and then get back into talking about it a little bit deeper. Did you see Ludwig's massive balls? I did. I am shocked Ludwig did a ball reveal before pretty much anyone else. Yeah, Ludwig showed his whole sack on the Cold One's Patreon cut, and it leaked to Twitter, so now his balls are all over Twitter. Got that whole scroty action out. Flopping in the wind now on Twitter. He's being a great sport about it, though. Handling it like a champ. He's also got a hairless sack, too, which is crazy. If my nuts leaked, you'd have no idea. You'd think it'd be like a piece of gum that fell into like a barbershop mess of hair on the ground. He probably shaves them. So do I, but I still have like so much hair on my sack. I don't know. It's hard to get all of it. My pubes are well kept, but my nutsack hair, it goes so wild for no reason. It's got a mind of its own. It's like fighting for freedom down there on my sack. It just will not stay groomed. He said he thinks they're small. What, his nuts? No, he's got good-sized nuts. Strong nuts. A lot of good DNA in that sack. Thought you were joking, they look clean though? No, yeah, he's got like an actual bald sack. He's blessed. Bro uses Nair. That's a name I've not heard in many moons. I actually remember trying Nair. I used to be really embarrassed of my facial hair. So I tried Nair once because my mom saw it on TV and said like, you know, I know you don't like this, maybe try it. So we got Nair. It just fucking chemical burned my face. Yeah, I had no idea it wasn't supposed to be on your face, so I tried to get rid of my stash because my stash would always grow in ferociously. I just fucking burned the shit out of my face. Doesn't it also stink really bad? Yeah, because it's just like fucking incinerating your flesh. It's like cremating my upper lip. As I sit here and stew on it and let it marinate, I feel like maybe the reason why I'd be more embarrassed about it than Ludwig is simply for the fact that his balls are fit for a king and mine are fit for like a court jester. And I think it might be due to like the hairiness of it. So maybe I just need to groom it a bit better. Like I manscape like frequently, but for some reason the hair on my nutsack is always fighting for its life and just so resilient. So it'll keep growing back in weird angles and it gets all like squiggly and shit. So maybe that's more the reason why I feel like I wouldn't be able to navigate it as well as Lud. But I'm not positive. And I also don't want to test the theory and put myself in the hot water. I'm not exactly going to whip out my sack on camera right now. But can you imagine what a power move it would be if I did? But yeah, just overall I wanted to talk about the situation a little bit because I truly applaud the way Ludwig has handled this whole situation. I think he's done a great job with all of it. It doesn't seem like he's got super salty about it. He's not like DMCA striking anyone that talks about his nuts or anything like that, and it doesn't seem like he's harboring any ill will towards Chad or anyone on the Cold Ones team.
Recently, Twitch has been wow, I got out of the shower like a little less than half an hour ago, and I am looking like someone's mom in an anime. Holy shit. Watch so much fucking anime, I'm turning into a character. Anyway, Twitch has been making a lot of mistakes. Recently, Paymoney Wubby made an extraordinary video talking about some of the big mistakes they've made, and I wanted to kind of expand on that and talk about something a little more in particular. How the Twitch bans and the moderation team lead to a culture on Twitch that both promotes degeneracy and instills fear in both users and streamers. Now, I stream pretty much daily at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come stop by if you want to put a few extra inches on your penis. And yesterday during a stream, I said the word Jaeger when talking about Jaeger bombs, which is alcohol related. But immediately after I said that, the chat filled with ban, terms of service, shit like that. And the reason for that is because the Twitch mod team have banned a bunch of streamers for innocent words that they misheard as the N-word or other racist or bad words. So it's created this culture where people are constantly hearing racist words out of innocent words, which is absolutely frustrating and fucked up. Quick examples being League of Legends streamer TF Blade said fucking idiot one time, and he said it fast and they thought he said the N-word, so they banned him. I think he was banned for a total of a week, maybe a little less before they realized their mistake, but that's a week of just taking away his income. But not only does that take away his career for a week, totally off of something they misheard, it completely tanks his reputation for that week because there were articles written about this professional player being racist and saying the N-word, and it's not what he said. It was totally misheard by the Twitch team, so that ruins his brand image, that ruins his potential on the team. That's a huge deal. League of Legends streamer named Pinkward said the word yikers, and he was banned for 30 days. And I actually don't think his ban ever got lifted, by the way. So his entire Twitch career was uprooted because they misheard a word he said. So anytime a word ends in like a G-E-R or a G-A-R, the fucking streamer runs the risk of getting banned, even if it's a totally innocent word like Jaeger. And this has trained the community, fucking Pavlovian style, to immediately assume the most racist shit all the time. When I said Jaeger, a bunch of people in chat started spamming some racist shit, question marks, banned, terms of service. Do you know how fucking frustrating that is? They're training their community to be racist, constantly hearing the N-word and other really awful slurs and horrible things when that's not the word that was used. So streamers have to fully articulate each and every word for fear of the Twitch moderation team, which is fully unknown, by the way. They're like the fucking Illuminati. There's not a single name on the entire moderation team that is public. By the way, just throwing that out there, they're fucking cowards and don't put their names on some of the shit work they do for the company and the reputation that they ruin and wipe their ass with. Just wanted to get that out there. But you have to be afraid of these power-hungry losers because these are the ones that control your income. They control your career. If you're a full-time streamer, you are fully at the mercy and have to grovel at the feet of this faceless loser team of moderators that are constantly jerking off their power, just getting hard off banning people, it feels like, because their bans are totally random and there's no communication and there's never any repercussions because these people aren't publicly named. Look at any other position at Twitch, partner manager, any level at Twitch, you can find those people. They proudly promote that they are that position at Twitch, but you can't find that for anyone that controls the bans. I've talked to a lot of people at Twitch, and everyone I've ever communicated with at Twitch has been nothing but wonderful, kind, helpful. I really have had nothing but a positive experience with the people I can and have talked to at Twitch. But it's the people you can't talk to, this moderation team, this fucking Discord HQ wumpus infiltrated team of moderators at Twitch, that's the problem. They're degenerates that you can't communicate with and don't care about you. They can ban you on a Thursday, and since they take weekends off, just unban you on a Monday and take away 3 days of income just for fun. And there's nothing you can do about it. That is totally within their power if they felt like doing that. I've never been banned on Twitch for any length of time, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change after posting this video because I feel like the Twitch mod team is vindictive. I know that the Twitch team watches some of the videos that criticize them, and I think that behavior is very healthy for a company to open themselves up to criticism and see what the community has to say. But I worry for the way the mod team responds to it because there have been cases where it feels like the mod team went out of their way to find things to ban them for. There have been cases where streamers got banned for a VOD that was months old at a very obscure point in the VOD where there is a single frame of a single pixel of a single tip of a penis that exists for a split second, and they get banned temporarily for that. It just seems like they really do try and find ways to ban streamers that they may not like. But to be fair, they don't have to do that. They can literally ban you for no reason. Like in Pay Money Wubby's case, they banned him and then just outright admitted it was a mistake 5 days later. They can absolutely ruin careers on Twitch for no reason and never have anything happen. They're not at risk of losing their position. They're not at risk of anyone coming up and, reporting it because you don't know how to. Because you don't know these people. Only one person I've talked to at Twitch has had any communication with the mod team. That is how isolated that group of people is from everyone else at Twitch HQ. I've talked to a myriad of different positions at Twitch, a bunch of different people, and only a single one has ever had direct contact with anyone on their moderation team, at least that he would share with me. So it's silly to have this team so disconnected from the rest of the company, which I genuinely feel do care about creators. But this one huge component of the company, the one with the most power directly on the platform, is this rogue organization like the fucking syndicate from Mission Impossible that just plain doesn't seem like they care about you, or even in most cases just actively fucking hate you. And you don't even know what you've done to them because you don't know who they are. I think there should be a lot more transparency with the mod team. The fucking CEO embarrassed himself on stream, for God's sakes. Why not a head of mod team, like PR or something? It's just extremely scary, the environment and the ecosystem that this mod team has now created. Now, it's not just the mishearing of words that has led to a toxic environment where people go around thinking they're always hearing racist or homophobic things out of words that have nothing to do with it. They also have turned a large portion of the community against female streamers. I put that entirely on the mod team. What I mean by this, for the two examples, we'll stick with mishearing words. Everyone's favorite cat lady on Twitch, Alinity, has had cases where she said words that sound like she's saying the N-word. Another streamer named Amaranth have had cases where she's saying things that sound like the N-word. In both of those cases, they received a thorough investigation and no ban. Not at all. Why wasn't that same luxury and courtesy given to the two League streamers I talked about? They investigated Alinity and Amaranth and found they didn't say the words, which they didn't, so they rightfully didn't get a ban. But why did they immediately flip the switch on Blade and Pinkward when they didn't say the word? They didn't investigate, they didn't even bother. That's a very clear bias. There's clear favoritism from the mod team, and that leads to the community turning against the people that are getting that special treatment, even when they don't ask for it. The community saying things like, oh, how does Twitch mod dick taste? You're immune to the Twitch mod ban hammer because you fuck them. And I don't think that's right. I don't think any female streamers have ever exchanged sexual content for special treatment. I think they're getting the special treatment without ever having asked for it, and I don't know why the mod team can't see why that's a bad thing for the streamer and the community too, because it turns the community against the female streamer for the special treatment. They get mad about that, and they accuse them of doing shady shit to get that special treatment when I truly don't think they've ever had contact with a mod or have done anything with the mods for the special treatment. They've never asked for it, they just get it. And that's led to a portion of the community hating some female streamers because they think they've done something behind the scenes to get special treatment, and that's gotta fucking suck. Now, this is a ban that happened a few days ago that I really want to talk about. This streamer was being harassed by an asshole in the chat who was donating to him just to insult him, and the streamer got banned because he addressed that guy by his real name. The interesting thing is, the dude's real name was public already because he was donating under his real name. He was putting his real name on display for everyone to see with every insult he made. Yet when the streamer addressed him by name to talk about him being an asshole, he gets a 30-day ban just for reading his goddamn name out loud? That's bullshit. I address people by their real name on my stream sometimes. Some people tell me to address them by their real name. They prefer it, and I'm really good at remembering names, so I address them by their real name. Does that make me susceptible to a ban? Tons of streamers address members of their community by their real name. It's commonplace. What's the exception here? Because he was being an asshole, so then the streamer calls him out by his name for being an asshole? That's ridiculous. His name was there on the screen in the donation. He donated with his real name. What does this show people? This shows people that if you want to be an asshole and troll a streamer, you can make a donation in your real name, and if a streamer addresses it out loud, you can get them banned by saying they gave away your personal info. That sets such a horrible standard. This is a very easily exploitable way to get someone you don't like banned. It's so fucked up. Today, I was just made aware of this streamer on the platform that goes by the name of Ataris, I'm not quite sure how to say it. He got banned on Twitch because of an obsessed stalker fan mass reported his channel. He's confirmed this through Discord. He even had a fucking interview with the guy who outright admitted to everything that he was accused of, and yet Twitch hasn't even looked at his support ticket. He got banned completely false just from mass reports from one obsessed garbage person, and he can't get unbanned because no one bothers to check his reports because they don't care. They don't look at these kind of reports. Another streamer named Saru recently got her second ban due to her drawings being a little too lewd. Now, what's interesting about this is body painting is totally allowed on Twitch, which is nude bodies that are being painted over. And Saru's drawings are clothed, albeit a bit risque. She got one ban earlier this year and was totally fine for 3 months, but yesterday was banned with no communication from the team telling her as why she got banned, and she didn't even know she got banned until she saw a Reddit post about it. That's just absurd to me, how you can just ban someone, not tell them anything, and they just can't even talk to you ever again. The point being, Twitch has created this entire community of streamers that stream in fear of this mysterious fucking gavel-swinging judge, jury, and executioner mod team coming at them for any reason at all, even if it's totally innocent shit you're saying, and that leads to a community that constantly hears the worst things out of the most innocent things. That's fucking frustrating, scary, and unhealthy. And also, this bullshit about getting mass reported by an obsessed fan and you not being able to do anything about it, do you not see why that's a massive fucking problem? That is so easily exploitable. If a group of high schoolers get their goddamn anime club together to mass report a streamer they don't like, the biggest streamer on Twitch, let's say, they'd get banned and they wouldn't be able to get unbanned if it's during the weekend. That shit could happen on a Thursday and they're not getting touched till Monday. That is not acceptable under any circumstances. It's outrageous. Even my dog's coming over here to console me. She's upset with the fucking moderation team and their garbage. It's just so frustrating. This is the reason why so many big streamers are totally fine leaving Twitch. Not only because they got better monetary offers from other platforms, but because it's a lot safer than them, where they don't need to feel like at any moment their career could be jeopardized from this team of unknown fucking axe-slinging losers that could just completely nuke them out of the blue. So hats off to the people that do escape off Twitch with good offers, but for most people, it's where they call home. And you've created a super toxic environment in that home where constantly Twitch chat is hearing horrible things out of totally innocent things that was taught to them by the mod team. Now, obviously, a lot of that falls onto the individual edgelords as well, but when they see that behavior from the top level mod team that is enforcing these bans, it's very clear that that has an effect on the community as a whole and how they respond to certain things. Thus, it leads to a super unhealthy entire atmosphere that's just so fucking toxic. And yeah, that's just about it. I wanted to talk about the impact that bans. There are some questions that people will always ask themselves. Where do we come from? Where do we go when we die? Why is Charlie so short? And what can finally kill a business that's too big to fail? We've only seen this a few times in our history with things like Blockbuster, an absolute titan that completely crumbled. But usually there's some things that a lot of people just believe will never fail because they're so big. YouTube, Google, Facebook, these kind of staples. And among those is Twitch, I imagine. For a long time, Twitch has been the go-to spot for live streaming. Of course, there are alternatives, there has been competition, but Twitch has managed to remain king and sits atop a pile of mangled corpses from shitty startups that just couldn't make it in the industry. God rest the soul of Mixer, gone but not forgotten. And then there's also really niche ones like DLive, which I don't know what the fuck's going on with DLive, but I remember you used to be able to cheer things called lemons, so maybe the lemons are still going well. I couldn't tell you, but all I know for sure is Twitch is still the #1 live streaming platform. YouTube is catching up though, YouTube's been making big power moves, but Twitch has still managed to hold on to its stranglehold on streaming. But today I think that crown is threatened. I believe we're about to enter the Game of Thrones here for who's going to be the #1 live streaming platform because Twitch may have just publicly committed suicide, or at the very least shot themselves in the foot 1,000 times publicly. Now, before I get into this, I'm not exaggerating. I really do believe this decision Twitch has made is massively impactful for the overall health and longevity of the platform, and I'm going to explain why in great detail. I swear to God, this week has been the most eventful week in the entire history of the cyberspace. Since the creation of the World Wide Web, no week has been this wild. So, today, out of nowhere, at like 4 a.m. my time,
Twitch dropped an announcement on a policy update that's on the horizon, and it's a doozy. So buckle your seatbelt and keep your hands inside the ride at all times, because we're going in deep. This is downright baffling that they thought this was a good idea. So the announcement is all about their revenue split, as well as a couple of other things that they briefly touch on. But the big focal point here is what they're going to be changing with their streamer revenue split. For those that don't know, when you stream on Twitch, you can have subs. If you're an affiliate, a partner, you get a sub button, which is something that viewers can click on and pay you like $5 a month to support you, as well as get emotes in return. Now, streamers split this $5 with Twitch. Twitch takes 50%, 50% goes to the streamer. However, for as long as I can remember, they've also had a 70-30 split where 70% goes to the streamer and only 30% goes to Twitch. That's something that isn't exactly secretive. It's not something that's only existed in hushed whispers behind the dumpsters or anything like that. It's been something that's been publicly discussed for a long time. The 70-30 split was reserved for like partners on the upper echelon of streaming. And for a long time, I, as well as pretty much everyone else on the platform, has always said that the revenue split across the entire platform should be a flat 70-30 for all creators of all sizes, to match YouTube at the very least. YouTube is 70-30 for all their streamers. 70% to streamers, 30% to YouTube. But Twitch, that deal is only reserved for the select few partners that get that. Everyone else is 50-50, which makes no sense, honestly, because it should just be a 70-30 split straight up. Now, when I first saw this announcement be posted, I got starry-eyed. I was like, holy shit, Twitch is about to cop the fattest W in internet history with this announcement. They're going to announce that every streamer is getting a 70-30 split. This is what everyone's been wanting for years. Let's fucking go. But then the reality set in. Just like a man who unfortunately came home early from work and found his wife cheating on him, I was devastated. Because what they actually were explaining is that they were just getting rid of the 70-30 deal altogether. They explained that they'll no longer be offering the 70-30 contracts to any streamers, as well as mentioning the alteration to existing 70-30 premiums. So creators that are already used to the 70-30 deals will maintain 70-30 up to $100,000, and after $100,000, it then goes to 50-50. So instead of bringing all creators up to 70-30, they bring everyone down to 50-50. And I'm sure a lot of you think like it's unreasonable to expect them to do 70-30 deals for everyone, but it's really not. They're backed by Amazon. They have a massive purse that they could tap into for moves like this. YouTube has 70-30 deals for every streamer. Like, that is the standard. And you're telling me Twitch, which is the literal #1 streaming platform and has been for a fucking decade now, can't match that deal? How is YouTube, which is only just now really starting to figure out the streaming space, able to do a better job at something Twitch pioneered? It's kind of fucking crazy to me. So Twitch came in like a burglar in the night, but instead of stealing a television, they just stole 20% from the creators that helped make their platform pop off in the first place. According to some of the math I've seen floating around, overall this is a 29% decrease in revenue for streamers that were on the 70-30 deal. But again, that's for the upper echelon of streaming, so they're going to be fine, you know? Your heart shouldn't be breaking like, holy fuck, they're going to be homeless now. It's a slap in the face to them for sure, but they're going to be okay. They're very well off. But you would expect, if they're taking 20% back from those streamers, you would expect Twitch to be using that money to improve the platform, or being like, you know what? Since we're taking this, here's how we're going to make the platform better for viewers and for streamers. But they're not. They're making it worse. They continue to shit where they eat. They announced this part in the same blog post. I guess like the first part was supposed to be the bad news, like hitting you with the cold water right away. 70-30 contracts are gone. But here's the dessert. Here's the good stuff coming. Our recent bump in ads revenue share to 55% as part of our ads incentive program is a great way for these larger streamers to make up most, if not all, of that revenue. How can you be this out of touch? It's mind-blowing. The shamelessness here to try and pitch this like a positive or noble thing. Yeah, so you guys are making less money on subs and Twitch is making more. So what? Boo-hoo, cry about it. Just run more ads, idiot. You stupid asshole. Just keep playing more ads for us, baby. Keep greasing the machine. More ads. That'll solve it. They're like fucking Mr. Krabs over here with this insatiable greed and their fixation on ads. They're trying to make Twitch like TV where you get 15 minutes of ads per hour. It's crazy here. Right now, the maximum contract on Twitch is 4 minutes of ads per hour. Yeah, it's not as much as TV, but that alone right there is still significantly more ads than you're going to get on YouTube. Plus, Twitch's ads are significantly more intrusive. They're unskippable ads, whereas YouTube has skippable ones. Like, they're just so behind here. And they're trying very hard to push these larger streamers to do as many ads as possible. By taking away that 20% and then like bumping up their split on ad revenue as a way of kind of like nudging them like, hey, I know you missed that 20%. Why not just click that 3-minute ad button one more time for us? Maybe 2 or 3 more times so you can actually get back to where you were. It's horrible. It's not only bad for streamers who don't want to run ads, which is all of them. The only streamers that run ads are the ones that are contractually obligated to. It's also awful for viewers because it completely ruins the experience. Again, these are unskippable ads and they will go for literally 8 back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back ads. Nobody wants that. It's a terrible viewing experience. It's dog shit. And that's going to be even more prevalent should this change go forward as written. Now let's dive into why I believe this change will have a massively detrimental effect on the platform as a whole. I think what's going to happen here is like a full-blown exodus. I feel like this is going to be straight up Matt Damon being sent to Mars here. There's going to be a lot of top-level streamers, I think, that no longer exclusively stream on Twitch. You might remember recently Twitch made a change to another policy which forbids streamers from streaming anywhere else once they're a partner. That got lifted, so as just a normal partner, you can simultaneously stream on Twitch and YouTube if you want to. That doesn't apply to the streamers that have the 70-30 contracts. Those are much more strict. And those contracts, they ask a lot of the streamer. From ad incentives, which can go up to 4 minutes per hour, all the way to the stream hours they require per month, which can go from like 160 to 180 hours, which is a lot. That's a big ask. And a lot of the streamers are used to that. They've been grinding that for a long time at that 70-30 mark. But now, with that 70-30 mark completely changing and going back down, they're going to start to wonder, is it worth it, you know? Like, they took a huge hit to their sub revenue, but they're still grinding for less money. Why would they then stay exclusive with Twitch when they can just not renew their contract and simultaneously stream on Twitch and YouTube? Or, better yet, why not go to YouTube, who's going to pay them a bag to get there, like straight up 7 figures worth of doubloons, straight big schmeckles to go over there? Why wouldn't they just take that, go to YouTube, which has the 70-30 split they're used to, as well as significantly more lax contracts? Ludwig recently showed his hours streamed for a month, and he's not even breaking 120 hours. That's nothing on Twitch. Whereas YouTube, it's more lax, it's the 70-30 split you're used to, the ads are less intrusive, and there's no huge ad requirement in YouTube contracts that I know of, and you're getting paid to go over there. Why the fuck would you stay on Twitch? Twitch has nothing at that point. The only thing Twitch has over YouTube then is the chat, and Twitch chat is a million times better than YouTube chat, just straight up, that is an objective truth. 100%. But if YouTube ever fixes their chat, then there's really no reason to stay on Twitch. And even as a viewer too, because once all of these new policies roll out that they've announced here, the changes, your experience as a viewer is going to be worse because you're going to be inundated with ads constantly. It's going to be like fucking brainwashing with how many advertisements that'll be shoved down your throat. It is killing the big streamers' motivation to stay there because YouTube is just the better offer. It's the better deal. And if you don't want to exclusively stream on YouTube, why wouldn't you just simultaneously stream on both then and double dip, double fist here? There's no reason to be exclusive on Twitch once this change comes, because all it's going to do is be an added stress and a worse experience for your viewers. Because once you take this new Twitch contract, you're going to have to run more ads, which makes it an unwatchable stream. When there's a ton of ads on a stream, I leave. Most people do, because they're super intrusive, they ruin it. No one likes the ad breaks. When I do an ad break, it's because I went up to go pee. And I'll just run ads while I'm peeing so no one's missing anything. But I can't piss fucking 5 times an hour in order to hit the new ad density requirements. Like that's, you know, my bladder's not built that way. I'm not a fucking superhero, right? You know, with great power comes great pissing, but I'm just not there yet. It's just super stupid. Like, they're not even addressing the problem with the ads with how intrusive they are. There's still pre-roll ads, which immediately kill discoverability for smaller streamers, because if someone's clicking on a stream they're unfamiliar with, they're not going to sit through 6 ads that play against the creator's will. They'll see the ads come up and they'll immediately leave, so now they've lost a potential new viewer. Like, the ads are a huge problem on Twitch that are not being addressed. Instead, they're just doubling down on the current ad status, like how they pre-roll, how they're unskippable, and just subtly push streamers to run more of them in order to make up for lost revenue that Twitch took back from them. It's just such a fucking backwards idea that they had the chutzpah, the gall, to try and spin as something noble. When you read this blog post, they write it as if they're some saint. Like, as if they're doing the platform a favor, like this is somehow a good thing. When under no interpretation of this policy is it a good thing. I don't know how it can possibly be spun as a positive thing unless people really fixate on, wow, creators get a little more percentage of the ad revenue. Oh, that's great. I can't wait to see more ads from them. It's just so fucking insulting. And then they even had the audacity in this policy update to mention how expensive it is to run the site, as if anyone is surprised by that. It's Twitch. Of course it's going to cost a ton of fucking money to run the site. You know what else costs a ton to run? YouTube. And you're both backed by massive corporations. You can both afford it. I don't know why that was there in the first place. They slid that in there as like an explanation for why they can't do 70-30 for all the streamers, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth because it doesn't really seem like it doesn't compute in my mind how Amazon, who owns Twitch, can't somehow figure out a way to compete with YouTube with the 70-30 deal. Like, how is that possible, really? But just to wrap it all up, my point is, I think this policy will drive most of the top streamers, as well as a lot of their viewers, off of Twitch, at least exclusively on Twitch. Because it's going to be a worse viewing experience should this go through, because the streamers will feel obligated to run more ads, even if it's not in their contract. Just the lost revenue that they'll experience from the 70-30 going back to 50-50 is going to be enough to make them want to run those ads in order to make up for that. So that's going to be a worse experience for their viewers, and there's not going to be really any incentive for them to stay on Twitch, because YouTube is just legitimately the better deal, and like they are offering a better deal than Twitch is, just like altogether. So a horrible, horrible, horrible L for
I've always been known for my bravery, and today will be no different. I'm gonna hit you with a hot take, so buckle your seatbelt, because I'm not pulling these punches, I'm not holding anything back. I'm gonna say what others are too afraid to say. Pedophilia is bad. Thank you, thank you. I know, hey, someone had to say it. Someone had to come in and put their foot down and say, enough is enough, you know? I'm no hero, but let me explain what prompted this courageous act for me today. A few days ago, a YouTuber named Mama Max posted a video called Pick a Side YouTube, and in the video he discusses a serious problem on the platform where creators that focus on darker subject matter are often censored, like Mama Max. This is actually a channel I've talked about before in the past. He's had his asshole stretched by YouTube full goatsy. He's had multiple videos taken down and striked for the most trivial of reasons. And it's mainly because the subject matter, because a lot of his content is investigations and exposing or talking about bad actors online, like a pedophile ring in a game or something like that. And in this video, he talks about that and how he feels like it's a serious problem. He brings in other content creators who have also experienced similar unfair enforcement of the rules against their content just because what they were talking about was darker. For example, bringing up Dan Schneider, the Nickelodeon guy who loved children's feet. He like ran that Twitter campaign of, hey kids, show me pictures of your feet. Haha. So when a content creator has brought up Dan Schneider in the past, they have experienced some problems where there'll be like a strike on the channel or the video gets blocked or taken down or something, and it just feels really fucking weird where it's like, Jesus, does Dan Schneider have foot fetish assassins at YouTube HQ just flipping switches to take down content that calls it out? So the whole video that Mama Max posted basically focuses on this very real problem where when a creator investigates something dark or talks about something that's pretty grim, they're the ones most at risk, not the people they're really talking about. So by just bringing these topics to light, there's been multiple times where they have been the ones to receive a strike or have their content blocked. So obviously for a lot of people, they feel like YouTube just prefers to bury this kind of information instead of trying to help the people that are affected by the bad actors that get investigated. YouTube instead just punishes the people for investigating it. And it feels very unfair. YouTube prefers to throw all this kind of content into a cum dumpster, light it on fire, and forget about it. Clearly a pretty dogshit solution, because if the content's getting taken down, less people know about it, which means more victims. So a very serious problem. Now this is where I get involved directly in this whole thing, because at the end of Mama Max's video, he wanted to make a shitstorm. He said he wanted to squeeze YouTube by their balls. He wanted to grab that goddamn nutsack and clap it together like he was fucking Hulk smashing it. So in order to put pressure on YouTube, his solution was to get a viral Twitter trend going. And the Twitter hashtag he chose was Pick a Side YouTube, and the two sides that YouTube has to pick from are either children or pedophiles. Whose side are you on? Good versus evil. The pretty wild ultimatum here. And you thought you had it rough when you had to decide between cereal or coffee for breakfast. Imagine YouTube's situation here. Do you choose the children or the pedophiles? And then he tags a lot of creators, hoping that they would talk about it and get traction there. At the end of his video, he also calls people out to talk about it. And I completely disagreed with this approach here. And I mentioned it briefly on stream, and I stream every single day, twitch.tv/moistcritical. Please feel free to stop in, put a few extra inches on your penis. I'd love to see you in there. I'll put the link in the description so it's nice and easy. I mentioned it on stream, and since then, I've been labeled a pedophile defender by some people on Twitter, or a YouTube shill by others. Which I couldn't fucking believe. I never thought there'd be a day where anyone in the goddamn world would think I stood up for pedophiles when I have an entire podcast of 270-something episodes, almost all of them dedicated to shitting on pedophiles. But anyway, I guess because I disagreed with this silly hashtag, all of a sudden I got out Captain America's shield and I'm putting the pedophiles behind me. Get behind me, boys. I got us covered. I'll take the hits here. But let me explain. I think the pick a side, children or pedophiles, is extremely goofy and distorts the actual message of his video. The message of his video is very much YouTube censors dark content. They unfairly treat people who investigate serious things. And as a direct result of this censorship, it leads to more kids being harmed, more victims, and these disgusting, evil, fucking stinky, yucky groups existing in the shadows because the content that has called them out and brought it to light has been taken down. So it does create more problems for more people, more victims. That's the point of his video, YouTube taking down this informative content and using every excuse imaginable to do it. Hey, we had to strike this entire video down because at 3 minutes and 7 seconds into the video, there's an animated character's butt cheek playfully poking out from their swimsuit. So the whole thing's coming down. You fucked up. Sorry, big guy. You know, it's like, what do you mean? This is a very trivial problem. It's a goddamn animated character. You could have just, like, told me to blur it and it would have been fine. The point is, by taking the videos down that are informing people of dangerous groups, it in turn creates more victims of those groups because they don't know about it anymore. And that's the problem that Mama Max's video was highlighting, and YouTube brushing it all under the rug. Because they want their reputation to be more squeaky clean. They don't want these kind of, like, bad actors brought to light on their platform because they think it might be a bad look for the platform. So they unfairly treat those creators. It's a real, serious problem. And it's one I've actually talked about quite a bit in the past. In Mama Max's video, he brings up the interview I had with the YouTube CEO, Susan. He mentions that it hasn't aged well. And admittedly, he's right. A lot of the things I talked to with Susan and the policy team, they haven't come to fruition. They still haven't been implemented. They said they were aiming for 2021 to be a great year with all of these new features that would help creators, and a lot of them aren't there, almost none of them. But they have added a couple things, like now you have timestamps when you get a strike for, you know, what was the violation. So at the very least, they're adding a little bit. But yeah, it hasn't aged well. But what I did, and what I mentioned to them back then, is this problem. I even mentioned Mama Max by name and explained his situation to the YouTube policy team when I was on that phone call with Susan and the policy team. I highlighted this issue because it's an issue that I'm pretty passionate about, and it's a very serious one that needs to be addressed. This also comes into play with Mama Max's video, if you remember that controversy that happened where Mama Max had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down, if I remember correctly, because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let Mama Max know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and I thought Mama Max did a great job in his video until the end, where he turned it into a you're either with us or with the pedophiles type thing. Even though the message of his video isn't YouTube is protecting pedophiles, he's not saying YouTube is a sanctuary for pedophiles in his video, but his hashtag implies that. And I think it's counterproductive and doesn't really accomplish anything at all. It's a message, his video, I think almost everyone would agree with the message. But the hashtag, I feel like most people would find that silly and just write it off right away. Because it doesn't actually highlight the problem. It's just like this out of nowhere, hey YouTube, do you like kids or do you like pedophiles? The people that fuck those kids, huh? Do you like them? Or do you like the kids? You know, it doesn't do anything. Like there's no even like outrage that it generates. It's just like, what the fuck is this? Because if you watch the video, you have the entire situation laid out with the unfair treatment and censorship of content creators that are covering serious topics.
And then you get to the end and it goes like full fucking V for Vendetta. Tonight there will be a shitstorm. I'm going to make YouTube choose the ultimate sacrifice. Where will they stand? With the kids or with those pedophiles, eh? I like Mama Max, and I really like the majority of the video until it gets to the end, because that completely changes the perception of the issue. I imagine most people who don't know the situation and don't know Mama Max will see this and just be like, what the fuck is going on here? And assume it's like another one of those wake up YouTube situations, if you guys remember that from like a year or two ago. I forgot the dude's name. I think his name was like Matt something. Matt Wabblemaster, Matt Wumbo, whatever. I don't remember his name. But he started that whole wake up YouTube where he exposed that YouTube was enabling pedophiles and even recommending pedophile content to other pedophiles or whatever the fuck was going on then. And it started that whole adpocalypse. Most people remember that situation. And then they'll see this kind of trend going on, they'll just assume it's kind of the same thing and write it off immediately. Because when you see this Twitter hashtag and you see all the people talking about it, it paints YouTube as this sanctuary for pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein's island. It makes it seem like YouTube's protected pedophiles for long enough, now it's time they choose the kids for once. When that's not the argument he's making. His argument is because YouTube keeps censoring the content where we're calling these kind of people out, it puts the kids in jeopardy. So the issue is more the YouTube censorship, taking down content that focuses on dark things. And that is the problem. Not that YouTube is choosing to cater to pedophiles or anything like that. So the message gets totally distorted and it just creates a hostile environment where people fight each other, even though everyone's on the same side. It just causes all of this infighting, because when people point this out that like, hey, this isn't the most effective Twitter trend to get the message across, they're immediately labeled pro-pedophilia. I've seen it non-stop from anyone that dares question the efficiency of this Twitter hashtag. They immediately get dogpiled by others, accusing them of defending pedophiles or picking YouTube's side like, oh, so you've chosen where your allegiances lie now, and it's with those pedophiles, huh? Like, it's kind of disgusting, actually, to try and make like a war out of it when everyone in that battle is kind of on the same side. Everyone agrees with the message of the Mama Max video, but disagrees that it needs to be painted as a kids versus pedophiles issue, because that doesn't actually encapsulate the problem. So that's all I was saying, is that I think that was the worst possible approach to getting the issue highlighted for people that aren't already in the know about the situation. Because again, that pick a side, children or pedophiles thing, I just didn't think that was the right play. If you wanted something that would actually like highlight what was going on, it should have been more focused on the core problem of YouTube censorship, especially when it could directly harm kids if you wanted to focus on that angle. YouTube censorship can harm kids by allowing these kind of fucking bad assholes out there, these dangerous people, to keep hurting them or doing awful shit. That's what I was saying. The hashtag does nothing to aid in solving the problem or even highlighting to the problem to people that don't already know about it. All it did was split people who were already on the same side and had them fighting amongst themselves for no reason, and getting labeled terrible shit just because they thought the hashtag was ineffective at getting the problem out there. So I just don't think it accomplished anything. I really do think it was counterproductive. There would have been a better hashtag to use if that was the direction he thought was best, which was Twitter traction. And I agree that's usually a very good course of action since Team YouTube is very active on Twitter. But there should have been a better hashtag that actually highlighted the problem that YouTube could have potentially addressed and brought forward like, look, we can see there's an issue going on here, but they're not going to do that with pick a side, children or pedophiles, because they don't know what the issue is if they're just looking at that hashtag. They don't know what's going on. It doesn't do anything besides just confuse people and make people angry at each other, thinking that one side's defending pedophiles and the other's whatever. YouTube's always been a mysterious place. It's like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. No one truly knows what's going on at the YouTube HQ. It's like Area 51, but for video sharing platforms.
And the only thing you can ever be certain of with YouTube is that if a YouTuber makes a video talking about them, it's typically negative. However, today, that's not the case. I'm happy to report with a smile on my face and a wet spot in my trousers that I have nothing but good things to say about YouTube today. And I swear on a stack of Pokemon cards, I am not being forced to say this. There isn't like a YouTube assassin with a gun to my head threatening me. As God and anime as my witness, this is just truthfully how I feel today. I'm going to go ahead and catch you up on the lore here and bring you all up to speed. A few days ago on Twitter, I made this post complaining about how one of my videos from 3 years ago was taken down and I got another strike on my channel. The video is, of course, the timeless classic Viking Daughter Gertholomew. Now, I'm sure Viking Daughter is a game that needs no introduction. It's one of the world's most popular games, up there with the Super Mario Brothers, but for porn. It's a game where you get to have sex with the Viking chief's daughter, and it's where I created my alternate character, my persona, Gertholomew. Now, when I created Gertholomew, I really found myself. I wouldn't be the Charles White sitting before you today without Gertholomew. Gertholomew crawled so that Charles White could run. God rest his soul. Some say they don't even know where Gertholomew ends and Charles begins anymore. The point is, though, the game was a porn game where you have sex with this girl. It was all censored, and I censored it further, but it was still in violation of YouTube's policies, so they gave me a strike. Understandably, I was very upset about this, so I did what every creator does. I went to Twitter because it seems like that is currently the only way that you can actually get answers from YouTube. And answers I did receive, we came to a compromise where the video will stay removed, but the strike will be overturned. So the strike is gone, but the video is too. Gertholomew took one for the team, made the ultimate sacrifice, getting rid of the strike. Of course, I'm still upset about it because I hate to see my baby boy slaughtered like that. I would like if the Viking Daughter could continue to exist on YouTube, because I still don't think it really violates the policy since everything is censored, but that's just my opinion. I was happy the strike was gone, and to my surprise, Santa Claus came a little early. Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, replied to my tweet saying that she'd like to set up time to talk about what happened and receive feedback on everything that went on. Of course, I expected nothing out of tagging Susan in my initial tweet. It's like when somebody's having a problem with their Amazon order of a box of condoms and they tag Jeff Bezos asking him to hand deliver the condoms to them. Obviously, you're not expecting anything, but Susan actually responded, and to my even greater surprise, followed through. It wasn't just a public response without any follow-through. We had a real phone call today to go over everything, and it was no holds barred. She welcomed any and all hard questions that I could come up with. I even brought Matt in as like some backup muscle to come up with even harder questions for her to answer. Matt, if you don't remember, is the man who's immune to hot sauces and hot peppers. Man could literally Kegel 5 Carolina Reapers in his asshole and feel nothing. The man's a fucking monster with spice. I'm sure you know Matt by now. And he came along with me so we could both ask her some questions that every creator's had for years now and get some insight on. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to record our conversation because it was more than just Susan and I on the line. There were a few other department heads that wanted to hop in the video call as well to talk about things and get feedback on things, including a man that many people believe to be a myth these days, like Merlin the Wizard. I'm talking about the head of the YouTube policy team. I have never had a conversation with anyone on the policy team. Everyone I've ever talked to on the YouTube platform has never had contact with the policy team. And today I was lucky enough to actually talk to the head of the entire department. And I am happy to say he's a human being. At least as far as I could tell. He didn't have any like Android malfunctions or glitches going on where he just starts spewing out like binary code or anything. Like, he seemed like a normal, nice guy, actually. And I just wanted to talk about the conversation we had today because I feel like a lot of creators would want to get some insight as to what's going on and how they plan on tackling a lot of the problems we've been having recently. So naturally, the first thing I wanted to talk about is why the strikes are used so frequently. It's strike first, ask questions later. They come out gung-ho, guns blaring, riding horseback, just tossing out strikes on the platform, it feels like, even for minor offenses. And the policy head assured me that it really is an overcorrection of the rules, a mistake where they come in very heavy-handed and strike channels that aren't blatantly abusing the rules. He explained to me that the strikes are really meant there for the bad actors that constantly show a blatant disregard of the rules, where they'll have multiple infractions before giving a strike, but sometimes it falls through the cracks just given the size of the team and the volume they deal with, where they'll just give a strike out of nowhere to a channel that just didn't deserve it based on the minor offense. So, yeah, okay, understandable, mistakes happen, but what are they going to do going forward to prevent this mistake from happening so frequently? And he went into detail about some of the things that they're going to be looking to do in 2021, and I wanted to give a suggestion of my own to toss into the ring there that actually came from Markiplier. A month ago, Markiplier and I both received strikes on our channels for the same video we were making jokes about. It was a video where SpongeBob and a few other mascots get together and the bad boys stage the road rage where they pretend to beat up a man on the streets while wearing their mascot costumes. It's a goofy video. We were making jokes about it, and we both received strikes on our channel for it. And Markiplier, in his video talking about it, brings up an extremely great suggestion going forward that I think YouTube really needed to hear, and I was glad to bring it to them. The suggestion is, let creators use YouTube's own editing tools to blur or take out infringing content. So that way, instead of having the whole video removed and a strike on the channel, let the creator know, hey look, this right here violates a policy, you might want to do something about it, and let the creator use the tools that YouTube currently has to remove it, because we have the technology. The technology is there. We're in the fucking future. We can do that. And I'm sure most creators are willing to take out 10 seconds of a video if it means they don't get a strike and the video stays up. This also comes into play with Mama Max's video, if you remember that controversy that happened where Mama Max had this huge video that got taken down, and it was taken down, if I remember correctly, because he showed a phone number for like 3 seconds on screen. Well, instead of taking that whole video down, why not just let Mama Max know, take this out and the video stays up? I'm sure he would have obliged using YouTube's editing tools. So I wanted to make sure that they heard that suggestion, and Susan in particular really liked the idea and really wanted to press that on the policy team, and the policy had also liked the idea and wanted to explore ways of slowly implementing this policy over time too. So it just really felt like everyone there was actually receptive to feedback. Susan was pressing questions to the policy team guy about, well, why aren't we doing this? Can we do this? Using our feedback on the call, and that really meant a lot because it showed me that at least it feels like they care and do want to make the platform better. Now, whether or not a system like this will ever be in place, who knows? That remains to be seen. But at least seeing that their excitement and willingness to accept feedback and even start talking about ways that they could implement it over the call was nice to hear. Now, I also wanted to pose a couple more questions to the policy head because it's not every day you get to talk to a unicorn, right? I mean, like, no one's ever talked to the policy head team, and the guy was super nice and super open with just about everything going on there. So, of course, I wanted to know, why doesn't the policy team talk to anyone on the platform? They are easily the most powerful department in the company, but also the one shrouded in the most mystery, where people have to wonder if they even exist in the first place. And he explains that it's because of the size of the team and the fact that there just isn't a way for him to talk to everyone on the platform. So Susan, in response to that, suggested why not have dedicated policy members whose job it is to relay policy information between creators and the policy team to be that bridge. And I love that. I didn't even suggest that. Susan, upon hearing that he can't do it himself, suggested a solution, which would be have members of the policy team whose position it is to be the bridge between the creator and the policy team. So there is a back and forth dialogue. And I love that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. For the entire history of this platform, you'd have better luck writing your problem on a soccer ball and kicking it towards their office and hoping the policy team looks at the ball than actually being able to talk to them. Partner managers don't have access to the policy team. Almost nobody does. It's like trying to get nuclear launch codes trying to get answers from the policy team. And Susan said that needs to change. The head of the department says he can't really do that himself because the team is pretty small and they have so much going through. So Susan suggested having members of the policy team whose position it is to relay information and have a dialogue between creators, the community, and the policy team. That is exactly what I was hoping to hear, and I'm extremely excited to see if they actually do follow through on that and implement a system like that. Being able to talk to the policy team is one of the biggest hurdles creators have had for a long time, because you have context for your videos. The policy team might not. And like he admitted on the phone, they make mistakes. And not having access to them means they don't get to correct those mistakes. And that brings me to the next thing I talked about, which is, why is the only way to get answers from the policy team or anyone at YouTube to make a big hoopla on Twitter? Why is that the only avenue creators can take to get answers from the platform? And they all unanimously agreed that that's the most inefficient means. They don't like that, but that's what it's become over the years. That's how it's evolved.
and they're not happy with it. No one's happy with it, but that's what it is right now, and they're looking at ways of changing it in 2021. I don't know exactly what those are. They don't exactly know what that looks like either, but they are trying to improve the services they already offer, which is like the help section, giving partner managers more access, as Susan mentioned on the phone, and other means as well, letting Team YouTube illustrate more about what's going on and what's changing, and helping more on that end to relay information from the company to the community. But they all agreed that it is a problem, that Twitter seems to be the only way to get answers from YouTube right now. But again, don't know how that's going to change, when, or what that's going to look like, but it was nice to at least hear they recognize it as a problem too. Which brought me to the next point I wanted to talk about. Why doesn't the policy team explain themselves? Why don't they go through exactly why they're maintaining a decision, why they made the decision in the first place, things like that. For example, Belle Delphine, when she had her channel banned, submitted an appeal, and the appeal was rejected. And what's supposed to happen is you get an explanation as for why it's rejected and why it still breaks the rules, but what happened is they just sent her a 2-sentence email saying, we're maintaining our decision, your appeal is rejected, and here's our FAQs. And I thought that was a massive problem, because that same thing happens to me. Last time I appealed on the video with Viking Daughter, I made an appeal, it was rejected in a day, and I never even got an email. I never even got an explanation as to why. Obviously, that's not good. An entire channel being banned without explanation and without way of contacting, that's a recipe for disaster. And the policy head also recognized that as a fucking disaster too. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. He was able to recognize shortcomings, admit to mistakes, and offer solutions and ask for, feedback, what we thought on some of the things that they need to work on and how they should work on those things. He talked about some plans going forward into 2021 that I don't know if I'm allowed to relay. I don't want to take the chance and scare him away and have him go lock himself in the policy department again, because I think this is a huge step in the right direction, having him come on this call and talk to us. And he said he was willing to do more like it in the future, so I look forward to being able to maybe talk to this department a bit more and have them talk to other creators on the platform a bit more. So I don't want to take any chances in revealing sensitive information, but they recognize the problems. They're not oblivious to them. They're just working on the best ways of combating it, given the situation and everything going on. And I can respect that. I just wish they were more transparent with it, which is what brought me to another point I wanted to talk about. This one was geared towards everyone in the room, Susan, the policy team, everyone on the call. Why is YouTube so bad at communicating? They are not transparent at all, and when they try to be, it comes out really callous and soulless. And they understood that, and they agreed that they haven't hit the mark. The only person at YouTube that's really nailing the humanizing of the company is Ryan. Ryan Wyatt, the head of the YouTube gaming side of things. Ryan is excited about everything on the platform. He makes people excited. He engages with the community. He's got it figured out. And I pointed that out. I used Ryan as an example. Ryan is doing exactly what somebody at YouTube in that position should be doing. He's getting the community excited. He's relaying information effectively. He's engaging with people on the platform, and that's how it should be done. So when new policies are being implemented, instead of just making a 3-part tweet explaining them, leaving so much vague wording and gray area that scares people and makes them think that YouTube's new policy is going to make their fucking parents get divorced, maybe Susan or someone else at the higher up level at YouTube sits down with a creator or just makes a video going over all of the common questions or just explaining things a bit deeper. Susan has sat down with creators before, like MatPat last year, and taken hard questions and done her best to answer them, so that way people aren't afraid of the policies and explain what's going on and why. And I think things like that are good, and she should continue doing them. And she agreed and said she enjoyed doing it with MatPat last year. So I would look forward to that going forward, hopefully. And I think that's definitely a step in the right direction in relaying information using the platform. Talking with the people on the platform that make YouTube, so you can answer their questions and make sure that they're not worried and their audience isn't worried about things that might change on the platform. And speaking of creators, that brought me to the last question that I'm going to cover in this video today. There was more we talked about, but I think these are the main points, and I would hope that Susan and everyone on the team is open for more conversations with the community down the line so more questions can be answered. But the next one, and the last one I want to talk about today, is one that Nerd City brought up to me as well, and it's that creators like me just sitting in their room jerking off in their chair and making videos staring into a webcam aren't really on the same level as traditional media to the platform. It feels like YouTube doesn't care about creators so much as they do traditional mainstream media that's been integrating into the platform. For example, it felt like The Tonight Show hosts weren't held to the same bullying and harassment standards that creators were, because you'd have creators getting videos taken down and strikes because of harassment and bullying policies, whereas it felt like late night hosts and other mainstream outlets had free reign to shit on anyone they wanted without consequence. And that's all well and good, but that should be uniform across a platform. Everyone should have that same level of treatment. And it hasn't felt that way for a lot of creators. And I brought that up to Susan because I wanted to get her thoughts on it. And she really assured me that that's not the case. It may have been early on, unintentionally, but they have been working extremely hard over the last year or so to make sure trending isn't dominated by mainstream outlets. They want to make sure that the creators are showcased on trending. They want to make sure that policies are uniformly enforced across traditional and creator-generated content. That level of trust the level of trust they have with mainstream outlets, they want to have with creators, and they've been working hard on making sure that that's there. And it's just a matter of making sure it comes across that way. And to be fair, trending is no longer completely dominated by mainstream outlets. I don't check it that often, but when I do, I'm seeing a lot of like YouTuber shit in there. And in search and discovery, I'm not just seeing mainstream outlets. When I look for news, it's not only mainstream. I'm seeing Philip DeFranco and some other creators come up before them. So I do believe her when she says she cares about creators. She fucking sat down to talk to me. I'm not exactly what you'd consider the most family-friendly YouTuber. The last 10 videos, 8 of them had me using a 3-foot, 80-pound dildo as a punching bag and weights for weight training. And she was willing to sit down and take my feedback. And it's something you just don't really see from someone in her position of power. Talking to someone like Matt Pat on stage in person, even just taking this random video call with me just to get feedback and go over things like that is something that is really rare. I can't think of any other CEO of any big company that has ever done anything remotely like that. Take, for example, Twitch. What the fuck has the CEO of Twitch ever done with the community? He's never talked to a streamer, gotten feedback from streamers, taken questions from them. The only thing I've seen him do is wear a bow tie on a stream and talk out of his asshole about things Twitch isn't doing, but pretending that they are, like using context in their bans. Susan went out of her way to get feedback from the community. She did it when she talked with Matt Pat, and she did it today when she had a video call with me. I'm surprised she even saw my tweet. I'm more surprised she even runs her own Twitter. And then even doubly shocked that she saw the tweet and felt so strongly that she wanted to schedule time to talk. That is not the actions of somebody that doesn't care. And I really commend her for that. So yeah, here's hoping in 2021 YouTube does make changes and does improve the platform. It's no secret that its reputation right now is a little dog shit. It's not great. But hopefully in 2021 they can turn that around, because after this video call today, I get the impression that they really do want to. So I'm excited and cautiously optimistic that they will improve and change things and listen more and be more transparent. Now, a year ago I would have said it's really fucking naive of me to say that, but after today I feel more confident saying that. So here's hoping I don't look like an idiot 6 months from now if YouTube...
Earlier this week, YouTube slyly pushed out a new policy change that has had a wildly large effect on tons of channels in terms of demonetizing their content, and as well as just generally making it very difficult for some creators to continue to produce what they have been. They still haven't said anything about this, to my knowledge, at least not publicly or clearly. They're remaining silent on it, treating it like it's the Coca-Cola secret formula here. They're, for some reason, very apprehensive to tell people about this, so I've become the unofficial messenger of letting people know what's going on. I made a video on this 4 days ago, and I don't want to just repeat myself here, but they released this policy change, and it's all in plain English, but it might as well be hieroglyphics because it leaves so much room for interpretation, and the way that it's currently being enforced seems completely random. But I'm going to go ahead and give you the general breakdown of what I've talked about and also what I've now learned. So they've changed their rules around profanity, making it a lot more strict, in my opinion, where pretty much all profanity is treated equally, whereas before things like fuck were considered a different tier, which could lead to demonetization. Now, if you even say ass or, dirty butt, there's a chance you might get demonetized for that kind of foul potty mouth if it's said within the first 8 to 15 seconds of a video. That's the safe space, like a treaty with YouTube, where if you violate it and you say anything that's not part of just standard Queen's English, you're going to get demonetized, no questions asked, and you can't really argue otherwise. It's not going to get changed. However, if you've got the mouth of a sailor and you happen to say too many naughty words throughout a video, you can also get demonetized for that.
but it's very unclear exactly what the limit is. You know, what's too many naughty words? How many fucks are we allowed, you know? No one really knows yet, but it seems all over the place. And keep in mind, since now there's no longer like a tier list of swear words where, you know, fuck is S tier and we're afraid of that at YouTube, they're all in the same tier except for a couple exceptions like hell and damn. Now there's a chance that if you go on a shitting spree where you're just, you know, mentioning shit, you get real heated in a game, you're like, man, you're such a pile of shit, the worst gamer of all time. Like, if you say that too many times, I believe it now carries a risk of demonetization since it's viewed in the same light as saying fuck a lot. That's all still very muddy, but they're clearly cracking down harder on profanity in general. And now I want to talk about something that I didn't even know existed when I made the last video that a lot of people have been talking about. And it's not 100% confirmed, so take it with a grain of salt. But there's something called auto-generated captions on YouTube, which I'm sure you've seen and used before. And they can occasionally have a conniption. Like, it'll get the words wrong when they try and transcribe them, and it just looks like a fucking game of Mad Libs. Like, it's completely all over the place from time to time, very off the mark, sometimes just genuinely gibberish. Like someone waking up after a deep slumber and fumbling all of their words around. But as far back as 2018, these auto-generated captions can have an effect on the monetization status of a video. So if the auto-generated captions misunderstand a word, like in this example, they thought one of the words was porn, it can lead to a demonetization, allegedly. Again, this is all speculative, but since this new policy has been rolling out in such huge force with tons of channels being hit and this massive wave of demonetization, some family-friendly channels are getting caught here, and they're all very confused because they don't use profanity, they don't play violent video games, and yet they're still getting demonetized, and they've been wondering why. So they turned back to potentially the auto-generated captions getting words wrong, and in a couple of cases it seems like that seems to have been the culprit. So again, not 100% confirmed, and that may be just like a fluke and happens occasionally, but it is worth mentioning because I think it's statistically significant in light of how strict YouTube now seems to want to be on profanity. But the big one that I'm going to be focusing on today that I've learned a lot about recently is the violent content policy changes. I did mention it in the last one, but I've learned a lot more about it now. I'm going to talk about the violent gaming content policy changes in a moment since I already touched on those and I've only learned a little bit more about it. But where I learned a lot more is just general violent content, no matter what the genre. Animation, hand-drawn, cartoon, anything. Like even just still images. So in the last video, I mentioned that one of my most recent uploads got demonetized with this new wave out of nowhere when there's no profanity until like the very end of the video. And the only thing that pops up before then is our trailer for God Slap 2, which is an animation, and there is violence towards the end of that trailer. It's about 15 seconds worth of like blood and gore. But that comes at a minute 45 into the video, which is way outside of their 15 to 30 second grace period where they don't want anything violent. And it got demonetized. So I speculated it got demonetized because that content was deemed too violent. Even though I don't think it was anything disturbing or shocking over the top violence, I speculated that that must have been the case since profanity wasn't an issue. Violence also wasn't an issue in the early parts of the video or anything. It's just 15 seconds that does have some blood and guts. I asked YouTube directly and my representative told me that I was probably right. Most likely what caused that demonetization is it was flagged for being too violent to be monetized because of that one 15-second scene. Now, of course, I may be biased, but I really don't think that this is too shockingly gory and gross where people are going to be fucking puking after seeing it. But it did show me that not only are they cracking down on like violent gaming content, they're cracking down on violent content in any medium, even just animated. And I really just still don't think that this is that violent to begin with. At least not enough to warrant a demonetization because again, this wasn't demonetized until this new policy rolled out. Not just video games, it's not just animated content, it's not just real life content where someone's like in a fight or something like that, or someone gets like a tooth knocked out. It's also just still images of just drawn images, like just a fucking picture, like a cartoon picture, not even an animated one, not even a picture that moves. I learned this by watching Comics Explained new video where he reviews our God Slap comic book. I don't know if it's just this policy hates God Slap or if this really does extend to just any kind of medium at all, including just still images, but regardless.
Comics Explained posted this video reviewing issue 1 of Godslap. It was a very, very sweet review, and I really appreciated it. The whole team found it to be super, super nice, and I'm really happy to hear that he liked it so much. However, he got demonetized for even posting some of the frames. Now, there is violence and gore in the comic, of course, but once again, it's just comic book pages. I don't think it's anything that's like egregious and tasteless or anything that I feel warrants demonetization. It's kind of ridiculous just how strict this violent content policy is. There's no profanity in the first 30 seconds or anything. Everything from this video plays by YouTube's ad guideline rules, except for the vagueness of their violent content policy change. So just even showing some panels that have violence got him demonetized. So it is extremely strict. They're coming down very, very hard on anything that's not YouTube Kids oriented, it feels like. Violent gaming content now can get age restricted and demonetized far more frequently than we've ever seen before. I've been on this platform since 2006, on this channel since 2007. I have never seen such strict enforcement of violent gaming videos. I swear to God, if you're playing a game where you're not giving kisses to the enemy to defeat them, you're probably going to get demonetized for it now. I've had a ton more videos on games get demonetized recently than I would have ever expected. Of course, I'm exaggerating a bit. I'm not trying to put the fear of God in anyone. I'm not trying to say that if you play Roblox Shadow Company and you get too many kills too quickly, the video's going to get demonetized for fucking violent terrorism because you piled up too many bodies too quickly. I'm just saying that they're cracking down on violent gaming content, and a lot of videos I've made on just normal shooters that weren't demonetized before are demonetized now. When it's not anything that's like shocking or disturbing or anything like that, it's just normal games. And if we turn our attention to the policy itself when it comes to gaming, it becomes even more confusing because in this policy here on what can earn ad revenue under gaming, it says graphic scenes like gory attacks outside the first 15 seconds of the video or violence that's unrealistic, all of that. Like, this is the old policy. Like, that sounds normal. The only difference is now it seems like they just don't want the video to start with violent gaming content. Like, they don't want the video to open and all of a sudden it's the scene out of Outlast where you're getting your dick cut off or anything. Which is, that's fine. That's not like the biggest change in the world that's gonna like ruin entire creators' channels or anything. It's pretty easy just to make sure that for 15 seconds you don't have like wild blood and gore splattering all over the screen, and also keeping violent thumbnails out of it is another thing that they clearly don't want. All of that's totally normal and totally easy to play around. But then I started scratching my head because when you go into the limited or no ad revenue section and go to gaming, again, the first thing makes sense, you know, don't want any gory shit or anything violent in the thumbnail or in the beginning. That they've made that clear. But underneath that, graphic game violence includes brutal killings or severe injuries focusing on bodily fluids and parts such as beheading and dismemberment. I get the bodily fluids. They don't want pee, poop, vomit, cum squirting all over the place. Okay, I get that. But dismemberment and, you know, severe graphic killings, what exactly does that mean? Like, I don't think in any of the gaming videos that most creators make, the focus is on the dismemberment and gore and, you know, like doing snow angels and intestines and blood on the floor. However, it seems like those videos are getting hit regardless just because there is that component to the games sometimes. And dismemberment in games has been commonplace for fucking 20 years now. Team Fortress 2, when you die, you can get like insta-gibbed, you have body parts and you explode into blood and stuff. Like, does that now count as being too severe because there is dismemberment there? I mean, shit, even in Roblox when I was playing those squid games with the boogeyman Jim Wool, in a couple of the games, if you fail, your like arms and head pop off. Like, it's what is the line? This vagueness and this reluctance to communicate leads to this situation where the community can only speculate on what exactly is and is not allowed, because even though YouTube writes out their definitions of what is and is not advertiser friendly, the enforcement paints a very different picture. It's very hard to play by their rules when we don't have a clear understanding of what they are or how they apply to the platform. It is so fucking frustrating that I continue to have to get splintered information from a ton of creators, as well as my own research, as well as my own YouTube contact, who also doesn't have all of the information at hand because internally YouTube doesn't allow him access to all the information at hand. So it's so fucking frustrating and so goddamn difficult. But it really seems like they're cracking down on a lot of things that make no sense at all. I just wanted to give a little follow-up here with more information I learned to keep everyone as knowledgeable on the policy changes as possible, so that way you can navigate what's best for you. It actually happened, and I'm as shocked as you are. YouTube actually reverted one of their bad changes they've made recently. This is more rare than winning the lottery. In November, YouTube made changes to their monetization policy, which overnight slapped a ton of channels and demonetized a large portion of their catalog with no warning whatsoever that it was coming. Pretty much overnight, a ton of channels had their income drastically affected, which led to fear and outrage, naturally. They decided that it was time to really sterilize the content. No more of those naughty sailor sentence enhancers. Welcome to Weenie Hut Jr., bub. So they punished a lot of channels, and today they actually announced that they're reverting that change on the bad words. So they're no longer going to be treating all curse words equally. There's going to be tiers to them, because fucking obviously there should be. Not every curse word's the same. You can't argue that hell and damn are on the same level as a fuck. The original policy said that all bad words are going to be equal in the eyes of the algorithm, so it was a big problem that now they've recognized was a problem, so they've dialed it back. They're also being more flexible on the harshness of the language you can use in the content and still be monetized for. Not only that, they're finally showing us how the sausage is made and is no longer just making it vague statements. They are making it very clear what is and is not going to trigger different levels of monetization, what is and is not allowed for full monetization, what will result in limited monetization, and what exactly will result in no ads. They finally laid it all out plainly and clearly, so there's no guesswork anymore. Overall, this is a very surprising announcement because I can't even recall the last time YouTube reverted a policy change. The only one that even tickles my noodle is when Google Plus still existed and you had to sign up for Google Plus to comment on YouTube videos. But I feel like the only reason that got taken away is because Google Plus got taken away. That got buried like a fucking dinosaur. It went extinct. The service ceased to exist. Thus, it could no longer exist on YouTube as a commenting feature. And it's been like 10 years since then. God rest the soul of Google+. I know all 3 people that used it are probably still very distraught about it. May time heal those wounds. But I feel like I'd remember if they actually reverted that change before Google Plus's collapse. And I don't remember any announcement like that. I think they were stubbornly going to ride or die on Google+, and then Google+ died. So not even that really fully qualifies, I don't think. I actually just can't think of another policy change they've ever walked back on. I really can't. This is truly a unicorn here. It's super refreshing, and I'm thankful that they're, going back on this change. So now you can, again, say your fucks. You can then say, whatever other colorful language you want to include without fear of your livelihood being threatened for it or anything like that. But I am admittedly confused that this is the first change that they're publicly eating shit on, saying that this was too far, too Insano style, it wasn't how we wanted it to be, and we've listened to the feedback, so we're going to revert those changes. I'm just surprised it's this one as opposed to dislikes. They removed dislikes a long time ago, and people still are very vocal about how awful of a decision that was, and people are still very much wanting dislikes to be re-enabled on the platform. And I feel like that's a pretty easy one for them to do, because dislikes still exist, it's just not publicly accessible on the platform without an extension. So they could easily flip that switch back on, and it'd be a slam dunk to showcase that they actually are listening to feedback now. I think this is a great first step, like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about this. Hey, we heard you, we're reverting this change, it wasn't a good change. But why not also extend that to something like dislikes? And also, they haven't made any mention on that violent content policy that they updated at the same time as the cursing policy, where a lot of channels were also hit by that if they were playing a video game that was a little too violent. So there is still room for improvement, but it is a good first step that I'm thankful for. So I just wanted to at least point out a couple of other things that I would like them to address as well. Of course, the biggest being bringing fucking dislikes back. Now, there's one more pretty important thing that I'd like to talk about. They actually put out a video going over everything and explaining it in greater detail with an actual face to the policy. This is their lead monetization guy, and I half expected this to just be like a fucking android or robot or something, but they actually have the real living, breathing human being that's behind these monetization changes and these monetization policies coming forward to explain it.
November aimed to improve the clarity and enforcement of our advertiser-friendly guidelines, and to make it easier for creators to monetize brand-safe content.
I don't really get how the November change was supposed to make it easier to monetize brand-friendly content. It didn't seem to have any effect on what was already considered brand-friendly, so that seems like kind of a nothing point. And I'm also not on board or subscribed to the belief that it was done with the intent of clarifying their policies on, cursing and all that, when it was just a full overhaul of what is and is not allowed in regards to monetization. So changing like the first 15 seconds, you can't say anything that's even somewhat naughty and shit like that, and treating all curse words equally. That's not really providing clarity, that's just completely changing what's already been established. So I'm a little confused on what the actual goal was, if the goal itself wasn't to make it a more strict environment, which it seems like, from what he's saying, that's not what they were intending.
Since then, we heard concerns from creators about the impact of this change. Upon reviewing our own enforcement data, we found the profanity policy resulted in a stricter approach than we intended. As a result, we are making the following changes to better reflect the goals of our initial update in November.
Again, that statement has me scratching my head like I've got fucking lice. I'm very confused. How could you not have foreseen that this profanity change makes it a more restrictive environment? If that wasn't the goal. Like, it seems like the goal was to change the profanity policy in order to make everything cleaner for people that, rely on AdSense for their livelihood on the platform, right? I don't understand exactly what the goal was if the goal wasn't to change that policy itself, because he seems to insinuate that the belief was it would make things easier. How? In what fantasy world would that have actually been the result from the policy change? It just makes everything a lot more tough and harsh to create in.
We are no longer treating all profanity equally. Usage of moderate profanity, words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, at any time in the video content is now eligible for green icons. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue. Usage of stronger profanity, like the F word in the first 7 seconds or repeatedly throughout the majority of the video, can now run limited ads. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue.
When he really spells out the November update, you can truly hear just how fucking brutal it was. So it is fantastic that they're walking it back. That is great. And it's also lovely to hear this guy say things like bitch, asshole, and douchebag, and he even says fuck, too. He referred to it as the F word here, but he gets a little loosey-goosey with it in a little bit. He just straight up drops a fuck in there, which is pretty cool to hear.
Content using profanity, moderate, or stronger words like fuck after the first 7 seconds will now be eligible for green icons, unless used repetitively throughout the majority of the video. As was the case before the update in November, use of any profanity, be it something like shit or the F word, in titles and thumbnails will receive a yellow icon.
I really do appreciate his matter-of-fact way of presenting this. He just lays down the brass tacks and he does it in 4 minutes. It's pretty concise, it's bite-sized, so that way you get all of the information you need and you'll know exactly what will result in what monetization status. So I actually think it's a really great thing that they've done here. I don't know if they normally do this and I've just been missing it, but if this is new, I hope they continue it because it leaves no more room for vagueness or misinterpretation of policies. I think that's nice. I also think it's a good thing that they have the head honcho here of the department being the principal actor here in the content, so that way he can be the face of it the way that it should be, since he is the one that leads the policy monetization team. So, overall, I am very appreciative that they have reverted these changes. I'm not going to play the rest of the video where he goes more in depth on more of the profanity changes. You can check that out yourself so that way you have more clarity on it as well. But overall, a great change, and it seems like it's going back to the way it was before November. And actually, from the sound of what he was saying, it seems even better than it was pre-November. But maybe now I'm just not remembering exactly how the policies used to work. Regardless, though, it is a good thing. This is a rare YouTube W on this situation. I'm happy for it, but I think there's still more work to do. I do hope they continue this. I hope this is the start of more transparency, a willingness to listen to the community in regards to changes that they make. I'm hopeful that this won't be a one-off decision that they make, and we can start tackling some other problems, like the dislikes.
being hidden still. But anyway, yesterday was a very rough day for Twitch. They broke all 10 commandments with a single policy change. A policy change that would have single-handedly destroyed the platform by driving all of the streamers to other platforms. With this new change, it would have basically been pulling a fire alarm in a crowded theater and have all of the streamers scrambling for the exit as soon as possible. Twitch, for some reason, decided to put sponsorships in their crosshair and start firing. They released an update that would reduce their streamers' ability to have sponsored content through their streams, which is most streamers' main revenue source. So if streamers could no longer comfortably or reliably have sponsorships on Twitch, they will all go elsewhere, and many of them were threatening to do so. It was the perfect, horrible idea, a fucking geostorm of stupidity to try and push out this policy change. It baffles me that this idea somehow made it out of the Twitch think tank and they really tried to push it through. It's like they were playing a game of Plague Inc. where you try and create the perfect disease to wipe out the world. They created the perfect disease to wipe out their own company. Twitch is like a panda that's constantly trying to hurt itself, and the community is the zookeepers doing their best to stop it. Like, hey, no, don't do that. This is stupid. You're hurting yourself. Stop. Please stop. You know, Twitch is like a fucking Mr. Meeseeks that's just determined to kill itself. Twitch seems determined to ruin their platform. I don't understand how. Maybe they've been infiltrated by like YouTube execs and they're just sabotaging it internally. I don't know. They're making the worst decisions imaginable. So it's been about 24 hours since that massively awful idea came to fruition and was published. And now today they've made a statement saying that they're getting rid of it entirely. Now they're scrambling in a panic, desperate to try and walk it back. So they posted this saying, yesterday we released new branded content guidelines that impacted your ability to work with sponsors to increase your income from streaming. These guidelines are bad for you and bad for Twitch, and we are removing them entirely. Sponsorships are critical to streamers' growth and ability to earn income. We will not prevent your ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors. You will continue to own and control your sponsorship business. We want to work with our community to create the best experience on Twitch, and to do that, we need to be clear about what we're doing and why we're doing it. We appreciate your feedback and help in making this change. Now, on the surface, that sounds jolly good. That sounds dandy. Very simple and easy to understand. We fucked up. We released these new guidelines that reduced your ability to get sponsorships on your own and generate income through those sponsorships. So, we're removing those guidelines. Very cut and dry, very easy to understand, no wiggle room for confusion. You know, we're not out here trying to understand the Silmarillion. It's just very simple. We're removing those guidelines because we recognize that it inhibited your ability to get sponsorships. So then why is the exact same language from yesterday still in their terms of service? When you go to their terms of service, they still have the exact same fucking policy that they tweeted about yesterday with the exact same language. Yesterday they tried saying that it was just a misunderstanding, that everyone misconstrued their statements because they made it too broad. But then today coming forward saying that, you know, it really wasn't a misunderstanding. These rules actually did just impact your ability to get sponsors, so they're removing them. Yet in their announcement about them being removed, they're still clearly here in their terms of service with the exact same language. So why are you claiming that they're removed if they're still there? That seems like a blatant lie to me, unless there's something I'm misunderstanding here. But it seems like they're trying to pull a quarter out from behind my ear and call it magic. It's still there. The policy has still made it to the terms of service, despite their tweets kind of leading people to believe the opposite is true. So, I don't exactly fully get what the fuck has changed then. The policy is still there, so why are they tweeting as if they did some kind of heroic good deed by listening to the community and removing those restrictive guidelines on sponsorships? That just seems very misleading. Now, I watched Ludwig's video on it, the Mogul Mail, and he made a point that I think he's probably right on the money with. I believe the policy here with the advertisement is supposed to target things like Stream Elements or other companies that are able to sell ads at scale and kind of go through that process as opposed to attacking individuals for sponsorships. But it's very important to note that with the way the policy stands, it very well could be used against individuals. They can enforce it against any streamer they want. It doesn't have to be reserved for just corporations. So again, this would have to be a wait-and-see situation on how they choose to enforce it, but they could, for example, slap me. if during one of our Moist Esports watch parties we play an opera ad that we made where I'm a fisherman and I catch a big opera fish, right? They can punish me for that with this new policy in place. It's just a matter of whether or not they'll choose to. Again, YouTube does have a very similar policy and they don't enforce it at all, really, not against individual streamers, and I haven't seen it enforced against any companies either. So Twitch could follow suit with that, but there's no telling. We don't know. But what I find extremely scummy is the way they're misleading people into thinking that this entire branded content policy is gone now, when it's not. It's still very much in effect. So I don't know why they're pretending that it's different. It's worked though. This has been a big PRW for Twitch here, because if you look at the comment section on the Twitch post, everyone's like, thanks for listening, Twitch. It really means a lot that you take notice of community feedback and respond accordingly. Which makes it clear that they have been able to slyly bring this policy to the platform without people taking too big of a notice. The goddamn Decepticons came in here from Twitch and they really pulled the wool over our eyes. They got a PR win by pretending, they're making it seem like they listened to everyone's backlash and got rid of that evil policy that, slipped through the cracks and missed the mark, when in reality, it's still there, and it's just a matter of how they're going to enforce it going forward. So, overall, that's pretty shitty, but it gets a bit worse for Twitch because I didn't even know this until today, after watching Ludwig's video. They actually very sneakily introduced a couple new policies as well that I've only seen a little bit of talk about. One of them is simulcasting. So for those that don't know, simulcasting is the ability for a stream to be broadcast in multiple platforms at the same time. So let's say I'm playing Street Fighter 6, I'm fucking climbing all the way up to Masters like I'm known to do because I'm an absolute Street Fighter fucking deity. So I've got a banging stream popping off and I'm streaming it on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Kick. I'm all over the place. Maybe the fucking New York City billboards. Like, I'm streaming this shit everywhere. That was allowed for a good chunk of time by Twitch's terms. However, you'd have to just relinquish your ability to be a partner on Twitch. The most notable example of this is Ninja. Ninja has been streaming on every platform that has video streaming capabilities. The man is streaming everywhere. He's probably streaming on your fucking university exclusive streaming platform at this point. He's everywhere. And he's able to do that because he's no longer a partner on Twitch. He doesn't make any money directly through Twitch. That's how he's able to do simulcasting. But Twitch has now introduced a new policy where he can't do that anymore. No one can do that anymore. And that affects mainly smaller streamers and Ninja. Ninja had a whole speech about it, and he's right on the money. Since he can't do that anymore, he's not going to stream on Twitch, because the options are stream on Twitch where he's making no money and can't make any money on Twitch, or stream to like 20 different platforms at the same time. The choice is obvious. And that's the same reality for a lot of small streamers that do the same thing, where they plant their feelers out as many places as they can to grow an audience. You've got to spread your wings. You got to put your tendrils all over the place. So a lot of streamers, when they're starting out, will stream as many platforms as possible at the same time to try and grow their brand. No longer can they do that. So that's kind of a big deal for a lot of people, I would imagine. And I don't think many people have recognized that they changed their rules regarding simulcasting. And then the last little curveball Twitch surprised everyone with was a new contract that all their partners will need to sign, where they review and accept the new terms of service, and if they fail to do so, they lose their partnership. They get made into an affiliate until they accept the contract. And to go even a bit further here, if they choose not to accept the contract, or like they terminate the agreement, they're going to be charged $25 for the termination. Literally a fuck you charge. An actual suck my dick fee. Like, that's crazy. Just a $25 charge just because, fuck you. That's wild. So that's another thing that's happening right now. So you need to review and accept the terms in order to keep your partnership. And if you don't do it in a timely fashion, you're going right back down to affiliate until you decide to play ball with Twitch and you comply with their demands. This whole thing is just so silly. I don't understand why they're so fearful of... I'm just going to keep working under the assumption that it's things like stream elements. I don't know why they're so afraid of stream elements all of a sudden. I understand Twitch is extremely desperate for extra doubloons, like they're not making as many clams as they think they should be making on the site. But this is just such a crazy reaction to the existence of things like stream elements, because it can be enforced in a really terrible way for the health of the platform, and it's just pretty scary in general for streamers that makes them feel unsafe and unwelcome on Twitch, where at any moment Twitch could fuck them up for their sponsorships. Like, that's just something that is a legitimate concern and a big driving factor in why so many streamers would want to go to other platforms. I don't know why they can't recognize that. This announcement came with something that is a legitimately good change, which is a tool that allows you to easily disclose when you're sponsored by someone or something. It's just a button you click to let people know that you are sponsored. That's a requirement for like every other site ever, so it's about time Twitch got one of those. But then they coupled that with all of these other awful changes that do nothing but make the site worse. I just don't understand why they're so determined to ruin the platform. They're not getting anything back from all of this. They're just losing over and over again. And I'm confident this won't be the last time Twitch makes a very greedy, out-of-touch policy change in the near future. I'm wagering within the next 6 months we see something equally as stupid and as greedy as this policy change that they try and push to the platform and will receive huge backlash for and subsequently backpedal on the following day. I already can foresee that in the future of Twitch. They don't know what they're doing. They're completely lost. They're misguided. They're mismanaged, and they don't know how to make money from the platform. So the way they keep coming back to is just taking money from their streamers. And without streamers, there is no Twitch. And with Twitch continuing to do this, they'll start losing those streamers that they really desperately need, they rely on. So I really don't think Twitch will be a platform within the next 10 years, maybe even less.
I'm assuming most of you have already heard the news by now. Perhaps some of you even held your own funerals, but a mere few hours ago, we lost something very dear to internet culture. We lost the PogChamp emote. Even if you don't exactly know what it is, where it came from, the genesis of Pog, and the cultural impact, you've definitely heard Pog tossed around before because it's become such a staple on the internet. It's like the peanut butter and jelly of responses online. Whenever someone posts anything, you're going to see someone say Pog or post this emote. And in a nutshell, this is just an emote that originated on Twitch, and it just became a huge mainstay on the platform. But it was really kind of the progenitor of Twitch chat's own little language, their emote culture, kind of like the Tower of Babylon back in the Bible. And of course, other popular emotes came out, but nothing ever quite reached the level PogChamp did. Hey, this is an emote that helped people get laid. You would go up to women at your college campus and say that they look very pog today, and it was almost impossible for their panties not to get sodden. You were definitely going to be slamming some fucking ham and mashing pissers if you were just freely tossing around PogChamp, even in the real world. Now, of course, with great power came great responsibility, and there was definitely some misuse of that power, with people pogging at the wrong times, premature pogging, and we saw the death of some people's ability to communicate socially, because they got completely brainwashed and indoctrinated by the PogChamp, and it's all they knew how to say anymore. So yes, there were definitely some social lives claimed in the wake of its destruction, but PogChamp as a whole was just a very positive thing where people could spam it in the chat or even just say it online just to have like a little goofy inside thing and just a little bit of fun, and everyone always really knew that it was harmless until yesterday when people realized the man behind the PogChamp is a giant prolapsed rectum. As you probably noticed, if you have a keen eye and a talent for astute observations, you would have noticed that the PogChamp emote is a face. A man's face, and that man with that face happens to be an insufferable asshole, and I don't want to say who he is because I don't want to accidentally signal boost a lot of the dangerous filth that he's puking out online, but in a nutshell, he was going on about anti-vax shit, coronavirus being fake, calling for violence, and some shit like that. And yesterday, Twitch made the decision to just remove the PogChamp emote from the platform to disassociate with that kind of garbage. So it's the end of an era, and I wanted to send off PogChamp the only way I knew how. With the wonderful stench of Gwyneth Paltrow's vaginas. Or, she has one vagina, but this is in different conditions. This is the orgasming vagina, and this is base set first edition vagina, PSA 10 default setting vagina. And I just thought I'd have this little funeral service just to remember the joy that PogChamp brought us all during its long run on Twitch, and just the impact it had on all of us as human beings. Our species really helped to evolve thanks to PogChamp, and, well, I just thought it was appropriate we at least give it a proper send-off. Now, I do understand what Twitch is trying to do by getting rid of it. I get why they're doing it, but I have to say, I think it's still kind of a silly decision. I think 98% of people don't know who the fuck the face of PogChamp was, so I don't think anyone... Wow, these are really strong today. Holy fuck. But yeah, like I was saying, I feel like the vast majority of people online had no idea who the man was behind that face, so I don't think anyone would see PogChamp and then all of a sudden think of, like, anti-vax. Jesus fucking Christ! Why are these so strong? Did Gwyneth Paltrow come in here and take a shit in this wax? I've had these candles for over a year now, and they have never smelt this rancid and rank. It's like a burglar broke in when I was asleep and just rubbed tuna over my candles. Probably stole the batteries out of my fucking TV remote too or something. Absolutely evil, this smell right now. They used to just smell like really lazy candles, like not good or anything, but not like this. I guess I'm finally like burning into the nucleus where like the actual flavor center is, like the actual command center of Gwyneth Paltrow's vaginal stench. And man, that is some yucky smelling shit actually. Good lord. It smells like if 3 wet socks were dipped in like a used toilet at a gas station and then left out to dry. And then people went by and started spitting on it all day. It's pretty fucking bad today. I didn't expect that. Like I was saying, no, I don't think anyone would associate PogChamp with the actual man behind PogChamp. I think it was kind of unnecessary. Again, I understand why they wanted to... oh, Jesus. But yeah, I don't think the PogChamp emote was ever really at risk of becoming like this symbol of, you know, these garbage fucking beliefs that the guy behind it has. I don't think that was ever the case. I feel like only a small portion of the community even knew who the guy was behind the emote. So I don't really think it was necessary to remove the emote, but I do understand why they chose to. Since it is like an official Twitch emote, they just didn't want anyone to think that they were supporting that guy in particular as opposed to what Pog means. And I totally do get that. And I saw some people whining about censorship, and all of you know I fucking hate censorship and I'm never on the side of censorship. But this really isn't censorship, and I think you're reaching if you think it is. It'd be like if I made a Jared Fogle hype emote before it became known that he's a super pedophile with like 15 billion gigabytes of child porn. I made a Jared Fogle emote, and then all of that comes out, a huge pedophile. This is the biggest pedophile of all time. It's like, oh fuck. Well, I don't really want people to be using Jared Fogle's face in my chat anymore to get excited. I'm just gonna take it out. You know, it's not much deeper than that. It's not like Twitch is going around hitting all the other Pog variations, like the Pog U's and shit like that, and whatever comes next will probably still be called Pog, but it's an official emote from a giant fucking douchebag that they just don't really want there anymore. So I do understand that. I don't really think it's censorship. I do think it's unnecessary because, like I said, I don't think anyone associated that emote with that person. Now, in my Jared Fogle example, if I had a Jared Fogle hype emote, people would probably raise an eyebrow and probably be like, hey, what the fuck is this? But for PogChamp, I don't think anyone had that. I don't think anyone was, like, concerned about what it meant because it becomes such, like a fucking, you know, public domain thing with this PogChamp. No one really knew its origins or anything. Only some people did, so I don't think anyone was like, hey, why are they using PogChamp? Don't they know that guy's an anti-vax fucking loser? So yeah, I think it may have been a bit heavy-handed, but I understand where their head was here, and the community doesn't seem, like, super surprised or upset about it because there's gonna be other Pogs. You know, it doesn't have to be that guy's face. It doesn't need to be him. So it's an easily replaceable one. It's just one that's been such a staple for a long time that it is sad to see it go. I'm not a huge, like, Twitch memer or emote, you know, enthusiast kind of thing, but even I was sad to hear they removed PogChamp. So it is a bit of a shame. But yeah, I just wanted to lock your doors and hide under your bed all you want. It won't protect you from a menace on the loose. A maniac at large that not even SpongeBob could catch. Mass surveillance, control, and censorship. It's now at our doorstep here. A place many have called home. YouTube. They've just announced they're rolling out AI in the US to detect if users are actually under 18, ignoring whatever the account's stated age is, and will apply restrictions to users it suspects are teens. And if it suspects that you are not over 18, it will restrict what you have access to, and the only way to overturn that is by providing identification. That sounds awfully familiar. Does that ring any bells to anyone out there, you know, with what's going on over in the UK at the moment? I would certainly hope so. If it doesn't,
go give your doctor a huge pat on the ass and tell him that the lobotomy was very successful because you have lost all fucking brain function. It's now U.S. citizens' turn to have the piss sucked from their balls here and all privacy completely thrown in the shitter. So, if YouTube's AI tools think that you're under 18, I hope you're ready to fork over your ID in order to continue to access certain YouTube content and features. When YouTube determines a user is teen or preteen, the site will disable personalized advertising, activate digital well-being features, and put stricter content filters as well as behavioral restrictions into place. Basically, YouTube will pop its titty into your mouth and breastfeed you here because your parents aren't fucking raising you. What a joyful, pleasant future where these greasy, greedy, ghoulish corporations are now going to be LARPing as your parental figures, deciding what you can and cannot access based on their estimation of your age. Because no longer are parents even expected to be parents anymore. The internet is now that. My papa is a fucking YouTube algorithm. It tells me what I can watch, what I'm allowed to consume. It's so fucking infuriating. The only thing here that makes any level of sense is like disabling personalized ads for kids, which is something I'm pretty sure the YouTube Kids app already does. Which, again, I don't even know why that app exists anymore with this effect, with this change going into effect. It's now just a redundancy if they're going to polymorph the main YouTube platform into basically catering to kids on it as well. It's fucking lunacy. It is not YouTube's responsibility to put the bumpers up in the bowling lane. The onus should be on the parents to ensure that their kids are not consuming harmful content on YouTube. It is crazy that YouTube is doing this. So, they're using AI, which will assess a user's age via multiple behavioral factors, including what kind of videos the user searches for, the categories of videos they watch, and how long the account has been active per its blog post, which is very vague and also going to lead to so many accounts getting flagged as being under 18 that definitely are not. There are so many people in the Pokemon community, for example, that are adults. In fact, pretty much everybody that does Pokemon content online is like late 20s and early 30s at this point. That is like entirely an adult market, but it is a child's IP. Like it is an IP that is catering towards kids. So pretty much anyone that searches for like Pokemon cards, Pokemon Showdown, really anything even adjacent to that, or like Nintendo games, like any gamers that play Nintendo games, all of those will be like a strike against them that could end with their account being deemed like under 18 or something. It's going to be absolute chaos, I imagine. This technology will allow us to infer a user's age and then use that signal regardless of the birthday in the account to deliver our age-appropriate product experiences and protections. If the AI estimation is incorrect, YouTube says it will allow a user to verify their age with a credit card, a government ID, or a selfie. Wow, what saints. You get the privilege of providing your identification or your biometric data to YouTube in order to prove that you are actually over 18. Surely that's going to be like really secure and it's not going to be used for any kind of like tracking or anything like that. Don't be ridiculous. Fucking tinfoil condom conspiracy theorist. There's nothing wrong with forking over all of your identification and your credit card information to corporations or the government directly so that way they can actively monitor you and censor you and basically control what you have access to. What's the big deal? It's so absurd, man. I cannot believe how quickly this is getting out of control. Like I told you, it was not exclusive to just the UK. It is already touched down here and it hasn't even been a week. It hasn't even been a week. That snowball has already become a full fucking shitstorm avalanche. It is terrible. It's scary. It's very scary. This article also mentions something else. The rollout of the new feature comes one day after Australia's government announced it would ban children under 16 from using YouTube and less than a week after UK implemented the sweeping age checks on content on social media networks. YouTube was promised an exemption from Australia's social media ban last year by the then communications minister, but the Australian government said on Monday that the platform would in fact be included in the country's ban on children under 16 using social networks. The ban is slated to take effect in December. Google, YouTube's parent company, strenuously advocated against the Australian ban and has threatened to sue to overturn it. That subject they mentioned there about the Australian government banning kids from making social media accounts is a topic that I briefly touched on like a year ago. But in a nutshell, this is something I've said a lot. The entire landscape of social media has changed so much over the last like decade, like drastically, where I do think it is downright dangerous and detrimental for kids to just have unlimited access to things like Twitter, for example. So like I do think that it's not exactly a good thing to just have kids making social media accounts and just fucking rotting away on them. I do think that that is harmful, but there is no way of actually stopping that in a way that doesn't step on everyone's freedoms. And at the time, it just didn't even really dawn on me because the way it was being spoken about was just like, oh, don't worry, the methods we're coming up with are, we're making sure privacy is still top of mind. We don't want to encroach on that. We're just trying to think of ways to, help kids not get like sucked into social media degeneracy and all of that. And it, like when you hear that, you're like, oh, okay, I guess that like makes sense. But when you really stop to think about it and you stop and like really fucking smell it, it's very clear that there's no way of doing that without just stripping freedoms from everybody else. Like, how the fuck are you possibly going to stop that from happening? And it also shouldn't be the government's responsibility nor the platform's responsibility to ensure that kids aren't making those accounts. It is the parents. Like, no matter how you spin it, it should always come back to the parents. And what YouTube did initially, and what I thought was the right direction, was having a separate platform specifically for that age group, YouTube Kids. So that way, that group, those kids, would not be going to main YouTube. They would be on that platform, which is safe for them. And the parents' responsibility would be ensuring that they are on YouTube Kids, not main YouTube. But now what's happening is every company is now putting in these age verification checks, which require ID or biometric data, which, as we're seeing unfold in real time rapidly, leads to just basically control and mass surveillance. That's the entire underlying motive behind all of it. It's not about protecting kids. It's not about making sure kids aren't getting access to like dangerous social media, content or anything like that. It is all about getting more of your information so they can monitor you more effectively. It's not a conspiracy. It is just right in your face censorship, control, and mass surveillance. And YouTube now taking this step is extremely concerning. And obviously, as everyone's pointing out, it is not going to be 100% accurate. I would be shocked if it's even close to 50% accurate. Break this shit down to its bare butt cheeks real quick. If it's going to be like making these guesses off of like the content you're watching or your searches, there is so much wiggle room for error. Because like, let's say you watch an anime, trailer or something. I imagine YouTube would probably put that into like a cartoon bin, which would then be falling under like a under 18 bin, which would be a strike against you. What if you like misspell something in the searches? Like what if you accidentally make a typo? Does that make them think that you might be a kid as well? Or what about something like autoplay? Like let's say you put on like a real adult video, you look at fucking day trading tutorials, but it autoplays to something else, which is like making slime or some shit, because YouTube's recommended algorithm is fucking wild. Like you could easily just be flagged as an under 18 account, and then, well, if you want to keep using your account and have access to all the content and features that you've been used to, gonna need to fork over that ID, or at least show us your face. Give us some of that sweet biometric data currency, please. And I hope you'll say no. That is not something you should ever be comfortable with giving any company. It is a big problem, and there needs to be something done about this. It is truly out of control now, and it's here coming to YouTube. So, yep, just another concerning act of censorship and surveillance here.
Yesterday I posted a video called Dildo Death Race, and there's nothing too wild about it, just some good old-fashioned family fun, strapping some rubber penises to RC cars and having a BattleBot style fight to the death, just coming up with the best war machine possible using the wieners and the RC cars. But things got a little interesting. The video itself is nothing too crazy. The file isn't corrupted. There's no ghost in the machine. It's not like a haunted video. But when I posted it on YouTube, shit got wacky real quick. It is an actual cursed video. So I just wanted to go over it and walk through things, because I was getting messages right away when this paranormal phenomenon started to get noticed in the comments section. I wouldn't be surprised if Zach Brafiganafkis, whatever the fuck his name is from Ghost Adventures, has reached out to me and I just haven't seen the email, because it is pretty spooky. And I just wanted to quickly make this video talking about it because I find it very interesting. Now, contrary to popular belief, I actually do read comments and I do enjoy going to the comment section on most videos. So when I posted Dildo Death Race yesterday, I noticed something I'd never seen before in the entire time I've been on YouTube, which is 15 fucking years. The number of comments would fluctuate drastically. I watched it go from 1,000 comments, which was almost instant for some reason, which is also uncharacteristic. Like the second I posted it, it said 1,000 comments, and then it went down to like 20, and then 10 minutes later it was up to like 600, and then I refreshed the page and it went down to 40, and it was just back and forth by hundreds of comments, and even 1,000 in the first case. Which isn't, you know, like the weirdest thing on YouTube, because sometimes the data desyncs on the YouTube studio, the calculator, the hub where it shows you everything. Sometimes the data flip-flops, but it eventually gives you an accurate reading on like views, comments, and shit like that. But here, it never happened. In fact, even to this day, as I'm making this video, at this very moment, the comments are still fluctuating and mysteriously vanishing. I'm not trying to make this a grand mystery up there with like the Dyatlov Pass or DB Cooper, you know, this isn't a Lamino video, but there is something very interesting afoot with this video and this video alone. You see, it's not just the data that's incorrectly calculating things and not showing the comments. What actually happens is the comments themselves are being auto-deleted by YouTube after exactly 18 seconds in most cases. Sometimes there are comments that survive this purge, and those comments will often be deleted anywhere from 20 seconds to an hour later automatically by YouTube without me doing anything or ever seeing them. This includes my own comments. In fact, the only comment I've made that survived is one that I've pinned. Every other comment I've made has been deleted in 18 seconds. Now, I tested this on stream just to show you. I've done this a lot of times. I've posted about it on Twitter, making people aware, like, hey, I'm not deleting these comments, so just know that. And then people would post videos of them leaving comments and watching them disappear. Now, it's not like they're just being marked as spam or anything, or like going to some separate area in the comments, like held for review or shit like that. They're not in purgatory. The comments are just outright deleted. So I'm going to show you me doing it on stream. And that way you know that the comments are just straight up fucking gone. Vanished into the void, into the nether realm, the fucking shadow realm. So, let's see if it's still going on. I imagine it is. It's been doing it for 2 hours. When you type a comment here, it auto-deletes itself after 18 seconds. Oh, hold on, you can't see that there. Good fuck you. What are you, the guy doing it? The man behind the curtain? I imagine it's still going on. If I had to guess, let's see. Walk us through what's happening. Yeah, it's already gone. And the thing is, it doesn't just delete the comment. It doesn't like hide the comment and go to spam. It straight fucking deletes it. So if you go to like check your comments, it's just gone. Sort by new. Yeah, I mean, you can watch them get deleted. I was doing this earlier. So I imagine pretty much all of these will be deleted when we refresh. Walk us through it. Yep. All of those are gone. It's fucking crazy. And it's always 18 seconds. This will be comment number 10 from me. It makes no sense. This is like some haunted shit. I thought it was a prank at first, like Matt was leaning over my shoulder deleting comments without me noticing. And likes don't change anything. Walkers. I imagine it's gone by now. Yep. Pretty wild. It's like an actual haunted video. Yeah, maybe I really was cursed by that egg. Couldn't tell you. I don't know what dictates a surviving comment or why they get deleted, why it's 18 seconds. I got so superstitious I looked up the significance of the number 18 thinking it's somehow related to the devil or Slender Man or something. Makes no sense. But it is always 18 seconds when I leave a comment, and for the majority of them. Some of them make it to 30 seconds. A few of them auto-deleted after an hour. It's all over the place. It's about having a relevant comment, that's the speculation. No, I thought that too, and I tried that. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. I'll just go ahead and say, Wow, these are nice cars. I said something similar to this last in one of the earlier ones. It has nothing to do with whatever the comments say. It just auto-deletes things after 18 seconds, regardless of the content and regardless of likes on the comment. Like, you in real time, you can just watch comments being vanished. I don't know, it's pretty cool. And it's gone. Now it's time for me to bust some myths here. A lot of people are saying the comments aren't getting deleted, just moved to the bottom or buried in other comments. This is objectively false. The comments are completely gone. They are removed, and when you go to your comment history, you will not see the comment you posted on that video. I've done this for 10 comments now on my other accounts on this video. All 10 do not show up in my comment history, nor do they show up anywhere on the video after going through each comment that is still surviving on the video. They are outright gone forever, as if they were never posted in the first place. Very spooky shit. Another common theory I see is that there must be some kind of spam bot that's taking to the streets to clean up Gotham's trash with the spammers, but I can tell you right now that system certainly doesn't fucking exist. Go on any video ever, and some of the top comments are just straight up spam. So that feature is definitely not there, and if it is, it's not effective. It's very primitive. But you know what, just for fun, let's take out the magic wand and play pretend. Let's say that there is a spam bot or some kind of auto mod that's malfunctioning on the video, marking things as spam and getting rid of them or whatever. That also wouldn't explain it, because regardless of the comment, it is still getting deleted. I've seen comments that are paragraphs talking about the video to test it that get deleted after 18 seconds, and comments that are just a single sentence survive. Also, another thing about the video, even aside from the comments that's weird, is the views. Initially when I posted it, it immediately said that it had 1 million views. Almost instantly, just like with the comments, which, I mean, I thought my channel just going fucking wild here, reaching like dream levels of engagement or something. But then it immediately went down to like 5 or 10K or some shit like that. So the views were also doing the same thing the comments were doing, and now it's settled on whatever it's at right now as opposed to the video. The views haven't been fluctuating since the initial anomaly, but the comments, even as of now, are continuing to do so because it is still perpetually deleting comments seemingly at random. It doesn't matter what the comment is, it's still getting deleted, and then sometimes a couple slip by the firing squad in the comments section that's just taking them out. I don't really understand what's going on. I don't know if it's going to happen on this video either, because this is the first video I'm posting after this strange event here, this paranormal activity. So I guess we'll see, but yeah, I mean, it's fucking weird. But yeah, anyway, I thought this was a very weird event here, a YouTube glitch, I suppose, and I don't really understand or have an explanation for it at all. It doesn't seem to be getting fixed either, and it's only this video. I've checked other videos that were posted roughly around the same time this was, and none of those have this problem, and none of the other videos I've posted before this one had this problem, so I truly just don't really understand why that's happening. But yeah, anyway, I just thought I'd talk about it and at least let people know I'm not like deleting your comments, because I know a couple people, like when this initially started to get traction and people noticed, emailed me asking why I deleted their comment. I didn't do that. I don't delete comments, so it wasn't me. This is a topic I touch on at least once every 8 or 9 months, roughly, like clockwork, because YouTube is engaged in this bloody struggle against ad blockers. They are very much trying to dissuade people from using them, and in doing so, they've come up with all kinds of nefarious schemes to try and get you to buy YouTube Premium or just disable the ad blocker entirely. So that way, you can get served ads, or you're at least paying to not get served ads. They've recently been cooking up all kinds of wacky new ideas here. The most alarming that everyone is pointing out is that they are tinkering with the notion of adding more unskippable ads to the platform. These ads would also appear more often. The boogeyman would be making more frequent stops here with these 30-second unskippable ads. Now, according to Swipe Insight, the ads would be between 16 to 30 seconds exclusively on TV screens, including Smart TV and Chromecast, and also the 30-second unskippable ads would be rolled out alongside the 6-second bumper ads and 15-second unskippable. The test has already gone well, apparently. Anthony Higman, CEO of AdSquire, claims users will probably watch 30-second ads.
I don't know what fantasy land he's living in that's delusional. No one wants to watch 30-second ads, but yes, there are definitely people that do stomach them. But I would argue the vast majority that sit through a 30-second ads are the ones that aren't actually watching the video, like not paying attention to it. No one lucid is sitting there choosing to watch 30 seconds of that ad. They're likely having something on in the background, or it's on the TV and they're not like by the remote, so they don't have a chance to skip it. But it's not something people are like excited about. It's just going the way of cable again, which nobody wants. But unfortunately, that's the way things are going. The 15-second non-skippable YouTube ad format is my all-time favorite, he said. God, that's like ruining Christmas is my all-time favorite, said the Grinch. It's fucking craziness. These can be targeted to keywords and audience, and the user must watch the ad to get to the content they want to watch. Like, he's even just celebrating that it's just really inconvenient and a headache to the users. They have to watch my shit in order to get to what they actually want to see. What a fucking nuisance. The fixation on shoving ads down people's throats as often as possible it's completely out of control right now. And you know, remember just like a month ago, Netflix announced they're going to start doing AI-generated ads. So now they're going to have like random AI ads start popping up. I think that rolls out in 2026 at some point. And it seems like it's not a matter of if, but when YouTube rolls out more ads and more unskippable ads, which again, nobody wants. Nobody likes ads. Unless, of course, they're cheeky ads. Go to usecheeky.com right now and get the best soap in the universe that we made. See, that's an effective ad. 5 seconds. That's it. That should be the standard for fucking video ads. And I've had no problems with just skipping after 5 seconds. That's fine. I hate the way Twitch does ads. Like, I've sometimes the full 3-minute ad break hitting you all at once like a knuckle sandwich to the nose. But that is the way of advertising right now for a lot of these businesses. And it must be working, otherwise they wouldn't keep doing this and shoving it down people's throats. It seems like no matter how much they inconvenience users, they're not actually taking any hits. It must be profitable, and it sucks. It just keeps getting worse. And YouTube's been doing some embarrassing, scummy tactics to try and get users to turn off their ad block, or try and push them to forking over those clams for YouTube Premium or YouTube Premium Lite, which also has ads on Premium Lite, which is apparently expanding their ads as well, according to new information on that program. But that's a different topic entirely. YouTube's tried things like trying to shame you into it, wiggling its finger saying, no, 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 this is naughty behavior, and they'd flash up a thing like when you tried to watch a video with an ad block on saying, YouTube doesn't support ad blocks. This is against the Geneva Convention. It's illegal. You're going to prison and hell. In fact, super hell. Not even Dante found this level of hell. The ad block section. The worst one for the worst fucking fiends like you guys. But, of course, that didn't work. Most people still weren't going to turn it off. So YouTube's doing something a little different right now to combat these ne'er-do-wells still using their U-block and all of that. And some of you may be experiencing it right now. It's when you click a video, it won't load for a little while. Sometimes it'll also just crash when watching. The one I've been getting is the experiencing interruptions. Let me show you what it looks like. This is me on just the normal ad block a lot of people use. As you can see, they've already found a way to breach this with ads. Luckily, these aren't intrusive, but the call's already coming from inside the house. So I want to do a little checkup on my boy Don Gorski here, the guy who eats like 2 Big Macs a day for the last 50 years. He's already made it to 34,000 Big Macs. I want to check out this video. And look at what you get. Absolute dog shit. It's by design. The enshittification is on purpose. As you saw, the experiencing interruptions, find out why. Let's go ahead and click that so you can see exactly how the sausage is made. It's about the ad blocks. When you go through here and you start looking, they're making it worse, the performance of the platform worse on purpose for those that use an ad blocker. It's a damn shame. I also can't help but get a little silly grin on my face reading this. Check your extensions, including ad blockers. That might be the problem. Check whether your browser extension that blocks ads are affecting video playback. As another option, try opening YouTube in an incognito window with all extensions disabled and check if the issue continues. It might be those pesky ad blockers. They are known to completely tank video performance randomly on YouTube. It's so odd. I really think you guys should stop using them. That is, if you want to watch videos seamlessly and smoothly. It's very likely your ad blocker. they're pretending like they don't know. They're doing it on purpose. They've done this before, too. We've had like a very similar song and dance with YouTube in the past when it came to the ad blocks. The point is, they don't like you using it. They would rather you navigate their website with the condom off. And I made a whole video going over using the internet without an ad block. It's foul, to say the least. The main bulk of the internet treats ads like Bonnie Blue treats penis. Like, there is just all over the place, everywhere, and it doesn't stop. Look at how unusable this website is. Like, I understand it's Daily Mail. Like, this is about as low as it gets. But this is just the epitome of modern internet usage without an ad block. This exact format is repeated on so many other sites. And in some other sites, you'll even have like the banner ad up here and you don't even get to see the article. But just look at this. Auto-playing ads out the wazoo. Some of them just repeated. It's craziness. It's you cannot use the internet without an ad block. I personally think it should be illegal to have a website set up the way Daily Mail does and so many others like it. And it should also be a big no-no, like frowned upon, if not illegal, to try and convince people to turn their ad block off by giving them a worse experience on purpose, like punishing them for using it. It is a necessity to have an ad block. It is like a basic human right when it comes to the digital age to have an ad block installed on your system. Another very crazy thing about all of this, at least to me personally, I find it fascinating, is YouTube is so focused on ads and like trying to bring down ad block. That's the villain in their anime. Yet they let any ad fly on this platform. I just made a video about those AI robot dog ads that keep getting served to people on YouTube and how they're an actual scam. When you try and place an order, what you get is nothing like what's advertised, and it's not even a real product or ad in the first place. Those kind of AI ads that aren't actually even real, they're just full-blown scams, they're running rampant right now. Also, there's just blatant porn sometimes that comes through on YouTube, like full-blown. There's also sometimes those like 2-hour ads, which is like someone just doing like a Minecraft Let's Play. Like, there is no vetting process at all, it seems, for ads in the first place. So sometimes, if you're not using an ad block and you don't have YouTube Premium, YouTube might just get you scammed. YouTube might just get you actually out of money on your end through fraudulent business practices that are being served to you. It's like, it's not even safe to use YouTube without an ad blocker. Yet they're trying to get you to do that by making the platform run worse. It's so low. I really cannot stand it. But anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This is just a topic that rears its ugly head pretty often because YouTube is so fixed.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we've got a special mission. Who here knows how to solve this motherfucker? Please raise your hand and come to the front of the classroom because I require your assistance badly. Your record is 7 seconds. Okay, I require your expertise here. Fucking X-Men of Rubik's Cube solving. I'm as sad as you are, Tetra. I want this solved. Please, before my dog has a heart attack from the sadness. I don't need a guide. We're gonna do this together. Twitch presents helping a fucking Cro-Magnon solve a Rubik's Cube. That's tonight's mission. Twitch, you remember Twitch Plays Pokemon? That's this, but with an even stupider interface. Which is me. God, I'm getting a bunch of different fucking formulas tossed at me like it's middle school math class again. How close am I? Am I 2 moves away from checkmate? Next step. Do I shove it in my asshole next and it'll come out fully solved? Flop your dick on it, that might do it. Maybe that's the step I'm missing. Call on Discord? No, we're doing this through chat. This is what Twitch was fucking made for. Please submit your professional cubing resumes. That looks like something. D, L2, B2, L2, R2, F2, R2, U2, R2, D, UB. What is that, like the Konami code of Rubik's cubing? What's that cheat code? Good luck. Oh, you type in what you have, and it solves it for you? No, we're doing this the old-fashioned way. The way our fathers and grandfathers solved these, with Twitch chat. The way God intended. I'm not cheating with Discord, and I'm not cheating with the website. We're gonna solve this the old-fashioned way, raw and no rubber. What the fuck do I do with this piece of shit from here? I understand I need to move the corners.
I don't know the algorithm to move these corners efficiently. So I'm sitting here with my soft dick in my hand and Rubik's Cube in the other, and nothing to do because no one's giving me the correct algorithms. Do you see the conundrum? I'm able to deduce that perhaps the white cross is not where it needs to be. However, I don't know how to put it where you're telling me to put it. Please, give me the steps. Thank you. Up. What the fuck is... Where are you at, Obake? You're the one that strikes me as a connoisseur here. A virtuoso, a savant of cubing. Which side is facing me? Which side should be facing me? Red facing me. Okay, so left, up. I forgot what was it, left prime? I don't know what the fuck jump it means. Jesus, I'm not gonna fucking kickflip my Rubik's Cube. These terms, they mean nothing to me. No scope it. 360 pickaxe. I'm gonna fucking solve this. We've got this, boys and girls. And we're not taking the easy way out. We're doing it the hardest way possible. This is like sitting in a classroom and having every single student all at once tell you to do something. And it's all something different. And then you figure it out eventually. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be fat. Twitch history. Plot twist, Obake doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, that'd be the hardest pill to swallow of 2018. Oh, that'd be an awful plot development. Right prime, left up prime, down Optimus Prime, Autobots, rollout. We'll give that a try, if Obake corroborates that. Lochner, I don't believe in the universal solving algorithm. However, if I fuck this up again, please send me that. I'd like to try that. I'll put it to the test. Okay, so up prime, right prime. Got it. I did a pair! I did a pair! You heard, Obake. That's my first step to becoming a man. Putting some hair right on my ball sack. There's plenty of hair down there, but you could always use more. We got our first pair, baby. A nice pair of lesbians out here. What's next? How do I get another pair? A 2 pair. I'm going for the whole pot. I've got it. Face red. I'm facing red! I'm looking at red. Staring right up this fucking prolapse. Up prime. Left. Alright. Now what? No! Oh god, don't use that? Oh, Jesus. So then... Up. Left. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. I had to do left and up. Oh, you're right. Oh my god, I reversed it. Oh, I reversed it. Okay. Okay. What did I just do then? I did... Okay, so the left needs to go up. This needs to go back. Alright, and now this needs to go down. And this needs to go back. We're back. We're back. We're back. This is where we were at? You actually solved it? Don't... Obake, you need to be quicker on the draw. I will make no more mistakes. This will be flawless from here on out. As quickly as Obake gives me the intel, I'm going to execute command perfectly. L is facing you. What? What does that mean? Hit me with more, I can handle it. Up prime, I like it. I like where our head's at. Bang. We're going to solve this, baby. What do you mean other way? We are right fucking there, baby. Don't take your hands off your wieners just yet. Where are you, Obake? Don't tell me you already went into cardiac arrest. Alright, we're good, we're good. I'm listening, Obake. I'm all fucking ears, man. What was the next step? I need the next fucking step. I need it! Jesus Christ, I'll never get hard again without it. What was the next step? I don't believe you that he said L prime. Not until it comes out of his own ass. I need to smell the fart to know it's his. Another slow turn. Like I'm Indiana Jones in an unfamiliar area. That's right prime. Right? Oh my god. I'm panicking. I'm panicking. You've thrown a monkey wrench into my gears. You threw a monkey wrench into my gears. This is right prime, right? No. Yeah, that's the right way. Alright, beginner's method sounds fantastic to me. I'm not exactly like the fucking raid boss of cubing or anything. I'll settle for the beginner's method. Stop on blue okay, blue facing me. Got it. Blue, me. Let's go on a date. Where are we going? What restaurant are you taking us to? Up prime? Right prime? Where are we going? What does it mean, do F? Do I clockwise rotate the front? I just turn the front.
This seems scary. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Swagger Souls. Okay, it's good. Well, that's good to hear. I can follow instructions to a 3rd grade level. Oh, someone's trying to throw me off with Obake 3K, but you're not subbed. Didn't fucking work now, did it, pussy boy? I almost fucking fell for it, too. Gotta charge a laptop? Obake! This is not the fucking time! You come into the Rubik's Cube stream knowing full well that you're going to be here a long time teaching me. You need to have your shit charged. That's very unprofessional. I'm becoming of a big cuber. Jesus. What a time. Oh, that was quick. Alright, good. What's next? Up. God, I feel like a fucking mad scientist with unstable chemicals with every fucking turn. Like I'm defusing a bomb and shit. Alright, up complete. Left. Oh, that's not the same Obake. You almost fucking got me. Oh, you sly little pussy boy. You thought you could put 2 fists in my butthole, but you could only fit 1. Get you every time. Left prime. God, my fucking brain's shutting down. Left prime. Okay, away from me. Fucking executable file in my brain. It stopped responding. No, it's towards me. Yeah, you're right, it's towards me. No, wait. Oh, God. Ah, which way is it? Hands of a clock. Special anime move. Left prime. Okay, I was right the first time. We're back. We had a Microsoft reboot. Alright, we're in it. D prime. That's like when the coach calls like the go for it on 4th down play. Or like a fake field goal for the win. D prime. I need a fucking towel and some Gatorade. Jesus Christ. Alright. Take it slow. Got it. D prime complete. Blue facing UL. I need to see it from Obake. He said 1 second. Give this man a breather, god damn it. We're at the end. This is when we buckle down. We have a group hug in the shower and we say, this is our time for the championship, baby. Oh god, the whole formula again. Alright. I can handle it. I'm a big fucking boy. I can handle my math formulas. Blue side. Right prime. D prime. Right. D. Oh, it's coming along so beautifully. Come on, baby. Come on, take her home. What's next, Obake? What's next? I'm getting really fucking concerned. Alright, right prime. D prime. Right. D. Alright. Once more. Right prime. D prime. Right. D. I'd like to take a moment to thank my friends and my family for getting me to this moment. And my sensei, Obake-san. Oh god, yes! Fuck! My first Rubik's Cube solved. Oh my lord, I'm gonna go jerk off into my toilet. The title of the video isn't clickbait, it isn't sarcasm, it's not a practical joke or some kind of prank. It is the God honest truth. With my hand on a stack of Bibles, I swear to you before the Lord and anime that I am being genuine when I say Twitch actually just made an incredible decision. We are witnessing history. I feel like some of the people that took the first manned airplane flight, where you know what you have just experienced is a game changer, is super special, and you are part of history. That's how I feel right now with this.
a very rare instance where Twitch does something that I can't help but applaud and really appreciate.
So last year, we updated our simulcasting policy to allow simulcasting on mobile services such as TikTok and Instagram. On my recent trip, a number of streamers talked about how they are leveraging these services to grow their Twitch community. So today, we're taking this a step further and announcing that we are allowing simulcasting on any live streaming service.
Daniel Clancy, you beautiful son of a gun, you put a smile on my face and made me wet. Now, for those that don't know why this is such a big deal, I'll dive into it, but that right there is the new CEO of Twitch. He took over earlier this year. He replaced the previous CEO, who was extraordinarily hands-off on the platform. Many of you probably didn't even know Twitch had a CEO because this guy was more secretive than the elusive man. Like, this fucking guy seemed to be ashamed to be the CEO of the platform. His name was Emmett Shear, or as I like to call him, Emmett, have no fear, I'm barely here, Shear. If you went to any of his socials over the long time that he was the CEO of Twitch, you would have no idea what his position was, because he didn't talk about the platform, he didn't interact with it, he didn't stream on it, he didn't communicate with anyone on it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know who XQC is, even to this day, or Kai Cenat for that matter. Like, he doesn't know anyone on the platform, no matter how big they are. He treated his position as CEO of Twitch the same way I treated boners back in high school, like random erections, just trying to like hide it the best you possibly can and hope nobody notices. So Emmett Shear, for a long time, was CEO in name only. I don't think he actually really did anything for the platform except try and fucking flush it down the shitter. And earlier this year, he stepped down and Dan Clancy, whom you just saw, stepped up. Now, when he first stepped up, I made the statement that he is an extremely nice guy. I had actually met Dan before he became the CEO of the platform, and I had nothing but positive things to say about him, but I did say that I don't see any big changes coming under his leadership because I really don't believe that he had the capability to make big sweeping changes or improvements to the platform because there's just so much red tape and the inner workings of the company are more divided than my ass cheeks. Like, everything is so separated into their own departments and no one really communicates with one another, so it leads to a lot of discrepancies and miscommunications, at least in my experience from talking to some of the employees and about how the sausage is made there at Twitch, you know, the behind the scenes information and all of that. And to further explain, I'll go ahead and use my Twitch contract as an example. I actually talked to Dan directly about that, and he was super supportive of me canceling my contracts, that way I could explore streaming on YouTube. He was super enthusiastic about it, he understood, and he said he had his blessing, but it wasn't up to him entirely. It still had to go through all of the other teams and all the other filters, and that took an additional like 3 or 4 months, I think. I'm getting a little foggy on exactly the timeline now since it's been a while. But the fact that Dan, being the CEO of Twitch, still had to go through 3 or 4 months for something as simple as canceling my contract, which was already kind of getting towards the end of its duration anyway, just led me to be more convinced that even if Dan came in with the best of intentions, which I really do think he did, that he wouldn't be able to make the changes that he'd want to see in the platform. But boy howdy, I've never been happier to be proven wrong. Eating my own asshole has never tasted so good. It is great to see Dan actually being able to have a positive influence on Twitch. This is absolutely a decision that Dan himself would pitch. From our conversation, I know that this is something he felt strongly about, that streamers shouldn't be tied down to Twitch if they don't want to be. So it seems like he was able to push this forward and make it come to fruition and make it a reality, which is absolutely incredible. And for those that don't know, Dan loves Twitch. Like, he lives and breathes the platform. He actively streams on there himself, just doing like some music. Like, he's like actually extremely talented, so he does some kind of fire streams, and he is very much a user of the product, enthusiastic about it. There's a Twitch, well, not a Twitch clip, there is a clip on Kick where one of the Kick streamers saw Dan just roaming around, and they said, "Oh, sorry, I'm live on Kick right now." And Dan goes, "You know what? That's your choice," and then gives him a high five and just walks away with a big smile on his face. He just seems to love streaming, and he wants Twitch to get back to its former glory of being the best place to do it, and give everyone the freedom to stream how they want and where they want. And I couldn't be more ecstatic about that. So let's go over why this simulcasting change is so massive, because it almost sounds too good to be true. For those that don't know what simulcasting is, it's the ability for you to start up a stream on multiple platforms at the same time. And Twitch has always hated that. They hated simul streaming more than Timmy Turner's dad hated the Dinkelbergs. So they outlawed it. They made it against their terms. You couldn't simul stream. If you were doing a Twitch stream, it needed to be content exclusive to Twitch. You couldn't just have that stream being pumped out to a lot of other places, except for mobile platforms like Dan mentioned. They did eventually allow for that, where you could simul stream your Twitch stream to mobile platforms, but you couldn't do that otherwise. Unless, of course, you were like a completely unaffiliated account. And even then, it's not like they really encouraged it. It was still very frowned upon. It was more forbidden than human transmutation in Full Metal Alchemist. Until today. This was like one of the main things I thought Twitch would never, ever even consider backing off on. I thought Twitch would always stick to their guns on simul streaming being against their rules. Because if you really stop to think about it, why would they? Twitch is still the #1 streaming platform. And now if streamers have the flexibility to stream their Twitch broadcast to other platforms at the same time, why wouldn't they? There isn't a single reason why anyone on Twitch wouldn't also just stream to YouTube. It's the same content, you just put it to 2 different places, so it just maximizes your reach and viewership, and it's just an overall net positive to the streamer, but doesn't really do a whole lot to help out Twitch that much. Unless, of course, you're mainly interacting with your Twitch audience, and like your YouTube streaming audience is seeing that, oh, the Twitch chat seems a lot more hyped than the YouTube chat. I'll start going over there. Then maybe you do get some new users that aren't already endemic to Twitch. I think there's definitely a real case to be made there in that argument. And perhaps it'll be extremely effective. Like maybe if you're broadcasting your Twitch stream to YouTube and your YouTube audience is now seeing your stream for the first time and wants to get more involved, they'll go to Twitch because the interaction on Twitch is just genuinely better than YouTube, which is something I've talked about quite a bit at length now. So I do think there probably is a case to be made that this is a strong move for Twitch in order to continue to grow and stay on top. But regardless, it is by far the best move for streamers. And it's not like this comes with any like fine print or anything. If you go to the page that makes the announcement that really breaks down what you can and cannot do, they are very lenient. The only thing that they ask you not to do is try and drive your Twitch audience to other streaming platforms while you're simul streaming. So let's say you're streaming Twitch and YouTube. Instead of like saying, hey, Twitch audience, go to YouTube. You're going to like it better over there. You know, we've got the hottest babes in the YouTube chat over there. So get on out of Twitch and go to YouTube. They don't want you doing that. They also don't want you like combining the chats into one for the stream because they want it to feel like if it's on Twitch, it is a Twitch production, even though it's other places. It is still like the Twitch audience is getting the most love. So that way you're still celebrating with the Twitch community, which I think are both very understandable positions to have here for like the policy. There's really not much else. Everything else is kind of sunshine and rainbows from what I can tell. So obviously I'm going to start simul streaming YouTube and Twitch. I can finally shake the cobwebs off of my old Twitch channel here, which has just been collecting dust. It was like that scene out of Toy Story where Andy says, I don't want to play with you anymore, and then drops him. That's what I did with Twitch. And I've been loving my time on YouTube, but now there's absolutely no reason not to also stream on Twitch. I get the best of both worlds here. It's fantastic. I started streaming on Twitch. I still loved Twitch, but I switched to YouTube because I wasn't confident in the direction Twitch was going at the time. But now I can do both. It feels great. Like, this is such a huge W move. It cannot be understated just how big of a deal this decision is from Twitch. And man, absolute hats off to Dan Clancy on this one. Fuck yes. So definitely wanted to talk about this. I'll be doing my first simul stream tonight. I don't know what time, probably like 10 p.m. EST, somewhere in that general ballpark. So make sure to tune in if you want to see what this new experience is going to look like. I'm really excited, and this really gives me a lot of hope in Twitch. Twitch is really going through it right now. They are struggling through a hard time internally. I'm not talking about falling off or anything. They haven't lost their spot at the top of the food chain when it comes to streaming, but internally it's pure chaos and pandemonium. They've been treading water when it comes to their financials, and it's been getting really bad. They just had to announce that they're stopping the Twitch service in South Korea because it's just prohibitively expensive. They also had the huge round of layoffs last year that you might remember. Twitch is just generating about as much money as CryptoZoo $0. In fact, less than $0. It's negative monies. Negative clams are being generated by Twitch, and it seems to just keep getting worse. They just had to announce another wave of layoffs at Twitch with 500 employees losing their jobs. 35% of the Twitch workforce was being laid off, as confirmed by Dan Clancy. And today, Dan Clancy actually did a stream just being fully transparent, going over a lot of things, such as the layoffs, as well as just Twitch not really making money. Again, that's not a secret. We all knew that. That's about as much of a secret as me being short. Like, everyone knows by just taking a look at Twitch and what's been going on. It definitely fucking sucks how many people just lost their jobs in this most recent wave here, and it's even more unfortunate that it's not exclusive to just Twitch here. This has become extremely common in the tech industry, because so many companies like Twitch started overhiring and went through this period of overgrowth, especially during COVID, and now all at once they're starting to downsize and lay off a ton of people like what they just did. And that's something Dan also talks about.
That we've implied this before, where we say we need to run it sustainably, but I'll be blunt, we aren't profitable at this point. Amazon has been extremely supportive of Twitch, and a big thing for being sustainable over time is ensuring that we don't lose money. And that's a big part of my job, because that's going to be what makes sure we can be here for long term.
This is the CEO of Twitch who is just speaking openly and honestly about what's going on, which is really refreshing, especially given the last CEO who didn't even know that he ran Twitch. Again, this isn't a shocking revelation. I don't think anyone heard this and flew back in their chair and slapped their knee like, well, golly, Twitch not being profitable, never saw that coming. This is the worst kept secret since Darth Vader being Luke Skywalker's father, right? Everyone knew it wasn't making money, and Dan is now just finally saying that out loud and then going over how he plans to fix that. Before going too deep into this subject I want to talk about, I just want to give a round of applause to Dan here. He really does seem like he cares. He's constantly streaming on Twitch and interacting with the community, like he plays games with other streamers all the time. When the announcement came with the layoffs, he wanted to go live and just directly answer questions about it and talk transparently about it. So honestly, it's appreciated that he'll do something like this. Now, he does say something that I had to raise my eyebrow at, and if this was an NFL game and I was a coach, I'd probably be throwing a challenge flag on the play. He says that Amazon has been super supportive of Twitch, and to that I have to say, are you sure? This is maybe some kind of hostage situation? Is Jeff Bezos just off camera with a baseball bat with nails through it, threatening you to say things like that? One of the major criticisms a lot of people, myself included, have stated is that Amazon seems really hands-off with Twitch as a product. For the entire time it's owned it, it hasn't really done too much to try and elevate it, improve it, fix things when things are broken, or really much of anything at all. I think the major contribution that the public can point to when it comes to Twitch and Amazon working together is Amazon offering the Twitch Prime subs, which is a huge component to Twitch, of course. It is a very big deal. But aside from that, there haven't been too many things that Amazon has done for Twitch, at least in what I've seen and what most people have seen. But with the way Dan talks about it throughout this stream, it does seem like Amazon might be significantly more supportive behind closed doors than any of us could possibly ever know. But I did just want to say, like, hearing him really sing the praises of Amazon as a partner was a little surprising for sure, given how little we see with Amazon interacting with Twitch. And speaking of Twitch Primes, I'm going to have to take a little victory lap here and say I told you so. For about 2 years now, I've speculated that Twitch Primes might vanish, at least in their current format. For those that don't know, Twitch Prime is a service offered on the platform where you can sub to a streamer completely for free as long as you have your Prime sub available, and that streamer gets $5 from Twitch. Well, $2.50 from Twitch. For free. All you do is take your Twitch Prime and use it on a streamer. $0 to you, and that streamer gets money from Twitch. I believe that they're just praying, fingers crossed every day, that you forget to use your Prime sub, because when you remember to, you're just costing the company money. And I've said for 2 years, since the holes in the ship started to show, that that's probably going to be one of the major things that they change. If they don't outright get rid of it, they're going to do some kind of drastic overhaul and change the way it currently is, because that is something that is not sustainable to a business that already isn't profitable. And Dan Clancy talks about that.
Prime is a critical program for many streamers. We've already been looking across the company in terms of how to set us up for the long term. I think we will continue to evolve different aspects of our program, because part of what I'm trying to do is get us into a framework that can live over a long time. The size of the company is one of those things that gets us to the right size for the longer period of time. When we did Partner Plus, we structured that so that we could continue to move that threshold. We're going to keep looking across our strategy with streamers. We did this with the ads incentive program. We want to get to where we can continue to grow and adapt and change as the market changes. And so there may be other changes, but I will tell you, Prime is an important part for our viewers and our creators. So it's important for us to make sure Prime still exists in some way.
It's not a direct answer to the question of if the free benefit to Twitch Primes is disappearing, but I think it's pretty clear with the way he answers it and tiptoes around it, beats around the bush a little bit, that he recognizes the severity of having to change that, but knows that he needs to change it. So the way that he kind of talks around the subject makes it clear that there is change coming. As he's talking about needing to come up with new strategies and everything, I think we can all say with a high level of confidence that the free benefit to the Twitch Primes is going to be an ancient relic of the forgotten past. In 50 years, you'll tell your grandkids, there used to be a way to sub to your favorite streamer for free. And they'll call you crazy and tell you to take your medicine and go back to Arkham Asylum, you old geezer. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, it seems. Now, this is a big I told you so moment for me because like I said, I was beating the drum saying, hey, Twitch Primes probably aren't going to last forever. Hey, like a doomsday prepper kind of thing. And it looks like that day is coming up sooner than I thought it would, to be honest. But we still don't know exactly what's going to change about it. If I had to look into my crystal ball and take another guess, I would say they're going to keep the Prime program around, but a diet version of it, a bootleg, watered-down version of the Twitch Prime service that we know and love currently. I think that it'll probably end up being more of like a discount code situation, where if you have a Prime available, once a month you can sub to your favorite streamer for half off. So instead of costing you $5 to sub to your favorite streamer, it'll cost you $2.50. And then they get the $2.50, the streamer you sub to. I think that's probably how it'll work. So it'll no longer be free, but it'll be a discount on a sub. So like 50% or maybe even less. I really have no idea. But that's kind of how I envision this going in the future. They're not going to outright get rid of it, I don't think. It'll likely be in that manner. So we'll see. We'll see if I go 2 for 2 on the Twitch Prime, boogeyman predictions here. But anyway, Dan Clancy also just directly answered a question a viewer asked about, is Twitch at risk of just getting the axe from Amazon? And he said emphatically no, and that Amazon is very much in this race. They are heavily invested in this, and there's no chance, really, that Twitch just crumbles and goes under or anything at the moment. They're going through this turbulent period internally, but he is optimistic that things will look up in the future for it, and he has some ideas on where to take things, and, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. But it really was an insightful live stream. Again, I haven't really seen a CEO be this transparent. I expected he'd only be answering heavily curated comments, but he doesn't just answer only softballs. There were a couple he answered that I thought for sure he would avoid and shy away from, such as, is it true some of the employees that were laid off found out they no longer had a job through social media as opposed to through you guys? But he actually did answer it. That and a couple other questions that I thought for sure would not be addressed at all. So overall, I do think that was a pretty cool gesture from him, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things start to pan out for Twitch going forward. While I don't think Twitch is in any danger of being buried 6 feet under immediately, as I've said, I am skeptical that Twitch will be around in a decade. With the direction things have been going, it makes me concerned about the future of Twitch, at least in the capacity that it's currently at. Where other streaming services are growing, Twitch seems to be kind of staying in the same place and then going through more internal struggle. So
it makes it seem far more dire as an outsider looking in, but Dan seems to believe that Twitch's best years are ahead of them as opposed to behind them, so perhaps they have like a really good strategy going. Yesterday I made a video going over Twitch's new policy update that they rolled out, and it's been just a little over 24 hours, and they immediately threw their hands up, waved the white flag, and surrendered, saying, "Goodness gracious, heavens to Betsy, this was too far, too much, we could have never seen this coming. We're rolling back this change, we're reverting it." So, for those that don't know, yesterday Twitch made a guidelines update to what type of content they allow on their platform when it comes to sexually suggestive material. The biggest change that raised the most eyebrows is they made a sweeping alteration to their artistic nudity policy where they basically gave everyone the green light to get fucking insano style with it. They opened Pandora's box, allowing pretty much all types of nudity as long as there was artistic context to it, drawing, animation, sculpting, all of that. This was like the big bang that created a universe of porn on Twitch. If you went to the art category in particular on the platform over the last 24 hours, you were inundated with tons of hentai and furry porn out the wazoo. And it's not like it was some restricted category off in like a quarantine zone that you needed a secret password to enter, like a speakeasy or something. It was legitimately one of the top categories over the last 24 hours, so if you just clicked on it, you immediately saw all of this. Like, the only time that there was a warning is if you actually tried to watch one of the streams, it would let you know that, hey, there might be sexual content here. But otherwise, it was just easily accessible to anybody. And I really think Twitch was under the impression that this policy would be used by artists making really classy things. I think they were expecting Michelangelo level sculptures where it's like this marble statue of a man with a small wiener, but how it was actually utilized by the community is just tons of huge cocked furries and like giant titted anime babes squirting milk out of their nipples. And I saw a lot of people getting mad at the artists for making this kind of content on Twitch, but I don't blame them at all. Twitch allowed this, they enabled it, they gave them the green light, gave them the freedom to do that, so they were just playing by the rules. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't break any of those rules at all, except for a couple of people that popped forward to exploit it even further. There were some channels that were made in order to AI generate photorealistic porn in the art category. So then you started having AI generated porn images that were indistinguishable from just real screenshots from porn. Scrolling through the art category, which again was one of the top categories, felt like what Y2K was trying to warn us of back in the year 2000. It was disastrous. Which again, at the end of the day, was entirely Twitch's fault. I think Carnage summed it up best. Nice and succinct. He said, "These recent changes on Twitch are so embarrassing. Sweeping policy changes without basic restrictions, erroneously ban streamers for doing exactly what they're told they can do, immediately roll back the changes the next day. Amateur hour, please do better, Twitch." Amen. I mean, that's the whole situation broken down into a nutshell. Twitch started banning some of the streamers that were literally doing what they were allowed to do. They played by Twitch's new rules and still got banned for it because Twitch must have got all, blushed and shocked like, oh my goodness, what have we done? And then they just started lashing out and banning streamers that were literally just doing what Twitch said they could. Just a massive L from Twitch across the board here. When reading through their explanation for why they decided to make this big change, they said, "For years, through user voice and conversations, we heard from artists that our content policies were limiting. In making this update, we were trying to be responsive to those requests and allow the thriving artist community on Twitch to utilize the human form in art." So reading through this explanation, I just really get the impression that they expected this to kind of be like my figure drawing course in my freshman year of college, where you do draw a nude model, so the art does have nudity in it, but that's still very different than just drawing straight up porn. That's two very separate disciplines. Those categories couldn't be more different. And Twitch was expecting the former, but they got the latter, and a lot of it. Bazooka ballsack furries as far as the eye could see in the art category for the last 24 hours, and Twitch eventually said, okay, enough is enough, we've got to put the kibosh on this. So today they announced that they are taking that change back. They're saying, whoops-a-daisy, they're using their one mulligan in the golf game here in order to say, nope,
Let's go ahead and read through the rest of the statement here. First, we want to make clear that some streamers in response to this update created content that was in violation of our new policy. We've worked quickly to remove that content and issue channel enforcements. That's referring mainly to the AI-generated photorealistic porn that was being put onto the platform. I don't know why they didn't see that coming. That was always going to be the outcome of a policy like this, with just a massive sweeping change that allows for artistic nudity, which is a very vague thing to try and define. Like, that was always going to happen, and I don't know how Twitch didn't foresee that. It just seems like they don't exactly know their community that well. Or not even their community, just the internet in general. That was always going to be exploited. However, there also was a great deal of new content that was allowed under the updated policy. Much of the content created has been met with community concern. These are concerns we share. Upon reflection, we have decided that we went too far with this change. Digital depictions of nudity present a unique challenge. AI can be used to create realistic images, and it can be hard to distinguish between digital art and photography. Basically, they're just echoing the sentiment from a lot of people that, hey, this is a little weird to have on Twitch where one of your top categories actually just has tons and tons of porn being drawn, like, all the time now. That's very odd considering it lives in the same ecosystem of just like normal gaming or like normal just chatting streams or whatever. I also don't understand why everything has to be a hot button debate here where people are like, oh, Twitch has never been a safe Christian space for the youth and everything. There's always been some sexually suggestive things on there. Yeah, no shit. No one's saying that Twitch is like this perfect utopia where degeneracy doesn't exist. But I feel like everyone can recognize the difference between a streamer doing squats for subs or being in a bikini or something versus having an entire category, one of the top categories, taken over by drawn porn and hentai and AI-generated porn. Like, it's so drastically different. You can just say that that's weird that Twitch would allow that. You don't have to try and make this some kind of bigger, deeper, more nuanced issue like, oh, a bunch of prudes. What, you guys don't like boobies anymore? What's all this boobie outrage? I can't believe we're even making a big deal out of this. Like, no, everyone likes tits. That's not what anyone's saying. It's just maybe not on Twitch in this capacity where you're just drawing porn. Like, that is a weird thing to have on Twitch. Like, if you want to make an 18 plus category for Twitch, that's fine, I guess, but it needs to be a like restricted spun off category in its own designated area that doesn't live in the same ecosystem, because it shouldn't overlap with the rest of the content on the platform, because it is so fucking different to just allow drawn porn and hentai and shit. Like, I don't know why this is even like a complicated issue. It's just as simple as, it's a little weird to have the entire category be porn. You know, it's just, to me, that simple. So it seems like it was that simple to Twitch as well, where they must have not really thought through the policy all that deeply, rolled this out, and then were shocked to see just how much of this was existing on the platform, so that's why they're overruling themselves. So, effective today, we're rolling back the artistic nudity changes. Moving forward, depictions of real or fictional nudity won't be allowed on Twitch, regardless of the medium. This restriction does not apply to mature-rated games. You can find emote-specific standards for nudity and sexual content in the emote guidelines. We aren't making other changes to the updated sexual content policy. So basically just saying, nudity, no. They're putting the kibosh on it. They're hitting it with the X. No more nudity, no matter what medium it's in, unless, of course, it's in like a mature video game or something that's not already banned on Twitch. Now, one thing I have to mention that I just find fascinating is how quickly Twitch rolled back this change. Their response time to this is historic for the platform. Twitch is notorious for taking an absurdly long time to respond to anything. Even like legitimate crime that happens on Twitch, they will just like take so long, an outrageously long time to do anything in response to it. Yet when it came down to this, they changed things lickety-split in 24 hours, basically. That is a new world record for Twitch. So, if I may get a bit conspiratorial, I'd like to hit you with my game theory on why exactly that is. Why did they respond so quick to this, but never anything else in the past that have been huge issues? Here's what I think. I think what happened is Twitch rolled out this artistic nudity policy change, and all of this porn hits the platform. As a response to that, a lot of advertisers take notice that work with Twitch and start asking questions of why. It is well known in the industry that anything that is even remotely construed as adult content is almost impossible to monetize for sponsors. Sponsors don't want to touch anything that's even close to like 18 plus material. And Twitch
although it does have like some sexually suggestive content on it, it is not an 18 plus website or anything like that. No one would ever consider Twitch an adult site by any means, so advertisers feel comfortable placing their products on there. But this is by all definitions an adult category now, basically, where all of this porn is being drawn. So perhaps advertisers got a little frightened and started like pressuring Twitch a bit, like, hey, we do not feel comfortable advertising on a platform that's going to allow porn to be drawn like this and have all this kind of content. So maybe that scared Twitch, like maybe this was going to hit their financials somehow, so then they immediately, overnight, rolled back this change. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because historically, Twitch hasn't responded to anything in any meaningfully fast period of time. They are always so slow dragging their feet to anything on their platform, except this now. So that's why I think they did. Of course, I have no evidence of this. I'm just speculating, but I just know historically when it comes to like adult content, advertisers get extremely scared and want to pull out, and this allowed adult content onto Twitch for however brief a time. So that's what I think led to them being so quick to revert the changes. I could be wrong.
I'm no meteorologist, but I'm still going to make a weather forecast for Twitch right now. I'm predicting a 100% chance of cloudy skies and rain, as the collective tears from all of the gooners on Twitch fall and crash upon their desk in unison, because Twitch just broke their hearts. They just announced the apocalypse, the doomsday, or rather the Coomsday, I suppose. Friday, March 29th, Twitch is adjusting their policy that will now outlaw content that focuses on intimate body parts for a prolonged period of time. It will no longer be allowed. In no uncertain terms, they drew a line in the sand and said, this is our domain expansion. The absence of booby and butthole. I doubt there's a single soul on this planet that's surprised by this decision from Twitch, because of the blossoming trend on the platform where creators were trying to push the envelope of sexual content as far as they possibly could. I mean, for goodness sakes, we had the colonoscopy cam meta, where streamers were setting up a camera aimed directly at their chocolate starfish and put the bare minimum amount of fabric required to hide the hole, but you could still see all of the anal folds and everything. I mean, the asshole was still winking at you through the fabric. And I can't even use the word fabric in good consciousness, because it was barely fabric. It was like a sliver of toilet paper that just got stuck there and was hanging on for dear life, because it wasn't censoring like anything. But anyway, as you can imagine, this was extremely popular, tons and tons of viewers, and this kind of kicked off this arms race, this like nuclear arms race of Coomer content. So a lot of other creators started to try and find creative ways to deliver sexual content on Twitch. I made a follow-up video where another streamer made a green screen ass stream where she would play a game and her ass was green screened, so the gameplay was only on her butt cheeks. And I'm not gonna lie, some of it was extremely creative, watching a lot of these women scramble to find loopholes to broadcast their poop holes on Twitch. I started to get inspired myself. I was theory crafting ways on how I could get involved, started considering buying a green dick sleeve so I could broadcast my Rainbow Six Siege gameplay on my erect penis. I was in the lab cooking. I was like a mad scientist, Cockenheimer. I was coming up with all kinds of interesting ideas, but ultimately didn't do anything with it. But since that last video I made on this subject, it's only continued to spiral more and more out of control, which has prompted Twitch's response here, which shuts down this entire branch of content. And if you've been paying attention on Twitch, some of the most popular streams over the last 10 or so days have been streams like these. I muted the audio on this clip because of the song playing being a DMCA risk. I like how that's the danger of this clip, is the music, not so much the actual sexual content of it, because this is fine by Twitch's standards. Or at least it was prior to their new announcement and policy change. But this is the clear chair meta. So this is a streamer named Novaru. She's now showing off her hot tub, justifying her presence in the hot tubs category, because one of Twitch's arbitrary rules is in order to be in a bikini, you need a hot tub nearby, even though you don't have to interact with it. And then she bought a clear chair and set up a camera underneath it, so that way you can get the entire kit and caboodle package view here. She's got the triple camera setup here, so you're getting the fucking Dolby Theater experience of ass. It's like the cinematic camera when you drive a car in Grand Theft Auto 4, but the only shots you're getting are ass. This next clip I'm about to show you is from Asian Bunny X, but I can't find the original broadcast or clips. I can only find Wubby's clip when he was going over it on stream, so I'm gonna play you Wubby reacting to it.
This is next level shit! I also admittedly recorded this for longer than I think I needed to. It's about a minute long recording. Could have just been 10 seconds. I don't know. No, I mean, listen. Okay, I'm not sitting here hating on the ladies because I keep saying this, right? If they ain't banned, that's on Twitch, right? If they ain't banned, it's on Twitch. Twitch is saying it's allowed, right? That being said, I'm just gonna say this because I just have to. I feel like I'd be not honest with myself if I don't. Come on, bro. I mean, she got the automatic jiggler, bro.
This stream is blasting all of your senses here. It's a full-blown sensory overload. I can only imagine where she's going to be in a year from now once the gamer smell box comes out, which allows you to smell games. She could easily integrate that into her content here, where you can smell her, like her sweat. If she farts, start huffing her fumes through the gamer scent box, like the sky is the limit. The future has never looked brighter. Like, there is so much going on right there. So she's standing on the automatic jiggler, which Wubby points out. So it's got her whole body vibrating and it's got her butt cheeks bouncing around like they're caught in some kind of perpetual earthquake simulation. She's oiled up with an extremely tight bikini on, which looks like some high-level armor out of an MMO, and it also functions as a green screen, which she's broadcasting a video, so that way your attention is always on her honkers, and her milkers happen to be jiggling around because she's on like the fucking wave simulator, like it's like she's on a surfboard constantly getting hit with turbulence or something. There's just so much going on. There's also Helldivers 2 gameplay somewhere on the screen there. I already forgot where, because nobody's attention is going to that when everything else is happening there. But yeah, you get the point. There was a bit of a problem on Twitch when it came to how much sexual content was starting to pop off there. So Twitch stepped in and said, okay, enough is enough. Heavens to Betsy, we've got to rein this in and get it under control. So they just made a blanket statement that any kind of content that focuses on intimate parts, that refers to breasts, that refers to butts, that refers to groins, anything that focuses on those areas for a prolonged period of time, which is a little vague, but I imagine it means like a matter of minutes, or if like there's an entire cam dedicated to your ass, it's not allowed. Period. Point blank. That is a bannable offense. Now, as I mentioned, this isn't anything super new. Since the very beginning of Twitch, there's always been this game of cat and mouse with sexual content and what is and is not allowed. And I'm not trying to go all old man on you here. I remember when they first invented Twitch titties. But I do remember back in the early days of Twitch, there was a policy that made it so gameplay had to be on screen in order for it to be allowed on Twitch. They didn't have a just chatting category. So if any creators wanted to do anything sexual, what they would do is they'd put a little RuneScape gameplay in the tiniest little box imaginable and just grind an AFK-able skill like woodcutting and make the primary camera cleavage. And then you know how the rest of this story goes. You know how that anime plays out. Eventually just chatting gets introduced, and then eventually the creation of the hot tubs category gets introduced, and now Twitch has been having a lot of issues with sexual content on the platform. They had that policy a couple months back where they just allowed full-blown hentai, which is just drawn porn. They were totally fine with drawn porn for like 24 hours before they were like, whoops-a-daisy. That was a bit much, huh, guys? And now they're starting to get to this point where creators are starting to cross a line where it's getting to the point of like, there's a lot of softcore porn on Twitch now. And I'm very curious to see what kind of creative ways people will find to get around this policy change, because I don't think this is going to get rid of sexual content on Twitch overnight or anything. But I do wonder how they're going to navigate this now. I do think it's always going to be prevalent on Twitch because that content is so popular and there's so many people on Twitch. There's clearly a huge market for people digesting that kind of content with colonoscopy cam and all of that. So I'm just wondering what's next. How are they going to invent another meta post Twitch policy change?
There's been a brutal war raging on for the last couple months that you might not be aware of, or you yourself might be a victim of, and if it's the latter, my heart breaks for you. The battlefield is Twitch. The soldiers are gamers, God bless their souls. In a nutshell, the gamers have believed that their sacred territory has been tarnished by the blasphemous women wearing bikinis and streaming from hot tubs. It's a holy war. that's been going on for about 2 months now, and there's been a significant development on the front lines here that I'd just like to talk about. Now, I'm of course a pioneer in the hot tub meta. I did one over a month ago, and it was perhaps one of the best pieces of content Twitch has ever seen since the time Only Use Me Blade fingered his butthole for $20. And since I'm kind of an expert in the field, I thought it was about time that I finally throw my condom into this pile and give my perspective on it. So since the beginning, I've always said, let it ride. Booba for life, baby. I'm not gonna sit here and be the crusty hall monitor for Twitch reporting streams to the principal. Well, hey, look at this. This is clearly against the Twitch dress code. This is illegal. They should be thrown in the slammer. They're wearing a bikini on a gaming website. This deserves a prison sentence. The thing is, though, I understand the outrage when it's actually directed at the right things. Twitch, for the longest fucking time, has been so vague with its enforcement of its policies, and the hot tub meta was the exact epitome of the entire problem with how Twitch enforces its rules. By and large, a lot of the hot tub streams are softcore pornography. They genuinely are. Not all of them, but a lot of them that have popped up have been attempts to get donations for changing their bikini or doing sexual things in a pool. Like, the draw is watch these women do sexy things for money on Twitch. Again, of course, that's not every hot tub stream, but I've seen 2 different hot tub streamers where one of the donation/bit incentive goals was they would put their asshole in the camera and make it clap. It was like watching hand puppets ventriloquism, like their asshole was talking at you. You can't tell me that that's just normal hot tub activities that's not, sexual in nature. That's not something your fucking grandma would do at the community pool with your family, right? Like, it clearly was geared to be sexual. Which, of course, is fine by me. You know, I'm not afraid of sexual content. I'm not going to get the Bible out and start throwing it around like, this isn't Christian, this is a sin. The problem is, in the past, Twitch has been extremely harsh with punishing people for accidental sexual content being broadcast. Like a streamer playing a game and all of a sudden there's accidentally like big milkers on screen for half a second, they get like a month-long ban. Forzen, for example, most famously got banned for a GIF that was accidentally played where it was a horsecock. A viewer pranked him and a horsecock popped up on screen for a second. He was banned for an entire month. And with this kind of content, there is a lot of it sexual on purpose, and no statement from Twitch saying why that's okay, but accidental sexual content in the past is not okay. So that's obvious why members of the community would be so upset about that. I don't think there's anyone out there that's upset at the actual people doing the hot tub streams, myself included, because no one really has an issue with the actual content. It's more the fact that Twitch has been so silent on why that's so different from the accidental sexual content in the past that's resulted in such harsh punishment. It's more people just wanting Twitch to explain themselves. No one's really mad at them for playing the game. Like, a lot of the hot tub streamers, viewership has increased by 10 or 20 times what it once was before hot tubs. So it makes sense, and they're doing a great job. So I don't think anyone's, upset about the grind out there. They just want answers from Twitch. And today they finally got them. Twitch has introduced a new category, pools, hot tubs, and beaches, which will be the new home for all of the hot tub streams and bikini streams. This is where they will all live from now on. And also, of course, Witcher 3, Geralt of Rivia just sitting in a bathtub for endless hours. That's been going on for a while. He's an up-and-coming hot tub streamer and climbing. Soon he may take over the category. God only knows at this point. So yeah, Twitch rushed this out today because pressure was starting to really mount from the media. There was quite a few news outlets picking up on this and questioning Twitch. Why is this on a gaming website? What is this content? Can we get an explanation? Amaranth had also just been demonetized. Ads were pulled from her channel. And then Twitch just very quickly put this out, as well as a statement. And there's definitely a couple things to talk about in there. The first being, Twitch mentions that advertisers can control where they put their ads, and they can opt out of advertising on the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category if they want. So it sounds like they made this category quickly, so advertisers had an easy way to avoid all hot tub content. It seems like they made like a quarantine zone, like, okay, all hot tub streamers go here, so that way all advertisers can avoid you. They also do mention that if there are any hot tub streamers that try and circumvent this by going to just chatting, they're going to have some vigilante at the HQ move them into this category. And it really just seems like the biggest thing they want from this is to make sure advertisers have an easy way to exclude their ads on this content. It seems like this was like a mass demonetization, but with a happy face on it. Like, oh, no more ads, but you have your own category, so fuck yeah. which isn't really the biggest deal. Streamers don't make a whole lot of money from ads. Ads on Twitch are definitely not the primary source of revenue for any streamer on the platform, and definitely not for hot tub streams. So it's not the biggest blow, but it's also not really like a great solution either. It really also goes to illustrate how powerless individuals are in getting answers from Twitch. For 2 months, we've heard fucking nothing from Twitch, with the entire community, some of the biggest streamers talking about it and just wanting to know more of like, hey, what's going on with the hot tub meta? Is this okay? What's going on here? Just to radio silence from Twitch. But the literal day, one day, of just an advertiser being like, yeah, this is a little too much, I think we're done, and then a couple of news outlets, Twitch immediately buckles, releases a full fucking goddamn summer reading essay on what's going on, and then it makes a whole new category. All because a couple of companies started talking about it, whereas individuals have been asking for months, like, hey, what the fuck is going on? You know, this again just shows how truly little the people matter to a platform, and it's more just about traditional media and companies. It's crazy. But another thing that I do want to talk about is Twitch also made this statement. This is an elementary school. I'm not going to read you this as a bedtime story, but to sum it up, Twitch is saying that they are not going to take any action against someone just because people find them sexy or attractive. There's nothing wrong with that statement. I think it's a great sentiment, to be honest. There's entire compilations made by creepy, deranged lunatics on YouTube where they'll zoom in on a female streamer's ass when she gets up to go take a shit during a stream. And it's not like she was doing anything sexual or making sexual content. She just went up to drop a loaded shit into a toilet, and some weirdo made it something sexual. That shouldn't all of a sudden be a problem for the female streamer. Twitch shouldn't be like, well, women are no longer allowed to turn around on stream. From now on, you have to walk backwards. You know, I think it's great to say, like, look, there are weirdos that are going to make everything sexual, and we're not going to act on that. I think that's great. But it's not exactly applicable here, because it's not like these streamers just happen to be going to the beach or the pool and they were wearing proper attire for the occasion. They're setting up literal $5 kiddie pools from Walmart in the middle of their living room for the excuse of being able to wear lingerie and bikinis in there. Some of the incentives to change into a sexier bikini. They also have hot dog inflatables and banana inflatables that they ride around on. They also do squats and jumping jacks for subs sometimes. They write donators' names on their bodies. No matter how you bake this cake, it comes out a little bit sexual. But for some reason, Twitch is really afraid to admit that. They're super hesitant to just come out and say, like, yeah, you know what, it is some sexual content, and we're okay with that. For some reason, they keep just falling back on saying, like, the content's not sexual, and if you think it's sexual, you're a creep, and you're wrong. Like, you know, some of the streamers aren't shy about it. They'll just outright say, like, yeah, this is more of like a sexy kind of stream. And for some reason, Twitch just doesn't want to say that, and I don't know why. I think if they would just say, like, you know what, we're okay with at least a little bit of sexual content on the platform, it'd be great all around. Bingo, bango, bongo, that's the end of it. Just be a little more transparent. Look, we're okay with this, and here's where the line is. Bang. That's it. But yeah, anyway, that's where we're at with the whole hot tub meta. As I've said this whole time, I have no problem with hot tub streams. There's no fucking problem with it at all. I don't think it's stealing viewers from your favorite stream or anything like that. It's just other types of content. Yes, some of it is sexual in nature, but I also don't think that's a bad thing as long as Twitch is willing to come forward and be like, you know what, we're fine with it, and from now on, we're going to be a little more lax when it comes to enforcing these sexual policies, so we're going to start taking into consideration the context more. Oh, you accidentally showed titties in a video game? We're not going to ban you now. You know, oh, you accidentally had a nip slip in your hot tub stream. No ban, you know? Like, have this ground where it's like, okay, we're going to be a little more lax here now that we've introduced this. I think that's where it should be. And maybe it will be, I don't know, this is brand new. So yeah, that's really about it. I have made a total of 14 videos over the last 6 years bitching and shitting on YouTube for various policy changes and features, awful fucking features that no one, not even the devil himself, would think of, and just horrible different directions they've taken the site. I'm going to address the elephant in my asshole right now. I have a pretty big cold right now, nose real runny, throat's all fucking craggly and full of phlegm, so if I sound different, that's why. And I'm gonna blame YouTube for that as well. It's almost like reading that new update, fucking shut down my sinuses. But anyway, in a nutshell, the new policy is about removing videos they deem to be hurtful against somebody. So this is very vaguely defined, and it basically covers anything that can even be viewed as a criticism of a douchebag, or just a very well thought out critique. For example, iDubbbz's content cop on Leafy was the biggest one that just got taken down out of nowhere yesterday as a result of this change. And that's extremely dangerous, to completely censor any type of criticism against people on the platform, or even not on the platform for that matter, because Leafy doesn't even fucking post anymore. And to say what is bullying on behalf of someone is also just ridiculous. Susan's pretending to be everyone's mom on YouTube, but she's the worst fucking wino alcoholic mom of all time. It's a horrible, horrible change that's extremely scary to the platform, and by far probably the saddest change I've seen them make, because it's one that they're actively enforcing. They also took down a video that was critical of H3H3. It's just a absolute shit show. They took down one of Psychic Pebble's videos that was a parody of the Fine Bros. They take down all of these videos because they view it as harassment and bullying, which they're not. They're jokes, and they very clearly critique the content. And I'm going to make a bold prediction right now. This policy will not be fairly enforced across the whole platform. Some creators will just outright be exempt. Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, they're the two faces of modern YouTube, of corporate YouTube. You're not going to take down any of their videos, but you should. You'd have to with this new policy if you're going to enforce it properly. They have so many videos that directly violate the exact things you tell that you can't do, such as all of the Donald Trump jokes they make about his hair, his skin, his senile old nature, his old ass, all that kind of shit. All those videos are now not allowed to be made. But I don't see YouTube taking down those videos, even though they directly violate the very first bullet about insulting someone's appearance. Hating, insulting, and shitting on Donald Trump has become a beloved American sport that we all partake in, but it doesn't matter because it shouldn't be allowed anymore on the platform as a result of this policy. They should have those videos taken down, because there's no exception here that says, except when talking about Donald Trump, you're allowed to do these things. It doesn't say that. That means these are violating the rules. That is one of the main things they do against Donald Trump, but they're not going to take him down. It's like Hydra. You cut off one Jimmy's head, two more Jimmys take its place, and they're all just as boring. It is shitty content, but they're the faces of YouTube, and YouTube's not going to poke that sleeping bear. They're not going to mess with the Jimmys of the round table, the Jimmy gods. So it's going to be really fucking frustrating when YouTubers' content is getting taken down like Content Cop, but Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon get a free pass to just keep doing the exact same things that other people get taken down for. And I know every time a policy like this comes out and YouTubers start talking about it, the pseudo-intellectuals on Reddit always post the same shit. Well, as a YouTuber, you shouldn't be putting all your eggs in that basket. They're a private company. They can do whatever they want, including burning down your house and slitting your family's throat. Totally within their right. That's what you get for being a YouTuber and putting all your eggs in that basket. You fucking douchebag. Most YouTubers do other things. I stream daily at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come stop by if you want to put a few extra inches on your penis. But that's not the point. Just because you do other things, excuse me, talking about Reddit's really making the sinuses flare up. Just because you do other things outside of YouTube doesn't mean you don't care about YouTube. I fucking care so much about this goddamn platform. I've been on here since 2006. Of course I'm gonna fucking care. So I want it to be the best it can be and stop going down this horrible cesspool shitty route that it's going down. And it makes it really hard not to talk about it. And it's such a dangerous policy, by the way, since bullying and harassment is very vague and they don't thoroughly define what they mean by each one. You can pretty much twist anything to fit that and have a video taken down, which stifles criticism altogether, and taking away the ability for creators to criticize would allow channels like Daddy05 to still exist. Daddy05 was a family channel where a mother and father would abuse their children for YouTube views. Eventually, after YouTubers started talking about it and bringing it to light, the authorities stepped in and got the children out of the abusive household. With this new policy, that wouldn't have happened, and that channel would still be operating as it normally did, which would have been an absolute fucking crime. And that is the kind of thing, the environment, that this kind of policy will now cater to. Because Daddy05 could strike every video that talked about him, and it would have never gotten to the proper authorities and gotten those kids out of there. Also, I just want you to see the message they sent out to creators. This shit is just so silly. Oh, we're going to allow this to still be a platform for freedom of expression, but only if we agree with it and if it doesn't hurt any feelings. What a fucking dumb little statement. Who do you think honestly believes that? Who the fuck do you think would read through this new policy and be like, wow, I really feel like I can say what I want to say without fear of getting fucked in the ass by Susan in a strap-on? Thank you, YouTube. You have to be so disconnected and so delusional to think that anyone is on your side in this case, YouTube. But anyway, another example of why criticism is so important. There was a YouTuber named Pollution Entertainment, I believe that's how you say it. He murdered his kittens in YouTube videos, and those videos were up for years. of millions of views of these cats that he was murdering on YouTube, and they only got taken down because YouTubers criticized him and talked about it, and now he's getting tried and thrown in jail, hopefully. But under your new policy, this kid would still be murdering kittens for YouTube views, and you wouldn't be taking him down because your fucking bot system is so archaic it can't recognize animal abuse and murder. All it can recognize is words that make boo-boo ouchies my feelings hurt. It's ridiculous, because now if someone criticized that kid, they'd be the ones at risk getting taken down, not him, because of their bullying and harassment. It's such a dangerous fucking system that you guys have cooked up. And it's even more embarrassing that Susan herself goes on Twitter to make it sound like she's some fucking vigilante of justice, this fucking symbol of heroism about, hey, we've listened to you creators and you guys don't like it when people are mean to you. I don't like it when people are mean to you, so I've implemented this policy. You can go ahead and suckle on my teats now because I am so great. Yes, yes, yes. Nobody supports this kind of decision, Susan. You're not on creators' side. When you sit down to go for one of your little human interactions, a little in between two ferns with Susan and mindless marketing drone YouTuber number 50, nobody feels it's genuine because the YouTubers you talk to are people that only exploit your platform for milking ad revenue from little kids vlogs and kids skits like Lele Pons or Alfie. And now this isn't bullying, Susan, this is me making a point. These people are using your platform simply for the dollars in it, not because there's any passion behind it. Lele has a whole team studying children's psychology to make the dumbest fucking skits of all time. For kids, for the YouTube revenue. And you're talking to her about the kind of policies YouTube should be implementing? How delusional can you possibly be? You might as well talk to Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel about their opinions on where YouTube should go. It's so disconnected and so downright embarrassing that you, as the head of YouTube and the face of it, think that you're on creators' side. I don't know if you've actually believed that or if it's just PR talk, but it's fucking gross either way, Susan. Talk down with creators that actually came from nothing, that started as a broadcast yourselfer. Do you remember when that was the slogan for YouTube, broadcast yourself? That doesn't exist anymore, I know, but that was what it was built upon. People making videos themselves, by themselves, for the sake of making it and posting it online. Now it's just these companies like Lele Pons. That's not bullying, Susan. I'm not bullying Lele Pons. That is her content. That is what she does. She doesn't understand the platform. To her, this is just a cable TV channel to post something on to get a paycheck. And Susan, I know your panties are getting sodden at the very idea that you could turn YouTube into the next cable TV station, but why do you want to do that? Nobody watches cable TV outside of 70-year-old people in a geriatrics ward. There is no reason to bastardize a platform like YouTube into cable TV full of Jimmy Kimmels, Jimmy Fallons, and skits from companies. That's not what it was made for. That's not what made it popular. And that's not where the majority of your audience finds themselves in that neck of the woods. It's just an absolutely remarkable disconnect and just total delusion on your behalf, Susan. Why don't you actually sit down with creators that care about the platform and the future of it and care about improving it instead of people that only use it as cow titties to constantly shoot milk into their fucking bank bucket? It's just so stupid, and it's absolutely infuriating that a change like this would ever even get passed. Even Twitter's not this bad when it comes to harassment and bullying. This is so overblown. To take down videos like Content Cop of Leafy, it's so dangerous. But yeah, this makes video number 15 of bitching and complaining about what YouTube's doing, and I can't help it. It's because I really genuinely fucking care about the platform. I've been on here since 2006. So when they constantly change things for a really negative reason and make these sweeping, monstrously awful decisions, it's hard for me to not talk about it, because this is probably one of the things I'm most passionate about in the world, is just this platform, I suppose. So yeah, it's... What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be talking about some bullshit. I got on YouTube this afternoon and I was greeted with this jolly message. Most comment notifications will now be delivered by Google Plus and not to your inbox. Learn more. I have to say, it's about fucking time. I was always wondering why YouTube comments would show up in my YouTube inbox. It's really counterintuitive. I was really looking for them on my Google Plus account I don't own. Thank heavens they've implemented this feature. Now it's time to be honest. This is fucking preposterous. Obviously Google is aware that Google Plus is biting the asshole right now. It has about 40 users, and that's just abysmal for Google standards. So what they're trying to do is kickstart Google Plus using YouTube, which is already a successful platform. So they're making you sign into Google Plus to view the comments on YouTube. But not only just to view the comments, you have to sign into Google Plus to make a comment. Look at this. I want to comment on my own video. I have to fucking sign into Google Plus, despite already being signed in on YouTube. I don't have Google Plus. I don't want Google Plus. I don't even want to know Google Plus exists. I don't use Facebook. I don't use any of that shit. Why do I need Google Plus to comment on an entirely different website? Now, I know I don't comment often, really not at all. I'm certainly not about to start, not now. I don't want to sign up with Google nuts. But I know a lot of people do like to comment, and this is just an unnecessary obstacle. Here's a video YouTube put out to justify their new system. YouTube comments just got better. That's a rather subjective claim. Is there supposed to be no audio for this? Start a conversation on YouTube. You couldn't do that before, so I'm glad that's here now. Well, there's still no audio. That's terrific. I guess it really doesn't matter. The audio for this is probably just the sound of a fork twirling around in spaghetti, because this new commenting system is some soggy dog shit. I couldn't think of a more adequate soundtrack for it than that. See comments you care about up top. Well, that's rather hostile. So if you're not up top, you don't even matter. No one cares about your comment. You're just some loser. It's a very nice message to promote YouTube. Join the conversation. The new YouTube comments blow. YouTube, blow us. Let's read the official blog. Let's say you're enjoying Lindsey Sterling or Epic Rap Battle's latest video and want to join the conversation. Would you rather see comments from people you care about, including Lindsey or ERB themselves, or just whoever in the world was last to post? So everyone out there that doesn't have over 1 million subscribers, you can go fuck yourself. No one wants to read your comment. Isn't that what you're trying to say, YouTube? You bastards, that's just downright wrong. We told you recently that better commenting is coming to YouTube. When that will arrive, we'll never know. What else we have here? Remember, you're in control of how you're seen publicly on YouTube, whether that's keeping your current YouTube channel name using your own name or creating a new one. That's something I want to talk about right here. Using your own name. YouTube will not stop asking me and everyone else to use their real name. Every time you say no, they just assume that you were wrong and says, "We'll ask again later." They just think you're going to wake up the next morning miraculously and say, "You know what, I was wrong yesterday. I want to use my real name on YouTube." They think you're losing sleep over saying no. It's fucking stupid. If you say no, they shouldn't keep asking. They're just waiting for you to slip up and say yes by accident. Then your real name's out there, and you're fucked. Now, I've been on YouTube for around 7 years, and it's undergone a lot of changes throughout that time, and people complained about those changes, but they weren't all bad. This one right here is terrible. It is the worst feature YouTube has ever tried to add. Now, I can think of 2 features they've added that were really good, though. The transition from the star system to the like system, and they had a feature not too long ago where if you clicked on a video, there was a drop-down menu above the video that you could click on and you could bring up videos from that same channel. And that was just a cool way to navigate a channel. They've blasted that feature off this site, but it was pretty cool. Back on topic. This new commenting system is just not good. And also, this message right here can go fuck itself. I don't know what this message means, but it's on top of every video I watch, and I'm tired of it. This message is a piece of shit. And I know I'm tardy to the party here, but the one channel thing that they're using here on the YouTube channels, that can go fuck itself as well. Now, to wrap up here, people shouldn't be forced to sign up for something they don't want that isn't even related to the site they're trying to use. I understand they're trying to integrate Google Plus into YouTube, but they really shouldn't do that. Or if they're going to do that, make it an option, not a requirement. It's just not the right approach at all. And unfortunately, I seriously doubt YouTube will change the commenting system. They'll probably do exactly what they've always done in the past, which is just force people to accept it. And that sucks because the commenting system is just not good right now. Really, YouTube as a whole is hard to navigate. They really, really need to do something about YouTube in general, not just the commenting system. The whole site is really convoluted. It's just a massive clusterfuck right now. They do need to fix YouTube. But I doubt they will. Hopefully. If you've been on the internet for any length of time, you're familiar with an ancient enemy, a boogeyman as old as time itself when it comes to the internet's cyberspace age, Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I'm certain you've heard that name tossed around like Voldemort's name in hushed whispers, and it's usually followed by vomiting and fear. The DMCA has been this iron fist that goes into the ass of anyone that uses the internet in any capacity, really. The DMCA is a primitive, archaic copyright law that was put into effect in 1998 and hasn't really seen any changes since. It is extremely out of touch and overbearing, just absolutely fucking disgusting in its current form, just the biggest piece of shit. In a nutshell, the DMCA comes from the corrupted cockhole of the music industry. The idea was they wanted to prevent piracy, and also to prevent people from taking copyrighted music and playing it for free or playing it to make money off of it in certain situations. It's not the worst of intentions. They wanted to make sure that their artists were protected and that they were getting paid for their work. That makes sense, right? But it's the way they go about enforcing this that is absolutely absurd. Downright tyrannical. It's like some kind of supervillain out of comic books, like something the Avengers would unite against. It's truly terrible. To give you an example, I remember there was a channel a while back that had a home video go viral. I don't exactly remember what it was, but it was something like a baby was singing in the kitchen, and you could hear 5 seconds of a Prince song playing in the background, and the whole channel got taken down because of it. They got fucking DMCA stone cold stunnered out of existence. I wouldn't be surprised if the DMCA tried to press charges on them and sue them into bankruptcy for having the audacity of playing music. I mean, they make it seem like it's a crime to hear songs. And to go even further, it's not even just having recorded music play. I remember there was a period on YouTube, it didn't last too long, where some of the Let's Players were getting strikes for humming copyrighted songs. One big one was the Halo theme. There was a channel where a guy was a big Halo fan, and he hummed the Halo theme during a Let's Play and got striked for it. It is absurd how far the DMCA goes in this lunacy in enforcing these archaic rules that just have no business even being applicable to the modern internet. And why I'm talking about it now, why it's relevant, is because on Twitch, it's absolute pandemonium. Every Twitch streamer is facing the DMCA firing squad right now. There have been a lot of DMCA bans on streamers, a lot of strikes being issued, and it's just been truly chaotic. And now you hear that and you go, well, Charlie, it's a pretty easy solution, just stop playing music during your streams. And yeah, that's easy enough to do. I mean, granted, it takes away something from the stream just having background music, but you know what, that's not the biggest deal in the world. But it's actually a lot worse than that, because it's not just having recorded music played during your stream. The video games that streamers will play oftentimes have music in them, and that music is oftentimes copyrighted, and people have been getting DMCA strikes for music in the games they play. Destiny 2, for example, has a song that was not licensed by the game. It was made for the game, and it was taken by UMG elsewhere or something like that, and streamers were getting strikes or muted because that song was playing in the background when they were going through Destiny 2's tedious grind. So it's really just absolutely absurd what's happening with that. There's no way to really avoid that except for just avoiding any games that have any music at all. And if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm just going to show you 2 quick examples. Here's a streamer that recently got muted because the sound effect in one of the games they had was a copyrighted sound effect of a grandfather fucking clock. Granted, this isn't a DMCA strike, so their channel is still fine, but that is still a massive headache to just have a big piece of the stream muted because there's a fucking clock sound effect in it. And it's the same for this example right here, with this streamer getting muted because of Persona 5's police siren going on. Now, these aren't strikes, mind you, but the reason I'm showing them is to show you just how crazy things are getting on Twitch. There have been big streamers getting hit with DMCA strikes, such as Moxie being a big one who just got banned for DMCA strikes. Another one, Voyboy, banned because of music that he was playing during League of Legends. This isn't something that's only happening to small streamers getting shit on by the music industry. Moxie, Voyboy, the 2 quick examples I gave there, those are massive channels that got taken down because of DMCA strikes. And it's not like recent infringements on the DMCA system. They got banned for year-old clips, year-old VODs that they went back through and just blasted their tight little assholes for. It's just ridiculous. Like, I don't know how anyone can justify this kind of overbearing enforcement. Now, if there's channels out there that are dedicated to just taking new musical albums and just playing them for free on Twitch or wherever for 24 hours and soak in subs and donations, then yeah, there's clearly something wrong there that needs to be explored and taken action on. But the way that it's going right now, if a car drove by right now with the windows down blasting the new Billie Eilish song, I would probably get hit with a DMCA notice. I'm very confident in saying that. I'm pretty sure that would happen. It's just stupid. Now, it's not all on the fault of the DMCA for the Twitch shit in particular. Twitch themselves is a lot at fault here. They have a lot of blame to shoulder because the DMCA just says this needs to be taken down. It doesn't say anything about the channels being taken down. They could just take down the VOD that has infringements on the DMCA's policy. It's Twitch that goes the extra mile in banning channels for a DMCA notice. So Twitch has a lot of responsibility here and a lot of shit that they need to fix in regards to this. Otherwise, they're going to lose a large portion of their streamers. They actually are. This is a huge deal. If you can't safely play games on Twitch, all of those streamers that play games, which is 98% of them, are going to switch to something safer like YouTube that does have DMCA figured out, where you don't get banned for having a song play in a video game. What could happen is you get copyright claimed, but then you have a way of appealing that. So there is options there. YouTube is clearly superior when it comes to handling the DMCA. Twitch just lets themselves get face fucked by the DMCA and get used as a fleshlight and bent over and spanked and disciplined and just spit on. I don't understand why they won't just stand up for the streamers in regards to this, because they don't have to ban people for DMCA notices. They can just take down those parts that infringe on that shit. It's just laughable how Twitch is handling this. Here's an excerpt from their statement about it. Their advice is basically, stop having music play at any point during your streams. If you have a game that plays music, mute that portion. If you have music that you want to play, don't do it. That's their solution. That's how a child would handle something like this. You know, you get called to the principal's office because you've chewed gum in class, and then the principal's like, hey, can you not do that again? You just, like, start crying and, you know, fucking snot leaking out your mouth. Yes, oh, I won't do it again. Okay, please. Twitch has no fight in them at all here to stand up for their platform. And this is a huge blow to Twitch, because if you can't fucking play games on Twitch, which is the cornerstone of the platform, you're not going to have a whole lot of streamers on there. Now, what's really got me wanting to talk about this is I recently played through the Spider-Man Miles Morales game, and there's copyrighted music that plays frequently in that game, and apparently my channel's at risk for a DMCA hit because of it. Just because I played Spider-Man with the music not muted, I now have to worry about my channel. Do you know how absurd that is? I also played Call of Duty Cold War, and they had a lot of copyright songs in there. It's like the fucking game companies are trying to just slap streamers around with how much DMCA-able music is in their games, but, I mean, it's not their fault. They have the license, and they're welcoming people to play their games. It's just Twitch and the DMCA that's making it such a headache and so scary. But the point is, having just played 2 new games, now all of a sudden I have to worry about my Twitch channel that I've had for a couple years now. And I just don't understand how that could in any way, shape, or form be interpreted as okay, or, you know, the norm, or should be acceptable, because it's just ridiculous. To play a game and to have to worry about getting striked because there was music in that game, that makes absolutely no sense. The way Twitch recommends doing this is muting the music in every game you play. That's just, I can't believe it. I really can't. This is an archaic law that does obviously need changing from an industry that is so beyond out of touch. I wouldn't be surprised if they start DMCAing individual people and taking them to court if they walk by a bar where you can kind of hear some music playing at it. It's just dumb. It's so fucking dumb. The music industry sucks ass. Obviously, that's nothing new. We all agree on that, I imagine. So much terrible shit goes on in the music industry. But this absolutely needs to change. Either from Twitch or the DMCA. DMCA probably won't change it because they don't even know what the internet is. But Twitch needs to change how they enforce DMCA. They have to. They absolutely fucking have to. And I just wanted to vent about this going a little... Twitch just announced a policy update change that was so surprising that I felt I needed to do something shocking just to get into the same spirit. So I threw my hair into a messy man bun. Surprise! Twitch announced that it's going to be loosening its policy on sexual content, trying to give clarity on what is and isn't allowed when it comes to sexual content on Twitch, and they are announcing that you can now have deliberately highlighted breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region as long as this stream has a content classification label, which is a label that just lets users know that there is sexual themes present, and as long as the content is artistic, nudity is permitted. As long as it's artistic in nature, it has Twitch's stamp of approval to exist. New York Times gives it 2 thumbs way up from the Twitch headquarters. as long as there is artistic context around the nudity that is presented. So Christmas really did come early for hog squeezers this year, and it also applies to animated depictions of nudity, drawn, sculpted, modeled, any of that. And even goes beyond that. There's also a guideline update to what dances are allowed when it comes to like sexually suggestive dance moves. They stated that twerking, grinding, and pole dancing are now allowed without a label. I mean, for some reason, when I read this, I just envisioned them doing like a press conference, like the president coming out, he just stands at the podium, twerking, it's okay. And then like some people start clapping. Now, while they may have explained that these dance moves are allowed, there's still no word from the Twitch higher-ups on whether or not my special dance moves will be permitted, or if they're still a little too hot for Twitch to handle and will lead to an instant ban. Yep. The hot dog hoedown. Charles White classic. Oh, what's that? A Habbo Hotel True Combo? And then the last major change they announced is that they're going to be revising how the homepage recommends content, so you won't be seeing mature recommendations on your homepage anymore. These are pretty much all of the major guideline changes that have been presented, but I want to get into the weeds of them because there's quite a lot to unpack. First and foremost, though, the reason why all of this has come out is in response to a controversy that's been going on for like the last week or so on Twitch. I'm sure most of you have seen the headlines. There's been a new Twitch meta that blew up on the platform where some women would appear to be topless on stream and do certain movements in order to make their titties jiggle. Though you couldn't see the nipple, it was implied below the camera frame. So you just saw the top of their bare necessities and everything else was assumed nudity implied. This right here is the pioneer of the meta. Her name is Morgpie. She really blazed the trails here and carved a new path in the Twitch ecosystem for this branch of content. So again, basically, as you saw from the picture, it was appearing as though she was completely topless and would interact with the chat and then sometimes do like certain movements to really get the boobies moving. In the words of a wise man, them thangs be thangin'. And this led to a lot of discussion on, is this allowed on Twitch? What is Twitch's policy when it comes to content like this? Does this have the green light or is it flying under the radar? What's going on? So this prompted Twitch to make these guideline changes to bring clarity to it. They did ban Morgpie as well as a couple other streamers who did this type of content, this meta. But then they came forward with more clarification on what they permit. And that's what we just went over today. Before diving into my perspective, giving you my opinion from my small little noodle brain, I do want to mention two quick things. The first, our podcast is somehow the number 5 biggest podcast in the world on Spotify. We're starting to catch up to Joe Rogan, bite at his heels here. The Red Thread is a podcast that I run with Windigoon and Jackson. It's all about cryptids, conspiracies, cold cases, and cults. I just had to quickly mention this because this had me smiling all morning to see the Red Thread pop off like this. I'll put a link to the Spotify in the description as well as the YouTube channel that we post all of it on, in case any of you are curious in checking it out. And then the other thing I want to quickly mention is that our Dungeons & Dragons campaign, our Dungeons & Dragons show Skill Check, we decided to stop streaming the episodes because it created so much confusion on where people can find Skill Check since I don't save VODs, like I don't save any of the VODs. Instead, we just post the videos to the Skill Check YouTube channel. So going forward, no more streaming it. We're just going to drop the videos on the Skill Check YouTube channel every Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST. So there's going to be a link to that channel in the description as well. Alright, that's all for the updates. Let's get back to the Twitch policy. I will say one change that I think is a massive W no matter how you spin it is that they'll no longer be recommending mature content on Twitch's homepage. I made a whole video about this. If you go on Twitch when you're not logged in, a few of the top recommendations, no matter what, even on an incognito browser, a fucking brand new computer, anything, some of the top recommendations are always sexually suggestive content. The number one being Taylor Javot. I made a whole video about that, where she's usually body painting or like doing squats for subs. Mainly her big thing was stalling to get to that, but it always recommends sexually suggestive content when you go to Twitch's homepage. So the fact that that's going to no longer be the case, I think is a good thing, because Twitch is a website that is used by a lot of underage people. It's not exclusively used by kids, but there is absolutely a lot of kids on there, make no mistake. It's a 13 plus website. Like, you have to be 13 to sign up. So it is clearly a place that's accessible to kids.
So it's good to no longer have the mature content being pushed right in their face on the homepage the second you go there. But now let's get into the messiness of it. The policy change around artistic nudity is a certainly interesting direction for Twitch to go. Because if you go on Twitch right now, and I don't even think I can pull up the current browser here, like a picture of it, because there is so much furry porn as well as naked anime girls on the thumbnails, because that's what people are drawing on there right now. It'd take me like 20 minutes to censor all of it to show it, so I'm not going to bother. If you go on there at any point in time, though, going forward, I imagine you're going to see a ton of porn, like hentai, being drawn. I'll show you Jake Lucky's tweet, because he already did the censoring for me, and it's just one stream. But this is already seemingly blowing up. On the art category right now, every single stream in the top 15, except for 2, are naked anime characters being drawn or naked furries being drawn, which is totally permitted by Twitch's new policy. They're not breaking any rules, they're playing it by the book, it's all above board. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And I'm hating the game a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. It feels very weird to have that content live under the same umbrella, the same platform as all of the other non-sexually explicit content. Like, it just feels kind of out of place. I hate having to default to stating this kind of argument, but Twitch is a 13+ platform. It feels weird to have an 18+ category be immediately accessible by just going to the number 6 most popular category as of right now, me making this video, and immediately having access to porn. That's just kind of weird to me. Yes, it is labeled, so when you try and watch it, it gives you some kind of sexually suggestive warning, but you can still immediately see it in the thumbnails. It's still right there, and it's right there at your fingertips on the same website as the 18+ stuff. I don't have an issue with them allowing artistic nudity streams to exist, but it should have been spun off into its own separate place as opposed to being under the same umbrella as the rest of the streams, because I really feel like it's totally different. Like, I just don't think the two should coexist in the same space. It should be separated. So yeah, I'm definitely not a huge fan of that direction there. I've always said that Twitch probably wants to make an 18+ category because there's a lot of money in that, which is fine if that's the direction they'd want to go, like having the adult Twitch category or something. They still haven't fully done that, but it looks like they're tiptoeing ever closer to it. But it really needs to be a totally separate category that isn't just easily accessible from just the regular Twitch experience that you can get to with a single category that is number 6 right now. Like, it needs to be far more separated. Now, that's the main one I wanted to talk about. I'm very curious to see how all of the other policy changes are going to, like, what they're going to lead to, I guess. Because to me, it seems like a lot of it's easily exploitable by some bad actors that are probably going to just try and drive Twitch audience to their porn. Like, it feels like a lot of this is just going to make it a little messier on the platform when it comes to that kind of practice, but it remains to be seen. Maybe giving this clarity is helpful in avoiding that somehow. I'm just not entirely sure. The only one I'm sure on is that I don't really like that now you can just immediately get hentai just from going to the fucking top categories. That to me is just weird to be on Twitch. But yeah, throughout my life, my beliefs on certain things have always changed, which is very natural for most people. You know, as a kid believing in Santa Claus, for example, you think for sure Santa Claus is the one leaving those presents under the tree, and that shit stain leading from the chimney to the tree is just Santa Claus. And then you learn, well, no, it wasn't. It wasn't Santa Claus eating the cookies and drinking the Bud Light you'd leave out overnight. It was your parents. My point being, everyone's beliefs change over the course of their life, and today, something that I believed for pretty much my whole life is being called into question internally within me. My faith in it is wavering, which is why I'm here in the confession booth, limp dick in hand, ready to tearfully talk about it. It's the belief that some things are too big to fail. I've always grown up believing that at a certain threshold, a company, a person, reaches this point where no matter what really happens, they're not going to fail. They're not going to fold. Now, what's made me start questioning this and really biting my ass is Ninja leaving Twitch. I believe Twitch is a company that is too big to fail, backed by Amazon, pretty much has monopoly on streaming, and Twitch is a household name. And I know that statement right there is a hard pill for some of you to swallow because there's still this delusional group of Twitch chat moderators that believe streaming is still this underground hobby that only the most elite of gamers partake in, you know, sporks in the air. But you have to face it,
Most people know what Twitch is and streaming these days in general. It's the new gold rush. Everyone's buying streaming equipment and shit like that. The normies are charging your gates. Epic Omega Lol Spammers Monka S. It's big. It's out there and everyone knows about it. And I would have said Twitch is too big to fail until today. So today, Ninja announced he's going to be exclusively streaming on Mixer, leaving Twitch behind. Obviously, Mixer, which is backed by Microsoft, paid Ninja a ton of money, an obscene amount of money, no doubt about that, so he's made the switch over to Mixer. What that does to Twitch leaves it up to speculation. It's a domino effect, potentially, where a lot of people will now go to Mixer or other streaming platforms now that they see there could be viable competition or a good livelihood on another platform. Up until Ninja made this move, that wasn't really an option. Your big streamers were going to stay on Twitch pretty much no matter what. And that's what made Twitch almost unbeatable. It's the same position YouTube's in. YouTube has a monopoly on video sharing. Your giant YouTubers aren't going anywhere because there's no viable alternatives. There's no one that has the capital to take someone off of YouTube and put them somewhere else to try and jumpstart it. But Microsoft's Mixer did just that with Ninja. So the effects are, you don't know what's going to happen, but there's clearly going to be at least a bit of a paradigm shift. Now there might actually be competition in streaming, which is great. Competition leads to improvements, and Twitch really needs some fucking improvements. I switched to Twitch last year. I've criticized Twitch a lot in the past. I talked about it a lot, very rightfully so. They deserve a lot of fucking criticism for a lot of the stupid shit they pull, but I genuinely thought they were getting better, and YouTube was gargling some fat ass, more ass than a toilet seat, so I switched to Twitch for streaming, twitch.tv/moistcritical. I don't know if I'm even allowed to criticize them with how they enforce terms of service these days. It's the fucking wild, wild west now. Twitch has gone back to what I used to criticize them for, which is this really almost bafflingly stupid and weird selective enforcement of their rules. Like, I can't even wrap my goddamn head around what they think when they ban people or don't ban people, or really any of the actions they take. The big one being Alinity. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say her name. It's like Voldemort on Twitch. You can't even mention her. Very controversial, done a lot of controversial things, but Twitch stays silent on it the entire time. Meanwhile, people are getting banned for having a Minecraft skin they don't agree with. A guy got banned because he had a split second on a Minecraft stream where he had a Hitler skin equipped, which he didn't mean to. It was an accident. It was clearly there was a joke or something, and he got banned for it for a fucking month. Their enforcement of rules is unbelievable. It's super fucking weird, and it really makes people believe that Twitch is run by people that favorite certain streamers for certain reasons. The big theory, and one that I may be behind, allegedly, turbo virgins run Twitch. That's the big theory circulating the internet, and I'm not going to say I agree or disagree, just hitting you with the conspiracy theories, that's all. Twitch is making horrible decisions all around, and people are understandably very fed up. XQC got banned because he showed a single frame of the very unrecognizable portion of a penis. And it's because the super sleuths at Twitch went back and watched a stream to look for a single frame of penis in the stream, which they found. I mean, hats off to them. They got the evidence they were looking for, nailed him. It's just wild what they've been doing. So having competition with Twitch is absolutely great for everyone involved. And to be fair, I don't really like Mixer. I went on there today to see what it was all about. That shit's like if Fortnite had its own streaming service within the game. It's real wacky, and that shit is some Weenie Hut Jr. shit, let me tell you what. Their terms of service are unbelievably strict, at least the way it reads. That shit reads like I'm in 4th grade with like this list on the whiteboard of things I cannot do when I enter the classroom, like I have to pray before going in or something. It shit's fucking strict. There's even a line in there that says if you say cam girls, it's going to be taken in as hate speech. You can get banned for just saying cam girl. I understand you want to stop like harassment and you want it to be a more welcoming place, but god damn, that's pretty hardcore. So I don't know if a whole ton of streamers are going to go from Twitch to Mixer, if that's the kind of environment there, because Twitch, I used to think Twitch was Weenie Hut Jr., but after seeing Mixer, Twitch right now is like the fucking biker bar where people are being beheaded. At least Twitch allows you to say things and criticize things that Mixer actively explicitly says you cannot do. So, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a mass exodus to Mixer or anything, but the point being, Ninja leaving for another streaming platform shows other streamers that there are options out there. It gives alternatives to Twitch, which until Ninja left wasn't on the table at all. I mean, maybe DLive to a certain capacity because PewDiePie's on DLive, but DLive never actively took people from Twitch to DLive. Mixer did just that. It took Twitch's biggest player, its biggest cash cow, and its biggest name. It made a big fucking crushing blow in there, a big splash. And a lot of people seem to think that this is the beginning of the end for Twitch. And to be fair, it very well could be. A lot of people, in fact, the vast majority of the hardcore users on Twitch, the ones that use their Prime every month, the ones that do paid subs to different channels every month, your really hardcore dedicated users are really fed up with the way that streamers get treated by Twitch. This really odd favoritism, this weird enforcement of their rules, and just very vague shit going all around that for seemingly no reason. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the Twitch higher-ups on the moderator team who's in charge of the bans and shit have their own private Discord just with a whole list of people they want to fuck any chance they get. That's really what it seems like to the users and the streamers. It's not the healthiest of atmospheres that they've built on Twitch, so if there is an alternative, I don't know if Mixer's the saving grace or anything, but if there is an alternative, people are probably going to start to look for it a little harder now. Now that they see the biggest guy on that platform has gone off, I mean, that kind of sets a bit of a precedent, don't you think, Twitch? Maybe it's time that you guys start making some changes. What drew me in is you initially recognized a lot of your problems and actively worked towards making them right. And then all of a sudden you abandoned that quest and went right back to your old degenerate ways. People don't like that. Most people don't like to feel constantly like there's the boogeyman looming over them, waiting to just ban them at the drop of a hat for no reason, just because they might not like them. So I wouldn't be surprised if more people did leave Twitch. If they do, I don't know how Twitch would recover, because I don't think there's a lot of loyalty to Twitch itself. People don't go on Twitch because they love Twitch. They love the people behind Twitch. They love the transparency of the platform or anything. They're not there for the business. They're there for their streamer. If their streamer isn't on Twitch, why the fuck are they going to stay there? What are they going to do? Just sit there and jerk off to just chatting streams? They're not just going to stay on your platform if their person isn't there anymore. They're going to wherever their person just went. Streaming is a really rare thing where they're only there for that person. They're not, I mean, occasionally they'll be there to peruse like a new game category, but every streaming service has that. If they're not there for a person, they can find it on another platform that they might like better. Mixer has a lot of interactive shit that I could see a lot of the younger audience really getting into, so Mixer has the heads up there if it's kids just wanting to see more games. Twitch needs to make some big improvements to keep their people that draw the audience there. Otherwise, they're going somewhere else. And Ninja making this first move is massive. Don't know if it'll outright kill Twitch yet, but it's definitely not a good sign for the platform going forward. And again, makes me feel like, maybe there is really no business, corporation, or person that is too big to fail. All it takes is another billion-dollar corporation to get playing ball. Fucking Microsoft going after Amazon and making it seem like they can bleed. It's pretty fucking wild. It's pretty exciting, and competition's always a great thing. Hopefully there'll be a competitor